Trojan Horse, the Ungovernable series, Book 6. Written by R.M. Olson. Narrated by Zura Johnson. Trojan Horse. Malicious code or malware designed to trick system users into loading and executing it by deceiving the user of its true intent. Important note. Dear listeners, as you have surmised from the previous book, this book takes place on a pleasure planet. It's not a nice place. So please, be aware that while I have tried to make sure anything too disturbing happens off-screen, the story does contain implied sexual violence. Implied violence, sexual and otherwise to minors, and a scene with a somewhat gruesome injury. Chapter 15. Lev turned restlessly in his bed, staring up at the ceiling. It was later than he wanted to think about. He'd found some excuse or another for staying up, checking his comm surreptitiously every few standard minutes. Grigory Zboyeviki hadn't returned since they'd left early that afternoon, and Tay hadn't been able to detect any chatter over the comm lines that Grigory was sending more. It wasn't confirmation, of course, but it likely meant that, one way or another, Grigory had come to a decision. Either he'd seen through their ploy, or he'd been taken in by it. Lev squeezed his eyes closed, suddenly, unaccountably, wishing for his cot on the Ungovernable. The slight, barely perceptible hum of the ship underneath him. The comfortable knowledge of exactly where each other member of the crew was. He smiled wryly to himself. Jez would laugh her head off to hear him, of all people, say that. Jez. Damn it. He wasn't going to think about this. He wasn't ready to think about this. Damn it to hell. But the thought had already, somehow, wormed through his defenses, and now it flooded over him, hot and heavy and suffocating. Jez. Her swaggering walk. The careless way she tipped back her chair when they gathered to discuss plans, balancing it on two legs as easily as if it were built that way. The sick expression he'd seen on her face whenever she glanced in the direction of the cage in the middle of the floor. She didn't lie awake in the middle of the night deciding if she was going to be a good person or not, and pondering what that meant. She swore and cheated and got into fights and said the most outrageous things, and she couldn't stop herself from being a good person, even if she tried. And he loved her. Damn everything. He loved her. He'd loved her since he'd first caught a glimpse of who she was, under the snark and the insults and the bravado. And it might actually kill him. He sat up, shoving his blankets off. Yes, both said it would get better, and he had no idea whether she was right or how she'd actually know, considering she was married to the woman she'd loved her entire life. But he was clinging onto her statement like a man drifting in space, clinging to his oxygen line. It would get better. Somehow, it would get better, and he would survive this. His heart would stop feeling like it had been ripped from his damn chest, leaving a pulsing wound that couldn't really heal. Because it wasn't possible for something to hurt this much forever. He leaned back and breathed in deeply, once, then again, then again. He remembered the look on her face when she'd agreed to his tentative offer of friendship, the sudden, undisguised relief, the spark of happiness in her expression that he hadn't seen there for far too long. At least, not while she was looking at him. The way she'd looked at him today, when he complimented her on her work, the slight shock quickly concealed. The way they'd laughed, breathless and leaning on each other for support outside the club in Prosvishony, before they'd turned and run for their lives. The silent gratitude in her face when he defended her in front of the others. She honestly hadn't believed he'd do that. Yes, he loved her. At least, he'd always told himself he had. But, well, the truth was, he'd been an idiot the whole time, too caught up in his own damn self-importance to wonder what it was like for her. Too quick to condemn every little failing and roll his eyes at every mistake, and use his care for her as a bludgeon, an excuse to tell her what to do and be upset with her if she didn't do it. The thought made him feel slightly ill. He'd always managed to shove it away before, but now, in the middle of the night, when there wasn't any noise to block out his thoughts, he couldn't seem to stop it. But maybe Jezebel was right after all. Maybe that's what she'd meant. Because for the first time in a long time, Jez seemed happy to be around him. She didn't flinch unconsciously when he entered the room, tense when she met his eyes. And as much as the empty ache in his chest hurt, so badly he thought he might drown in it, there was something about seeing that spark in her again, that careless grin, the familiar ease of being in her company, that made it bearable. He tipped his head back against the wall and ran his hands over his face. He'd make it through this somehow. Because maybe he was still the same selfish bastard he'd been months ago. But one thing, at least, had changed. He wanted Jez happy. Even if it bloody killed him. And it honestly might. He wanted her happy, and he'd damn well learn how to be a decent friend, even if he couldn't be a decent anything else. He'd somehow learn how to be a decent person, whatever that meant. He closed his eyes for a while, listening to the silence around him, letting his heartbeat slow back to its usual pattern. He'd been clenching his hands so tightly that his palms stung where his fingernails had dug into them. He almost didn't hear the small ting of a notification coming through on his comm, his eyes half closed, his thoughts far away. And then he did, and he jerked upright, pulling up the holoscreen. He stared at the notification, scarcely daring to breathe, then tapped it to open a screen. For a long while, he just looked at it, trying to be sure he was seeing what he thought he was seeing. And then, slowly, he cupped his hand over his comm. His heart felt like it would beat its way out of his rib cage. He tapped over to a private line. "Tay," he whispered. For a moment there was no answer. Then Tay's groggy voice came through his earpiece. "Lev, what's wrong?" "Tay," he said. He must sound dazed. He felt dazed, honestly, because he hadn't honestly believed they'd actually pulled this off. "I just got a notification from the account you set. Grigory's transferred in a pledge. I followed it through, and it looks like he's leveraged his pleasure houses. He's transferring in the full amount we said that Masha needs to fund this." There was a long moment of silence on the other end of the comm. "You're certain?" asked Tay, sounding much more awake. "He pledged the whole amount?" "It won't come through until he gets the funds secured against the houses, but yes, the entire amount. He took the bait." There was a long sigh of relief through the comm. Said Tay, then paused, and Lev could almost see him shaking his head, that faint, disbelieving smile on his face, like he was pretty sure he was dreaming, but he wasn't certain he wanted to wake up. "I guess we'd better tell Masha," he said at last. And this time, Lev could hear the smile in his voice. "We can probably wait until morning to tell the others, but she'll want to know." "I'll talk to her," said Lev. He was grinning himself, and he doubted he could have stopped it if he wanted to. He hadn't realized how much strain he'd been under until it was suddenly released, and he felt like he was floating. "You did it, Tay. Not that I should have worried. You always pull off the impossible." "We did it, you mean," said Tay. He paused a moment. "Thanks, Lev." Lev laughed softly. "Go back to bed if you can, but I thought you might want to know right away." "I did. Not sure I'll be able to sleep now, but..." Tay's voice choked slightly. "It's okay," said Lev softly. "Kaz and Petty are safe. At least for now. At least until we have to deal with next steps. They're in the clear." "I know," said Tay, clearing his throat. "I know." Lev tapped off the comm and leaned his head against the wall, eyes closed, letting the rush of relief flood over him. They might just pull this off after all. It was just possible they'd pull this off, and they'd all survive it after all. Chapter 16. "And honestly, you should have seen their faces when Tanya turned to look at them," Jez was saying through a mouthful of food. "I thought they'd actually pass out." Tay caught Ivan's eye and smiled slightly. The festive atmosphere had lasted all through the morning, and would probably last the rest of the day at least. Grigory had taken the bait, and now it was just a matter of keeping up the facade until the money transfer came through. He still felt light with relief. Something dinged on his comm, and he sighed. He'd been getting calls all morning from people who had been in the back and wanted to watch the video footage from the lobby again. It dinged again, and he shook his head, swallowing down the last bite of his breakfast. They might be finished, but he wasn't, because an account like the one Masha had wanted him to set up needed constant maintenance if it was going to look genuine. "Never a quiet moment," said Ivan with an amused shake of his head, and Tay glanced down at his comm as it dinged a third time. It took a moment for his brain to process what he was seeing, and then he felt like he'd forgotten how to breathe. "Tay?" He barely heard Ivan's voice, the sudden concern in it. He closed his eyes for a moment and drew in a long breath. Then he stood. Whatever the expression on his face, it must have been bad, because the noise and laughter faded as the others in the breakfast room turned to look at him. "Everyone, back in costume," he said quietly. "I just got a message from Jez's gangster friends. Grigory's sent another group, and they'll be here in 20 minutes. There was a moment of shocked silence. "Are you sure?" someone began. Jez turned to scowl at the speaker. "Listen, Techhead says something's happening. It's damn well happening. Get moving." She stood. "Come on, Radek, you bastard. We've got work to do." "I'll get Lev and Galena," said Ivan, standing quickly and putting a hand on Tay's shoulder. Tay nodded, and Ivan slipped out of the room. Jez caught his eye. "Look, Techhead," she said, just loud enough to be heard over the sudden chaos. "It'll be fine. We've done it once. We know what we're doing now." He managed a brief nod, and then she was gone as well. Tay glanced down at the notification on his comm again. Something hard and tight in the pit of his stomach. There was only one reason he wouldn't have seen this coming earlier. Considering the tracking he had on every communication coming to or from Grigory, there was only one way. These were Grigory's people. He was certain of that. But it wasn't Grigory who'd sent them. And he knew damn well who it had been. Zhenya. When he reached the lobby, it had transformed into an organized chaos. Galina was waiting for him at the base of the stairs, Lev beside her. "Tay," she said shortly, "we don't know who's coming, do we?" He shook his head grimly. "But it was Zhenya who sent them. Whoever they are, they'll be looking for the slightest thing out of place." Galina nodded, and he knew from the look on her face that she understood the consequences of failure as well as he did. "The tech is set, right?" she asked briskly. "Then I want you in costume. We'll have you start out in the back room, but if there's an emergency, I need to be able to call you down." "Yeah." He tried to fight down the sickness in his stomach. "Yeah, I'll be ready." She nodded, then turned and strode towards the center of the chaos, calling out orders over the noise. He bit back a curse. "Tay?" He spun. Ivan was there. Already in his server's uniform, a small smile cutting through the worry on his face. Ivan had spent years in prison, and Tay had seen the look on his face when he talked about what put him there. If Ivan hadn't seen friends killed or tortured, Tay missed his guess. But even so, there was something about the way he smiled that made Tay believe that maybe things would turn out after all. "I think we're about ready," said Ivan. He paused. "You okay?" "I'm fine," said Tay, swallowing down his panic. Ivan watched him for a moment, then squeezed his shoulder sympathetically. "Good luck," he whispered. Something fluttered in Tay's stomach, and he only managed a flustered nod before Ivan turned back to his work. He took a deep breath. This was ridiculous. He had things to do, and he had plenty to worry about. He shook his head to clear it and made his way out of the crowded lobby. He'd barely gotten into costume. Fine, high-leather boots, a pair of soft trousers, and a shirt and vest that were so heavily embroidered they were stiff to the touch, and dropped into his seat at the table in the conference room, pulling up his holoscreen, when Jez's voice came over his earpiece. "Hey, Techhead, they're here." She paused a moment. "It's not anyone we've seen before. At least it's not anyone who I cheated at gambling, and it's not anyone who tried to kill me. So I think that basically covers everyone on Grigory's ship. So they shouldn't recognize us. And if you wiped the vid feeds on Grigory's ship like you said, they won't have pictures to go by either." "Thanks, Jez," he said shortly. His stomach was a tight knot. He pulled up his holoscreen again and expanded the screen. Then pulled up 3 more screens so he could monitor all the feeds. Behind him, a door opened, and he glanced over his shoulder as Lev stepped into the room. Tay gestured to the seat beside him. "Jez said they've arrived." Lev joined him, and Tay hooked the screens into the camera feeds. They heard the murmur of voices off-screen, but it wasn't coming through nearly as clear as it should be. He felt suddenly sick. Damn it. Damn it to hell. Damn Zhenya to hell. "What is it?" asked Lev quickly. "Shielding on their comms. It's messing with my feeds." He stood quickly, hitting his comm. "Galina, I've got to get in there. They've got something on their comms that's disrupting my feed. It's going to mess with our emergency systems." "Give me a sec." Galina's voice was tight with strain. "Okay," she said after a few moments. "Come down on the 3rd floor lift, the one on the right side. You've been here since the night before last. You're not hungover or drunk, so don't worry about that. Just act the part of a bored government brat." He blew out a quick breath. "Easy. Just act the part of a bored government brat. Someone who'd never gone hungry a day in his life, who saw people as objects for his personal entertainment. And if he screwed up, his friends died. Nothing simpler. His palms were sweating by the time the lift doors slid silently open, heart beating out a rhythm against his ribcage. Galena lounged in a corner by the cages and hardly glanced up as he stepped out into the lobby. The hard soles of his boots clicking off the polished stone of the floor. He kept his eyes on his destination, a chair in the corner, because that way he didn't have to look at the cages. If he saw them, he might actually vomit. Thank goodness Galena was spreading rumors about him anyways. He could just pretend it was boredom, not disgust, that influenced his choice of seat. A small cluster of people stood at the front desk, and Masha was playing the part of hostess. "As you can see," she was saying, "we provide only the very best in entertainment." She turned and let her eyes linger on one of the entertainers, a younger man with pale skin and light hair, his outfit clinging to his body, his wrists manacled. Tay looked away quickly. "I can see that," said the woman, smiling. "Well, I'm so glad to have met you, Masha." "And I'm delighted to welcome you," said Masha, returning the smile. "Please, take your leisure. We have servers who will bring you whatever you ask for. Your chip will summon them. There's a gambling hall through that door, fully staffed, as well as a wide selection of intoxicants. This isn't a house with disposable entertainment, so weapons stay outside the room." "Of course," said the Boyevik, with a slight knowing smile, and Masha handed each of them a necklace containing a control chip. Tay slouched in his chair in the corner and pulled up his holoscreen. "Lev, what's the plan here?" He tapped in pilot's code. "We're going to try to get as many as we can into the gambling hall," came Lev's low voice through his earpiece. "Jez will keep them busy. We can't use Tanya again. Too much of a coincidence. But all the entertainers are people who can take care of themselves. The plan is to keep the Boyeviki distracted for long enough to get Yezbel's emergency protocols in place before they take the entertainment up to the rooms." Tay gritted his teeth and glanced quickly through the specs on his screen. He'd been right. There were blockers set into the comms of all the newcomers. He cursed again under his breath and typed in a command, delicately prodding at the system. This had to be Zhenya's work, which meant he had to be absolutely certain that getting through the blocker would leave no trace. He hesitated. There was no avoiding it. He'd have to get close enough to one of the Boyeviki to get a physical scan of their comm system, and to do that, he'd have to be inside the radius of their blocker. He took a deep breath and stood. Most of the Boyeviki had moved towards the gambling hall, but 3 of them were still in the room, standing near the cage and watching with unbridled salaciousness. "She's right," said the woman Boyevik, letting her eyes linger on a caged woman. "You can always tell the higher quality entertainment when you see it." The man beside her grinned, but there was something about his expression that made Tay's stomach twist. "Come on, Bronca. We all know you like the houses with disposables." She raised her eyebrows at him. "Sometimes you need class, and sometimes you need the dregs. That's just life." He laughed loudly. Tay bit down hard on his teeth and stepped closer, pretending interest in what was inside the cages. The man turned on him in annoyance. "Who are you?" Tay ignored him. "I said, the man began, his voice gaining a rough edge. Galina's smooth voice interrupted him. "I'd be careful," she said lazily. "That's Nikita. His mother's a minister. Not the kind of person you want to offend." Tay managed to bump the scanner on his comm surreptitiously, hardly deigning to glance towards Galina. He glanced instead at the man who'd addressed him, letting his eyes run dismissively from his hair to his boots. "What do you want?" he asked at last, trying to keep his tone bored instead of horrified. The man glowered at him. "Nothing. I was mistaken." Tay raised an eyebrow. "Good." "He was one of the model citizens a few years back," Galina continued in a languid whisper. "They say he had a boyfriend on every planet, and about 50 others who wished they were his boyfriends. Mosh has been running herself ragged trying to find something that will impress him." The light on his comm was still blinking. The scan had to be close to done. How complicated was this damn blocker? He turned back to the cage, fighting back the sudden, urgent need to vomit. The Boyeviki were casting curious glances in his direction. "So," said the woman, "which minister's son are you?" He shrugged and turned to her, grateful for the excuse to look at something other than the cages. "I try to keep my mother out of things like this." The woman laughed. "You don't think that something like this would drag her name through the mud, do you? You of all people know how many officials visit this place every year." He gave a one-shouldered shrug. "She pays me enough to keep myself busy, and I promise her I won't give her a reputation. That's the only arrangement we have." His heart was beating so quickly that he almost couldn't hear them speaking through the pounding in his ears. "So," said the woman, "you've gone through all the entertainment here, and none of it impressed you? That's unfortunate." He shrugged again and forced himself to meet her eyes. He didn't recognize her, but he recognized the hardness in her face. He'd met plenty of people like her in his years on the streets. This was a person who killed for fun, who enjoyed causing pain, like he enjoyed a warm jacket on a cold evening. She was watching him, too, and he let his eyes narrow slightly. "Honestly, I didn't see the point," he said, gesturing with his chin towards the cage. "They're all attractive, if that's the sort of thing you like. But if you've seen one of them, you've seen all of them. Nothing new. I was hoping with a new house, they'd have found a way to bring in something fresh, but..." He lifted a shoulder again. "I'm sure Mosh is doing her best." Something flashed on his comm, and he had to fight the urge to glance quickly down at it. He brought his hand to his mouth as if covering a yawn. The light on the scanner was a solid green. Done. He managed a slight smile. "Best of luck. Perhaps you'll find something to your taste," he said, turning to go. "Take your time looking. They don't bring in the quality stuff until later in the day, usually." "Wait," said the woman. Reluctantly, he paused. "You know," she said thoughtfully, studying him, "I've been where you are. Jaded about the state of the system. It's always more fun if you can find something unexpected. And I think you've inspired me, honestly." She smiled, and something in her smile made him shiver. She reached down and tapped her pendant. "What are you?" the man said. She smiled at him. "Calling in a server, of course." Tay felt suddenly cold. Damn. Damn, damn, damn. They hadn't prepared for this. From the corner of his eye, He saw the door swing open as one of the servers came through, their gait quick and professional. "Yes, how can I help you?" Tay's head jerked up at the familiar voice, and he felt his insides turn to ice. Ivan stood there, head lowered deferentially, his posture the picture of graceful professionalism. Tay's palms were damp with sweat, and he thought his legs might actually give out. Ivan hadn't looked in his direction, but Tay knew him, and he was certain Ivan had been the one to come because he wanted to make sure Tay, of all the damn people in the system, was all right. Damn him. Damn Ivan to hell. Why couldn't he bloody well look after himself for once? "You," said the woman, placing her hand on his arm. Ivan was too much the professional to jerk away, but his posture stiffened slightly. "I'd like you. You're certainly a quality specimen, at any rate." "No!" Tay's voice came out harsher than he meant it to. The woman turned to stare at him. "That one's mine," he said, stepping over. This couldn't happen. He couldn't let this happen. This woman would kill Ivan for fun and happily pay the fine afterward. And they didn't have a contingency plan for this. The woman looked down at his hand on Ivan's arm, right above hers, and then up into his face. She arched one eyebrow in amusement. "Really? You've laid claim to one of the servers already? I suppose I'm not as original as I'd thought." "I paid for him this morning," said Tay tersely. He didn't meet Ivan's eye, because he couldn't. Because if he looked at him, he'd panic. "Tay." The word came through his earpiece, tapped out in pilot's code. He cut his eyes quickly to one side to see Galina, leaning back on one of the thick couches. She was watching the scene, her fingers tapping casually against her comm, as if considering what her next move should be. She caught his eye and gave a small shake of her head. "You can't put up a fight. She'll get suspicious. You already told her there's nothing here that interests you." He could see the strain on her face under her lazy expression. She was as worried about this as he was, but he couldn't. "Tay, listen to me." Somehow, he forced himself to turn back to the Boyevik. She was giving him a slightly triumphant smile. "Well, I see I've found something that you want. That wasn't hard, was it?" He couldn't stop himself from glancing at Ivan. His friend's face was strained, and there was fear behind his expression. But he gave a quick shake of his head. "Go," he mouthed. Tay made himself raise his eyes and meet the woman's gaze once more, forced his grip on Ivan's arm to loosen. Galina was right. There was no way out of this without someone he cared for getting hurt. But they had a chance, at least, to save Ivan. Kaz and Petty would be dead the moment Zhenya suspected something amiss. "Well," he said with a shrug, "you can't say I didn't try to warn you. This one isn't worth much as far as entertainment goes." "I see," said the woman, watching him. "You don't mind if I try him, then?" Tay managed to scoff. "You think this would hold my attention?" He tried to ignore just exactly how much Ivan managed to hold his attention. "Take it, if you want. But I did warn you. If it's excitement you're looking for, this isn't going to qualify." The woman turned back to study Ivan, and the way she looked at him made Tay's skin crawl. "Maybe I'm not as picky as you are," she said at last, turning back to Tay with a knowing wink. It's not really the entertainment's job to provide the excitement, after all. I can make my time with him as exciting as I'd like. She paused a moment. You're welcome to come watch. You might learn something. Tay's pulse pounded in his ears, but somehow he managed a slight, world-weary smile. Oh, I doubt that. Disposable entertainment just doesn't do anything for me, to be honest. She gave a small shrug. Suit yourself. But I've found my morning's activities, at least. Tay managed to stay upright until he reached his chair, and then he collapsed into it. Why the hell did it have to be Ivan? He yanked up his holoscreen, looking over the scan feverishly. Behind him, he heard a voice he recognized as Masha's. No, she was saying. I don't sell the servers, unfortunately. I use only the best, and they're hard to come by on this forsaken planet. He bit back the desperate hope rising in his chest, because right now, he needed to figure out this blocker, and he couldn't afford to be distracted by anything else. I want this one, said the woman. I'll buy it from you outright. It's not for sale, said Masha. I appreciate your generous offer, but why in the system not? The woman was beginning to sound annoyed. I told you, I'll pay market price for him. It's not that simple. Getting someone in... Masha was clearly wavering. He swore under his breath. She was only wavering because she was on the edge of risking suspicion herself, and one wrong move could bring this whole plan down. But somehow, it felt like another damn betrayal. There, he was almost certain he could see it now. A way in. He had to get this working. He had to. There was no other option. Well then, I'll let you keep him at the end of it, the woman said. If there's any use left in him, it's all yours. We don't... The woman waved her hand airily. No disposable entertainment, I know. Don't worry. I'll keep the house rules. Masha sighed reluctantly. Very well, she said. But full price. And there's a fine if you break him beyond repair. Double if he dies within a week. The woman nodded. Tay's chest was so tightly constricted, he wasn't sure how he was still breathing. He needed to figure this out. Needed to give Ivan a chance, at least. Here, said Masha. I'll get him outfitted. No, said the woman, and he could hear the anticipation in her voice. Leave him like this. It's different, and I like it. Suit yourself, said Masha, with a slight shrug. But he needs a wrist restraint. That I insist on. I won't have it be said that we're lax about precautions in this house. It's as much as my reputation's worth. She turned to Ivan. Hold out your hand. She'd given him an emergency device, which was something. But it wasn't, actually, unless Tay could crack this damn blocker. He glared at the holoscreen in front of him, the readout from the program he'd grabbed from the Boyeviki's comm, and the 3D holo image rotating gently next to it. Is that it? Said the woman, tightening her grip on Ivan's arm. Good. Book me into a room, please. I've decided how I'm going to spend the morning. Masha nodded pleasantly. Give me a moment. I'll get a room arranged. Damn it. He was pretty sure Yezbel hadn't set the smoke bombs in the rooms yet, because this wasn't supposed to happen until this afternoon. The woman nodded. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw her beckon with her head. Follow, she snapped, and Ivan, the worry evident in the stiffness of his posture, hesitated the briefest moment. The sound of her slap carried across the room, and Tay almost bit through his lip. He squeezed his eyes closed. They'd kill Kaz and Petty. If he moved, they'd kill Kaz and Petty. He was swearing softly to himself, hardly noticing the words he was saying, hardly noticing the iron tang of blood in his mouth. The scan hung suspended on his screen, and he rotated it with 2 fingers. Damn everything. He blew out a steadying breath, and then sucked the air back in sharply and began frantically typing. He'd have to be careful, but he was pretty sure. He prodded gently at the edge of the system, where he thought he'd seen an opening. Yes, there it was. He could get through without detection. Now he just had to write the splice and send it through to the rest of the devices. He was typing feverishly, desperately. I'm sorry. That's the best I could do. He didn't bother to look up at Masha, but he heard out of the corner of his mind her words as she handed over a room key. Remember, you pay for anything you damage. And I'm sorry. I have to insist that weapons stay here. He'd have another couple seconds while she did the weapons scan, and then he heard footsteps ascending the stairs. He couldn't stop himself glancing up. Ivan followed behind the 3 Boyevik, head bowed, but Tay could see the tension in his posture, the way his hands clenched and unclenched. He was afraid. Tay had faced death with Ivan more than once, but this was the first time he'd seen his friend truly afraid. He turned back to the holoscreen in front of him. It would take them a few moments to get to the top of the stairs, and then a few more moments to find the correct room. And surely there would be a moment or 2 after that before things started to go bad. Surely. Above him, he thought he heard the faint hiss of a door unlocking, and then a moment later, locking again. It could have been just his imagination. He probably hadn't actually heard the door. It was too far. The seconds seemed to stretch to an absurd length. Almost finished. Almost. He glanced down at his comm as he hit the last keystrokes. How long had it been? 6.5 standard minutes? Ivan had been alone with the Boyeviki for 6.5 standard minutes. He swallowed back a fresh wave of nausea and hit the button that would push the patch through to all the devices, to Ivan's device. Instantly, a red light flashed on the side of his comm. Galina stiffened, and Masha looked up, her movements casual, but her face betraying her worry. The emergency alert from Ivan's device, and Tay had no idea how long it had been going. Chapter 17. Jez stepped quickly through the door into her gambling hall and surveyed the scene. Okay, none of their actors were professional gamblers, but they'd done a damn good job at faking it. You'd have no idea that half a standard hour ago, this place had been as dead as a long haul with no oxygen reserves. They had a decent grasp of the most common games, and she'd taught them 1 or 2 of her more obvious cheats. Really, she'd stack the tables how she wanted them, but it wouldn't hurt if her people knew how to turn a game if they needed to. Honestly, she'd much rather be sitting at one of those tables herself, letting the smooth coolness of the tokens slide between her fingers, but there was work to do. Listen up, you plaguers, she said in a low voice. They're here, and they'll be coming in about 5 minutes, I'm guessing. Get your games where you want them, And if you're supposed to be drunk, at least smell like it." The ragged assortment of gamblers turned quickly back to their tables, a few of them gargling their drink and letting it spill down their shirts, splashing it across their faces like cologne. She grinned to herself as she took her place at the back of the hall. Her time on Grigory's ship had taught her some very useful things about some very expensive liquors. And if Grigory's damn plaguers managed to leave this gambling hall without becoming very talkative indeed, she should probably just hang up her hat and go home. The more they knew about what was happening, the better. The Boyeviki pushed their way into the gambling hall a few minutes later. She scanned them quickly as they came in and swore softly. 6 of them, and none of them had taken off their weapons. Not that she'd particularly expected them to, but that wasn't the problem. The problem was that left 3 in the lobby. Not much she could do about that right now, though. She grinned and stood as they entered. "Hey there! Showed up at the pleasure house and found your way in here, did you?" One of the men turned and gave her a long, menacing look. "Watch your tone," he said in a low voice. Jez shrugged and perched back onto her stool. "My home, my rules. The ones who want to gamble bad enough put up with it. Right, you bastard?" She turned and addressed her remark to a woman who sat at the table closest to her, her mouth fixed in concentration as she studied her tokens. She looked up and gave Jez a brief smile, then turned back to her game. Jez leaned back expansively. "There you go. So, what'll it be? My hall, my rules? Or you don't gamble one damn token in this place?" "Your hall, your rules," said a woman with a slight smile. "We can live with that. If you can throw in a drink to make your rules go down a little easier." "Figure I can at that, you plaguer." Jez slid off her stool, still grinning. "And I figure you and me should get along just fine." She jerked her head towards the inside of the hall. "Go on in, then. But this is a place for people who know what they're doing. Don't say I didn't warn you when you leave here with nothing but your damn socks." The man who'd first spoken shot her a glare, but they filed into the gambling hall and one by one chose their game. Jez watched for a moment before she strolled over to the bar and emerged with a bottle and a handful of glasses. It wasn't golden murder, mostly because there were probably about 3 people in the entire system who would purposely accept a drink of the stuff without being at least 3/4 drunk already. And, anyways, she knew Grigory kept his Boyeviki pets on a tight leash. Probably best to ease them into it. She set the glasses on the table and poured a generous amount of alcohol into each, then slid them across to her new customers. "This one's on the house. Next one, you pay." She reached under the table and picked up a bag of tokens and passed them around, like you always did in kabaks. She wasn't completely certain this was custom in fancy halls like this one, but her hall, her rules. Besides, they'd decorated it to look like a kabak, so couldn't be that shocking. They examined the tokens carefully and handed them back, and she tossed a handful face down across the table in an easy gesture. No one asked to see the bag again, and she grinned to herself as she dropped it back in its place. Any mud-eater who was too innocent to ask to see the bag after the dealer cast deserved every last one of the extra tokens she'd palmed from the inside pocket of her jacket and slipped into the deal. It was almost insulting, honestly. At least on Grigory's ship, she'd had to try. Not that she was planning on skinning them, even though she wanted to. But it was always nice to have control of the game, in case things started going sideways. "Well," she said, "go ahead. I'll be keeping an eye on the floor." She turned and sauntered back to her stool. At a table at the far end of the room, one of the ex-cons looked up and caught her eye, and she cut a quick glance at the table with 3 of Grigory's boyeviki. She'd let them win a couple games first, just to get their confidence up. But if she was going to get them completely smashed and pump them for information, it was going to be more than a one-person job. The man she'd signaled waited the full 90 standard seconds before he stood and stumbled towards the bar. He swayed as he passed the table she'd indicated, bumping it heavily. The boyeviki and Jez's people all jumped back, swearing, as tokens scattered across the floor and drinks spilled across the table, and one of the actors grabbed the man by the collar. "Hey," Jez called across the room, not bothering to stand. "You throw one punch, and your sorry butt isn't coming back through those doors. Got it?" The gambler turned, scowling, not loosening his grip on the hapless drunk.
"Did you see what this mudsucker did?"
Jez grinned. "Guess he's buying you all around." She stood, then stopped abruptly. The small red light on her comm, the one that signaled an emergency, was blinking. She shot an easy grin across at one of the servers. "You, get over there and serve them. Make sure that drunken idiot pays. Gotta take care of something outside." He gave her a faint frown, but did as she asked, and she slipped out through the doors, her stomach suddenly tight. "Tay," she whispered into her comm the moment she was out of sight. "What's happening?"
"They took Ivan into a room,"
he said, his voice tight. She stared at her comm, then swore. "We were supposed to have a few hours before anyone picked up entertainment."
"I know."
She stepped into the lobby and glanced around quickly. Tay stood beside Masha and Galia, every line in his posture betraying his horror. She gave him a tight grin from across the floor. "Guess you'd better let someone who's good at this take care of it then." Ivan. This wasn't good. "Radek," she hissed on the private line, starting towards the stairs. "Get in here. Your damn prison buddy's about to be killed."
"What?"
he answered immediately.
"Kid, what's—"
"Lobby," she whispered. "I'm heading up to the room." She hit the general line. "Masha, what number?" "Jez, what are you—" "Give me the damn number, Masha." There was a moment's pause. 203, said Masha at last. "Jez."
"Leave her alone. She knows what she's doing."
She stared at her comm. It had sounded like Lev's voice, except she was pretty sure she'd never heard Lev.
"What do you need, Jez?"
he asked. "Tell Tanya if Radek and I don't come out in 5 standard minutes. Burn the rooms down," she said grimly. Radek slipped out of the gambling hall door and sprinted across the lobby, catching up with her as she reached the stairs.
"What are we—"
he began, falling into step beside her. She jerked a heat gun out of her pocket. "You're trying to kill me because you lost all your credits at tokens, and you think it's my fault," she said, shoving it at him. He raised an eyebrow.
"You want them to think I'm stupid, kid? I know better than to pick a fight with someone who fights dirty."
She grinned at him, dread and anticipation pounding through her blood in equal measure. "Well, maybe I fight dirty, but here's the thing. I usually win." He gave her an amused glance that did nothing to hide the worry on his face.
"I have a distinct memory of one time in prison when you were only on your feet because Lev and Tay—"
She rolled her eyes. "That was on purpose." They'd reached the landing, and she looked around quickly, trying to get her bearings.
"First hallway to your left, second door on the right,"
said Lev into her earpiece, his voice tight. "On it," she said. She turned to Radek. "Go on, hit me. Need a black eye at least." He hesitated, then drew back his fist, took a deep breath,
and punched from the shoulder, turning his face away at the last moment. She staggered slightly at the blow, cursing loudly. "Need to work on your punches," she whispered, leaning up against the wall. He gave her a relieved look, then shouted, words slurring slightly. "You dirty scumsucker! You expect me to believe you took that many credits off me without cheating?" He pulled out the pistol she'd handed him, raised it, and deliberately put a blast into the wall behind her. She cut her eyes quickly to one side. 203. Right door. At least it damn well better be, because she wasn't sure how many doors she could go crashing through in a row and make it sound natural. She swore again and lunged at him, and he caught her. "Through the door," she whispered, and he nodded and shoved her. She stumbled back against the door, putting her weight into it, and at the same time, the heat blast from the modded gun she'd handed him melted through the lock. The door swung open, and she fell inside, and Radek crashed in after her, gun still raised. She took in the composition of the room in a glance. Ivan stood against one wall, tension in every line of his body, but he was alive. That was all she needed to know at the moment. But she couldn't help but see the torn line of his thin server's shirt, the bright line of blood that circled his throat and ran halfway down his bare chest. She exchanged a grim look with Radek. Then she exploded to her feet, managing to jam her elbow into the sternum of the woman holding the knife. The woman staggered backward, swearing, and Jez stomped on the toe of her boot, knocking her off balance. She went down hard. "What?" one of the men began. "I'll teach you to cheat at tokens," Radek growled, lunging at Jez. She ducked, and he slammed full on into the man who'd started to speak. She noticed with a grim satisfaction that he managed to catch the man in the throat with his shoulder, and the man went down gasping. Jez turned, stepping backwards quickly and grinding the heel of her boot into the downed woman's wrist. The woman gasped in pain, and Jez yanked a heat gun out of her holster and snapped off a shot that was nominally in Radek's direction, but somehow managed to hit the wall so close to the third man's head that she could smell scorched hair. "My hall, my rules," she ground out through her teeth. Somehow she was grinning, and she couldn't stop it. "Might want to think before you call me a cheat." Radek rolled to his feet, planting his knee in the solar plexus of the man he'd bowled over. The man who'd been struggling to rise fell back with an agonized wheeze. Jez stepped back again deliberately. The woman on the floor must have been a quick learner because she tried to roll out of the way. But Jez had anticipated that. She stumbled, falling backwards and landing hard, elbow first, into the center of the woman's stomach. Radek had grabbed the one man who was still upright, using him to haul himself to his feet. Radek's foot caught behind the man's knee when he was almost up, and the man went down, with Radek on top of him. "You damn drunk! Learn to plaguing hold your alcohol before you try going after someone," Jez called. The woman shifted underneath her, and then there was the shriek of an alarm, pounding against her ears. She caught Radek's eye, and they exchanged a grimly satisfied look. Then she hauled herself to her feet, careful to inflict the maximum amount of pain on the woman below her, and was standing sullenly when the door burst open. 3 bouncers stepped into the chaos, clipping everyone's hands behind their back with mag cuffs. Masha was waiting for them when they were frog-marched down to the lobby. "Jez Solikov," said Masha, eyes icy. "I suggest you learn to control yourself. What happened here?" Her voice was so convincing that Jez's muscles tensed involuntarily, like they would have months ago at the sound of Masha's voice. "This idiot was trying to shoot me," she muttered. "What the hell was I supposed to do?" "She cheated me," Radek slurred loudly. "She took me for everything I have. Her tables are rigged." Masha turned her cold glance on him. "I suggest," she said, her voice sharp enough to cut steel, "that you sober up. You will not be welcome here a second time." She turned to the Boyeviki. Jez noticed with satisfaction that all of them were limping. From the way the woman was holding her wrist, Jez might have actually broken it. "I'm so very sorry," Masha said, her voice going from hard to apologetic. "Please, come with me. I'll get someone to bring a first aid kit. Get your injuries treated." She turned to the bouncers. "These people did nothing wrong. Let them go at once, please." Once their cuffs were off, she led them into the medic room, apologizing profusely. Jez glanced at Ivan as they left. He was looking straight ahead, but a muscle worked in the corner of his jaw, and the blood from where he'd been cut pooled in his shirt and dripped in a steady, monotonous pattern onto the stone floor. She narrowed her eyes. With any luck, the man they had playing medic would manage to inflict a little more pain as he was bandaging the plaguers up. The door closed behind Masha, and Ivan's shoulders slumped in relief. The bouncers unlocked their handcuffs quickly, and Radek crossed over to him in 2 steps. "Ivan, are you all right?" Ivan let out a long breath and managed a shaky smile. "I'm fine, I think. At least, no permanent damage. Remind me never to get in the middle of a fight between you and Jez." Radek chuckled reluctantly. Then Tay pushed past him. His face was grimmer than Jez had seen it in a long time. "Ivan," he said tersely, "come with me. We need to get that bandaged." He turned over his shoulder. "Jez, make sure they get out." "On it, Techhead," she said. "Worry about Ivan. We've got the rest." He nodded and took Ivan's arm in a gesture that was almost painfully tender. Ivan didn't protest, just let Tay steer him upstairs towards a free room. "Hey, genius," Jez whispered into the calm. "Need you on the screens. Techhead's busy." "Is Ivan all right?" Lev asked, voice tense. Jez glanced to where he and Tay were disappearing down a hallway and managed a grin. "Figure he probably is now." "I'll pull up the monitor screens." There was a moment's pause. Then he said quietly, "Thank you, Jez. I didn't have a backup plan for that possibility." "Sure you did," she said. "Had me, didn't you?" "I suppose I did." There was something like a smile in his voice. She let out a long breath and glanced at Radek. "Guess I'd better get into the gambling hall. They're going to miss me in a few minutes here. You'd probably better make yourself scarce." She paused a moment. "Thanks, by the way." He gave her that lopsided grin. "Wouldn't have missed it, kid. If I'm going to risk my life doing something absolutely ridiculous, you're the person I'd do it with." She gave him a wink, then took a deep breath and turned back towards the gambling hall, trying to ignore the ice in her stomach. Probably better hurry up with getting the plaguers drunk, because she was pretty sure they'd all be leaving earlier than scheduled. But the sight of Ivan, standing against the wall, defenseless, body stiff, beads of blood forming and trickling from the cut on his throat, like jewels in a necklace, made her swallow hard against the taste of vomit in the back of her throat. And she wasn't completely sure she could trust herself with tokens until her hands stopped shaking. Chapter 18. "How did we let this happen, Masha?" Jesper stood slightly from her seat at the conference table.
Her voice was steady, but she was certain Masha could hear the anger under it.
I thought you'd considered every possibility.
Unfortunately, yes, Belle. As you are well aware, it is not possible to plan for every possibility. Masha's tone was sharper than usual. Yesbel narrowed her eyes. The woman was clearly shaken. They were all shaken, honestly. She'd seen the look on Tay's face when he'd slipped out of the medics for a few minutes to check through what his monitors had picked up. Ivan wasn't hurt badly, but that wasn't the point. The point was, they were very lucky he was alive at all. Masha took a deep breath and looked around at the rest of them, gathered around the table in the conference room. At any rate, it wasn't a complete disaster. Jez was quick enough on her feet to keep anything from going too badly sideways. And we got some information from the Boyeviki in the gambling hall, I believe. Nothing substantive, but enough to know that Tay's guess was correct. Zhenya was the one who sent them, likely without Grigory's knowledge. This lends credence to the idea that Zhenya may not have told Grigory about the whereabouts of the street children. I believe that is at least a point in our favor, however slim. Lev shifted slightly in his seat.
Jez and Radek were good, and their actions almost certainly kept Ivan alive,
he said quietly.
It was our best option. But we can't know whether the Boyeviki saw through it.
Yesbel drew in a long breath. She hadn't been down there. She'd been with the children, reading them a story to keep them quiet, and she hadn't known what had happened until it was over. And if she was being honest, that was the thing that had shaken her the most. She hadn't even known there was a threat. Like that evening, so many years ago, back on her small farm, when she'd tucked her children in bed and kissed her wife, and then stepped outside to bring in the last of the harvesting tools. And her next view of her home had been the flames leaping from the door and licking up the roof, Tanya's terrified face at the window, the children's screams. She closed her eyes for a moment, trying to compose herself. You've been watching the account, Lev? Masha was asking.
Yes.
Lev's voice was grim.
Nothing's changed. Grigory's pledge is still in place, but until he can cash in the security on his pleasure houses and actually deposit the funds, which will likely be a few days at best, we're vulnerable. And as you said, Zhenya may not be telling Grigory everything at the moment. They could be keeping their secret until the time it would hurt us the most.
Well, there's nothing we can do about it at present, said Masha finally. Her lips were pressed tight, her expression grave. We'll carry on. Galina and I are working on emergency protocols for all the actors now, although hopefully we won't need it again. She sighed. In the meantime, this house needs to look busy. Word will get around if it's dead, so we'd best get to work, keeping it looking busy. Galina will be working with Lev to set up shifts of people coming in and out, and we'll need to keep the place lit and noisy enough that it doesn't arouse suspicion. So, she glanced around at them once more. I suggest we get to work. Slowly, the others rose from their seats. Yesbel caught Tanya's eye, and Tanya gave a quick nod. Once the others had left, she turned to Yesbel. What is it? Yesbel shook her head, face still grim.
We can't afford another mistake like this. It was only luck that those two idiots got Ivan out before he was killed. And who knows who it will be next time?
She sighed.
Why wasn't Ivan armed? I thought we'd armed all the servers.
He was, said Tanya in a low voice. The whole time,
He had a heat pistol in his boot. He could have shot them dead at any moment.
Jesbel turned to stare at her wife.
Why didn't he?
Tanya gave a brief, humorless smile.
He knew if these people suspected anything, Tay's friends would die. I've known Ivan for a very long time, you remember. Believe me when I say, he would have let himself be killed.
Jesbel closed her eyes, feeling suddenly cold. That was the problem with this whole thing. They couldn't afford anything to go wrong. Not a single thing. They were balancing on the edge of a knife, and one slip in either direction, and people they cared about would die. For a moment, she pictured the merciless expression on Vitaly's face. Lev had been right. The backup plan was necessary, whether Jez believed it or not, because they couldn't afford to slip. She pushed herself to her feet.
Can you take the children for the rest of the day, please? We're setting off another explosive in the Pleasure District tomorrow night to keep the pressure up on Grigory. I'd like to make sure everything's ready.
Tanya looked up at her, frowning slightly.
You need to do that tonight. Olya told me you promised to finish reading the story to her, and Misko will cry if I tell him you aren't going to put him to bed. It should only take an hour, if that, and you can work on it the rest of the evening.
Jesbel shook her head tersely.
No, I don't want to take any more chances.
That wasn't the real reason. The real reason was she wasn't sure if she could bear sitting in their snug room, the children cuddled in her lap, holoscreen in front of them with the story in letters big enough that Olya could read along, and not see, every time she closed her eyes, her last evening with them in their little cottage on their small farm. Tanya was watching her quietly.
I'll tell them then, she said. They'll be upset, I'm afraid.
They'll be fine, I'm sure, said Jesbel, trying to keep the harshness from her tone.
They're more used to you anyways.
She paused, then leaned down and kissed Tanya's forehead.
I'm sorry, my Tanya, but this is important.
Of course, said Tanya quietly. Chapter 19.
Jez, you're sure you're ready for this?
Jesbel's expression was unaccountably grim. Jez gave her an easy grin. Born ready? Jesbel snorted and gestured with her head.
Well then, get going. We don't have all night.
Jez smirked at her and sauntered out towards the hangar bay. All right. Maybe she wasn't totally sure she could go back to the Pleasure District without absolutely losing her crap. Maybe there was something inside her stomach that was clenched so tight it was almost painful. And maybe every damn time she closed her eyes, she could see the lines of blood trickling down Ivan's neck and his bare chest, and pooling in his ripped tunic, and dripping onto the floor. The sick, haunted, horrified look on Tay's face. Maybe all of those things were true. But honestly, right now, all she wanted was to move, do something, fly her skybike fast enough that the wind whipping across her face and tearing through her hair and dragging at her clothing was enough to make her forget what had happened yesterday. It wasn't being in danger. She'd been in danger plenty of times before. Hell, every member of the crew had been almost killed more times than she could count. And yes, she always hated it when someone she cared about might be killed. But there was something different about this. Maybe it was the fact that Ivan had been standing there, hands cuffed together, not fighting, not even moving. Trapped. And the woman with the knife had liked it. Jez had seen the look in her eyes as she and Radek had burst through the door. The echo of the expression before it turned to one of shock and outrage. She'd been hurting him, and she'd enjoyed it, because she'd enjoyed seeing him scared and helpless. That was what was making the nausea twist uneasily in Jez's stomach. She'd almost let herself forget, all this time, that she was on a pleasure planet. That this same damn city, where she and Radek slipped into speakeasies and laughed and joked with the alley porters and the dock workers and the gangsters around the bar, held a pleasure district. And the pleasure district was the engine that fed the rest of this damn place. "Are you all right?" asked Jezebel quietly, mounting her bike. Jez smirked at her. "I'm good. Don't plan on driving slow for you, though." Jezebel was still watching her, expression far too perceptive. "I know you don't like this. I'd bring Galina again, but—" Jez turned, swallowing hard against the sick in her throat. "Jezebel, I know. They need Galia here. I'll be fine, okay? Grew up in a damn smuggler crew. I'll be fine." Jezebel studied her a moment longer, then nodded and pulled her own helmet on over her shaved head. "I'll meet you at the coordinates Lev sent to your comm, in case we get separated." Jez swung up on her bike and shot one last grin at Jezebel over her shoulder. Then she hit the controls and shot forward, leaning until she was almost parallel to the bike, the wind dragging tears from her eyes. By the time she arrived at the coordinates, her fingers were numb and stinging from the cold, and tears pulled out by the wind streaked backwards across her face and wet her hair. She drew in a long, shaky breath and shook her head, actually looking around her for the first time. She'd stopped at the mouth of a narrow, filthy alley, which was probably where Jezebel wanted her to wait. Speaking of Jezebel, she dismounted and pulled up her comm, then rolled her eyes. 10 standard minutes at least, maybe 15 at the speed she was flying. For a moment, she was tempted to swing back up on her bike, come back when Jezebel was a little closer. But, considering this was a stealth mission, probably better not to advertise their presence by flying down the alleyways fast enough to curl the paint off the walls. She sighed heavily and leaned up against the wall, pulling off her helmet and wiping the tear streaks from her face with the back of her sleeve. It was dark in this corner of the city. The sputtering artificial street lamps barely illuminated the small circle of air around them and served only to cut her night vision, making everything seem even darker than it was. The alley where she stood was cool, and the sharp scent of decaying flesh wafted in on the air stirred by her passing. She glanced behind her quickly. Hopefully a dead rat. But honestly, in a place like this, she couldn't be certain. The noises of the street were muted and furtive, like whoever was moving there didn't want to be heard. Jez leaned against the filthy wall and tapped the heel of her boot against the slimy prefab blocks. Jezebel could damn well learn how to fly a little faster, honestly. She glanced down at her comm and suppressed a groan. 9 more standard minutes at least. She swore under her breath and looked around again. Footsteps hurried down the street outside, their quick patter a testament to a fervent desire to pass by as quickly as possible. Jez straightened and moved cautiously to the edge of the alley, peering outside at the darkened streets. Damn the streetlights. With them glowing sickly in the periphery of her vision, it was almost impossible to make out the shapes in the streets outside. She put a hand to the reassuring smoothness of the heat pistol in its holster on her belt and drew in a slow breath. No one here would be able to see any better than she could, so it wasn't like she was at a disadvantage. But she bloody well felt like she was at a disadvantage, naked and exposed in the dim light, unable to see to protect herself. Not even sure what she thought she'd need protection against. A small movement made her glance down, and she jerked back and swore, heart pounding. The thing she'd mistaken for a heap of garbage on the street had stirred, and now she could make out the huddled shape of a person, probably a child from the size of the ragged bundle of blankets covering it. She stared, feeling vomit rising in her throat. Then, reluctantly, she forced herself to crouch down beside the bundle of filthy rags. Honestly, what she wanted to do was run as far and fast as she could in the other direction. Don't hurt me." The child's voice was dull and rasping, as if it hadn't been used in some time. "Please." Jess's hands were shaking. The smell from the blankets was even worse than the smell from the alley behind her, that thick, clinging scent of rotting flesh. "Hey, I'm not planning on hurting you, kid," she whispered. "You okay?" The child stared at her, as if unable to comprehend her words. It was hard to see in the dim light, but he looked young. Maybe Olia's age, or maybe a year or two older. His eyes were too big for his face, cheekbones jutting out of sunken cheeks. Tay's street kid friends had looked something like this the first time she'd met them, but they'd had a sharp wariness about them that spoke of a desperate struggle for survival. This child's eyes were dull and hopeless. His words to her hadn't been the plea of a child begging for his life, just the exhausted entreaty of someone who only wanted to avoid more pain. Jez swallowed hard and fumbled in her jacket pocket, pulling out a slightly battered rations pack. "You want this?" she asked, holding it out. The boy just looked at it, uninterested. She ripped the packaging open and held it out again. Surely the kid knew what a rations pack was. "Go on," she whispered. "Take it. It's to eat." Finally, he reached out a hand and took it from her. As he moved, the blanket shifted, and Jez thought she might be sick. There was a gaping wound on the boy's leg, open and rotting. Flies crawled through it, and the stench made her gag. Damn. There was nothing on her bike that would help. Nothing in the tiny emergency kit to deal with something like this. The boy still held the rations pack, as if unsure what to do with it. He looked up at her with those dull eyes, void of curiosity or life or hope. "I'm going to die," he said. "They put me out here because I was going to die. You can't use me for anything else." Jez almost did throw up at that. Almost emptied her entire dinner on the filthy street. "I don't want to use you for anything," she said, and the words came out harsher than she'd meant for them to. The child quailed back instinctively, and Jez closed her eyes and drew in a long, steadying breath. "I'm sorry," she said more quietly this time. "Look, I don't want to use you for anything. I don't do that, okay? But if there's something I can do to help you..." He looked at her with a vague curiosity, as if he didn't understand her words. And Jez turned away for a moment, swearing softly to herself. "Jez?" She jumped and spun around, hand on her weapon. Yesbel stood there, looking down with the mix of pity and concern. "Yesbel, This kid, they... She swallowed hard and found she couldn't say anything else. Wordlessly, Yasbel crouched beside her. Her face in the dim light was grim, but she clearly wasn't shocked. Not like Jez had been shocked. She'd known about this. The rest of them had all known about this. And she had too, sort of. At least, she'd heard rumors of the pleasure planets when she was working with Lena. But they were only vague rumors, winks and nudges between some of the more unsavory pilots. And when she'd come here before, when she'd first started flying with Masha and the others, Lev had given a brief explanation when pressed. But this? Somehow, the last 10 minutes had taught her more about this pleasure planet than she'd ever wanted to know. And the sight of the gangrenous, rotting wound on the kid's leg, mingled with the memory of Ivan's face, set and afraid, the blood running down his neck and chest. Except this kid hadn't had someone to step in. Yesbel was speaking with the child in a quiet voice, and now, gently, she pulled the blanket back. Jez could see the way her posture stiffened at the sight and the smell. Gently, carefully, Yesbel replaced the dirty blanket and stood. "I'm sorry, Jez," she said quietly. "There's not much we can do." "Damn it to hell!" Jez spat, standing abruptly. Her heart was pounding, and tears threatened to squeeze themselves out between her eyelids, but she blinked them back. "I'm sorry," said Yesbel. She was still crouched beside the boy, and her hand on his skinny arm was gentle, but she was looking at Jez. "Let's go then. Get this done and get the hell out of here," said Jez through her teeth. She wanted to hit something. She wanted to bloody shoot someone. They walked quickly through the streets. Yesbel led the way, looking carefully around them before turning onto a new street, staying far enough away from the alley entrances that no one could grab them unawares. Jez was too damn angry to care. There were other people in the streets, furtive, ragged figures, many of them limping or maimed, others huddled in alleyways like more dirty bundles of rags, like the kid they'd left in the alley. The kid who was bloody well going to die, and there was nothing they could damn well do about it. When they reached the archway that marked the entrance to the pleasure district, Jez swallowed down the sick in her throat a second time. The clean cobblestones looked dirty somehow, and the shadows cast by the bright, garish lights reminded her of bloodstains. She didn't speak, and neither did Yesbel, as they slipped through the entranceway and started off down the street. Yesbel's posture was casual, her hood thrown back, the lights flashing from the pleasure houses lining the streets, casting harsh reflections across her pale skin. Jez was as taut as a strung wire. She ached to grab one of the bastards strolling down this street and plant her fist in the middle of their damn smug face. "Jez," said Yesbel warningly, casting a quick glance over her shoulder. "I know how you feel, but getting into a fight isn't going to do anything." "I know," Jez replied, her voice low and harsh. "It's not damn well going to do anything. Look at this hellhole. There's a million kids like that kid in the alley. I get it, and we can't help them. But what the hell is the point then?" Yesbel stopped a moment, considering her. Then she took Jez firmly by the arm and drew her back into a space between two buildings. "Jez," she said in a low, grim voice, "right now, all we can do is try to keep the rest of the crew from being killed by Gregory. That's what we're doing. That's all we're doing.
Do you understand?
Yeah? Jez shot back. And what about that kid in the alley? Who cares enough to save him? Yesbel just looked at her steadily, and finally, Jez jerked her arm free and turned away. Fine, she said through her teeth. Fine, Yesbel. Let's keep our own damn friends safe and happy, and to hell with everyone else, right? Yesbel didn't answer, but Jez heard a long sigh from behind her.
Believe me,
Yesbel said in a low voice after a moment.
I don't like this any more than you do.
Somehow, Jez managed to hold herself in check as they wound their way through the streets to where Yesbel and Galina had decided would be the most effective place to plant the explosive. Thinking of Galina made it worse somehow, because Galia had lived here. Galia had worked in the damn kitchens during the day and spent the nights chained in the cellar. And she'd escaped. And she was all right. But she was one of a very, very few. They reached the place, a tall building shaped like a palace. Yesbel handed Jez a small smoke bomb.
Around the back,
she whispered.
Throw it inside and sound the alarm. I'll wait until everyone's out before I detonate the explosive.
She paused.
This is a gambling hall, so don't worry. There's no one in cages here.
Jez gave a tight nod. When she reached the back of the building, she hurled the smoke bomb, and it sailed through the glass window with a satisfying crunch. Fire! She shouted at the top of her voice. Fire! The damn place is burning down! Despite everything, it was immensely satisfying to hear the screams from inside. Let these bastards be the ones screaming for once. She headed back around the side of the building and met Yesbel. Yesbel jerked her head wordlessly, and Jez followed her at a quick pace down the street. And then there was a crack that seemed to shatter her eardrums, followed by a low, ominous rumble. When she glanced over her shoulder, the gambling hall was gone. In its place, a pile of debris settled into a massive hole blown into the ground. But somehow, it wasn't enough. It wasn't ever going to be enough. She almost didn't notice as they approached the arch that led back into the filthy squalor of the slum town, the motion near the gate, until Yesbel put up a warning hand. Jez came to an abrupt halt and frowned, something cold stirring in her stomach. A group of people stood there, laughing and joking. They were all clearly wealthy, and clearly here to enjoy themselves, and they were flanked by a handful of menacing-looking bodyguards. One of them had a heat gun, but most had the long, thin, elegant gutting knives that she'd come to hate the sight of. "Let's go, then," one of the men said, and started through the gates, and the others followed, the bodyguards bringing up the rear. "What's—" she began, turning to Yesbel, but the look on the woman's face stopped her.
Yesbel paused a moment. "It's nothing you want to know about, Jez," she said quietly.
Jez sucked in a quick breath. "Yesbel?" she said, biting off her words. "Look, I hate this, all right? I bloody hate this. And if I could, I'd burn this whole planet down. But I'm not an innocent. I don't need to be protected. And you're damn well going to tell me what's going on." Yesbel paused for another long moment. At last, she nodded heavily.
"All right. But I did warn you. Galina told me last time we were here, that gate, there's a reason it's not locked."
Jez had already guessed what Yesbel would say next, but hearing her say it somehow made it worse.
"Jez?"
Yesbel's voice seemed to come from far away. "Yeah," Jez said distantly. "Yeah. Thanks for telling me. Guess Guess we should be getting back now. Yesbel studied her for a few moments, and there was probably concern on her face. But honestly, Jez didn't really care. If you're sure you're all right, she said quietly. She turned, and somehow Jez made her legs move, made herself follow Yesbel through the archway and into the dirty streets. They hunted them, like animals. The pleasure houses weren't enough, so they'd follow them out here, to where they tried to hide and lick their wounds. And they thought it was exciting. It was a game to them, just another diversion in a planet full of diversions. She hardly noticed the feel of the street under her boots, or the cool of the night air on her skin. It didn't really matter, because for the first time in her life, she realized the truth. This was too big, and too terrible, and too overwhelmingly sick and wrong for any of them to make a difference. No matter what she did, no matter where she went, no matter how long she lived, she'd never scrub the filth of this place off her skin. And then there was a shout up ahead, and every muscle in her body tensed. And then another sound, a small raspy voice she recognized, crying out in fear. And Jez was running, heat pistol in her hand, before she even realized what she was doing. She rounded the corner and took in the scene at a glance. One man bending over the boy, an unpleasant smile on his face. 3 of his companions standing behind him, watching with lascivious interest. The bodyguards standing slightly back. Her first shot hit the bent-over man squarely in the chest, which was actually pretty impressive since she hadn't even bothered to slow down. He swayed for a moment, then fell soundlessly, a look of surprise plastered grotesquely onto his face. There was a moment where everyone was looking at him, and no one had looked up yet to see where the shot had come from. And then she bowled into the 3 people who were still standing. One of them, a woman, fell hard against the wall. Jez caught herself, spun around, and grabbed one of the remaining men by the collar, jerking him forward and planting a fist into the center of his nose. He shouted, a fine spray of blood spattering Jez and his companions and the wall beside them, and Jez jerked him around, his body forming a shield between her and the bodyguards. The woman who'd been thrown against the wall had recovered herself and grabbed Jez by the throat. She was reaching for her gun, but Jez twisted free and kicked as hard as she could, planting the heel of her boot hard into the woman's kneecap. The woman shrieked in pain, and the gun skittered across the dirty alley. Jez was grinning, but there was still that hard, vicious knot in her chest. Sure, she was going to die, right here, but she'd damn well rather die than let this happen. The other man grabbed her wrist, wrenching her grip from his companion's shirt front, and hit her hard in the face. She staggered, but managed to grab his hair with her free hand, jerking his head down as he grunted in pain. He tightened his grip on her wrist, twisting hard, and she could feel the bones about to break, and then she managed to bring her knee up. It was awkward, and not nearly the kind of blow she was hoping for, but her knee connected with his nose, and he dropped his grip and stumbled backwards. She spun. The other 2 had stepped back. The 5 bodyguards were spread in a half circle around her, weapons aimed, expressions hard. "Get back," one of them said to the man, who was holding his face and muttering curses. He complied. Now, it was just Jez. She grinned at the bodyguards, her heart jumping like a damn desert rabbit, her pulse pounding in her ears. She hadn't honestly thought she'd die in a dirty street in a slum on a pleasure planet, but, hell, you take what you get. And then, through the sick anticipation that flooded through her like a drug, she heard Yezbel's voice. 2 terse words. Get down. There was something about Yezbel's tone that made Jez's muscles obey automatically, and she dropped to the ground, like she'd been hit over the head. There was a spray of something with a familiar, sharp chemical scent, and the part of her brain that was still somehow trying to keep her alive recognized it, and she was already rolling out of the way, grabbing the terrified bundle of rags that was a child as she did so. And then the world went white. When it cleared, she was braced against the wall of the alley, her body sheltering the kid from the shrapnel. Cautiously, she raised her head. Yezbel stood across from her, expression grim. Jez didn't bother to look down at what remained of the customers and their bodyguards, because she was pretty damn sure she didn't want to see that. Instead, she got shakily to her feet, leaning against the wall of the alley for support. A sharp pain in her wrist reminded her that she'd been in a fight a couple minutes ago. But she was pretty sure that wasn't the reason her legs were shaking, like she'd drunk a hell of a lot more than she could handle. Are you all right? It took a moment for the words to penetrate her brain. Then she nodded shakily. Yeah, guess I am. Thanks. Yezbel took her by the shoulders, her grip surprisingly gentle, and turned her around, looking her up and down critically. You've got blood all over you, she said. Don't think most of it's mine, said Jez, attempting a grin. She wasn't sure it turned out, considering the look on Yezbel's face. Are you going to be able to get back home? The question finally snapped Jez out of her daze. She blinked a moment, then managed a snarky grin that felt a little more successful than the last one. Yezbel, she said, who do you think you're talking to? Do I look like I'm actually dead? Yezbel raised an eyebrow. I'm not completely sure I would be able to tell the difference at this point, but since you're standing, I'll assume that no, you're not dead. Well then, said Jez with a smirk, guess that answers your question. Fair enough, said Yezbel wryly. Jez took a deep breath to steady herself. Then she crouched down in front of the child. Hey, kid, she said softly. You okay? The boy's face was blank with terror, but at last he managed a small nod. Good, she said. Look, I promise I won't hurt you. At least, I'll do my damnedest not to. But this isn't a place for children, okay? I'm going to pick you up. Is that all right? His expression froze, his whole body trembling. I promise. I'm not trying to hurt you, she said softly, and she found her voice was trembling too, just like her hands and her legs and her whole damn body. Finally, the child gave a small, terrified nod. What are you? Yezbel began. Jez didn't look up at her, just scooped the bundle of blankets and child gently into her arms and straightened, somehow managing not to stagger. The kid weighed almost nothing, and when she looked down, his face was twisted in silent agony. You got painkillers in your first aid kit? She asked, still without looking up. Jez, began Yezbel after a moment's pause. I said, you got any damn painkillers? Jez asked through her teeth. Yezbel sighed heavily, and there was the sound of someone rummaging through a handful of small items. There are these, Yezbel said at last, crossing over to stand beside her. They're for a full-grown adult, but if you give him just a half, it should cut the pain. Jez took the proffered half-tablet and propped her knee up on her bike, supporting the impossibly light weight of him. Gently, She pulled back the bit of filthy blanket that had covered the boy's face. "This will make it hurt less," she whispered. The kid's teeth were clenched so tightly, she wasn't sure if he could open his mouth if he wanted to. "It will dissolve quickly if you can get it into him," said Jesper quietly. Biting back nausea, Jez pulled his lip down gently and tried to pry the chalky tablet between his teeth. In the end, she had to settle for dropping it into his bottom lip and letting his mouth pinch closed again. "We should go," said Jesper, her voice still quiet. "Someone will come looking for the others sooner or later." "How long does this take to work?" Jez asked, her voice tight. From the corner of her eye, she saw Jesper shrug. "I don't know. 15 minutes, maybe? Longer than we can wait." "Yeah." She swallowed hard. "Jez," said Jesper after a moment, and her voice was painfully gentle. "I'm sorry. That boy isn't going to." This time, Jez did look up, and hell, maybe there were tears in her eyes, but she couldn't actually help it right now. And her arms were too full to be able to brush them away. "I don't care," she said in a low, vicious voice. "I don't actually give a damn, okay? Because I'm not leaving him here. I'm not bloody leaving him. Maybe I can't save him, but I'll be damned to every hell in existence before I'll just leave him like this."
"All right," said Jesper at last. "Then I suppose we'd best get going."
Steering the bike, even with the achingly light bundle in her arms, wasn't difficult. She'd been telling Jesper the truth. She could probably ride the thing if she was unconscious, because her muscles knew what to do even without any input from her brain. But she rode slowly, trying not to jostle the kid. She could tell the moment when the painkillers finally kicked in, because his stiff body went gradually limp in her arms, which, on one hand, was a relief, and on the other, made her whole body seize up with terror, because through the blankets, she couldn't tell if he was still breathing, or if he'd finally just given up. Jesper must have radioed ahead, because when she pulled into the hangar bay, Galina and Tanya and Masha were all there, waiting for her. She slid off the bike and handed her bundle over to Galina, who took it gently and laid the boy on the floor. Jez could see the emotion flit across her face as the blankets fell back. Horror and resignation and pity. "Masha, I need a full first aid kit," she said, words terse. "Tanya, help me." Tanya knelt down beside her and sucked in a quick breath. "There's no way we save him," she said quietly. "Not with a wound rotting like that. I'm sorry." "I know," said Galina, voice tight. "But we can at least make him comfortable." She looked up. "Jesper, go wake up Ivan and ask him if anyone here is a doctor." Jez leaned up against the bike and closed her eyes. Every part of her felt shaky and sick, like when she was a kid and had come down with something that she'd thought might actually kill her. And she'd puked her guts out for 3 days and hadn't been able to stand up without falling over for a week after that. She wasn't a kid anymore, though, and she wasn't hurt. At least, not really. And...
"Jez?"
Lev's voice was warm and concerned, and then his arm was around her shoulder.
"Jez?"
He said again, and she collapsed against him, and he just held her. She leaned into him, feeling the familiar rise and fall of his chest, the warm circle of his arms, and closed her eyes, trying to gather enough strength to stand up on her own legs again. Finally, when she thought she could stay on her feet without falling over, she straightened.
"Jez, you're hurt." he said quietly. Let's get that taken care of. Come on. Neither of us can do anything here. But I've patched you up enough times. I can probably handle that, at least. She managed a weak grin somehow. He left his arm around her waist, as though he could tell that her steadiness might give out at any moment, and led her from the room. She glanced back over her shoulder once, to see Galina and Tanya and Masha, and a man she didn't recognize, crouched beside the filthy bundle on the floor. Galina looked up and shot her a quick, strained smile before turning back to her work. They'll do everything they can, he said, his voice soothing somehow. Come on, you can't help here right now. It was ridiculous, really, being shaky and crap when nothing had really happened to her. Yes, her wrist was already swollen to twice its normal size and turning an impressive reddish purple, and yes, she was bleeding from a shallow cut on her cheekbone where someone must have hit her, which, to be honest, she couldn't actually remember. But, hell, that was basically a normal day for her. There was really nothing to be shaky over. Except every time she closed her eyes, she could see that man crouched over the kid, the vicious smile on his face, and every damn time she saw it, she wanted to throw up again. It's not fair, she said quietly, as Lev sealed a bandage carefully over the cut under her eye. It's not bloody fair. No, it's not, Lev said, his voice low. I thought maybe I could, if I brought him back here, maybe we could. She swallowed back the sick and the choking tears. But we can't. He's going to die. And there were people back there in the pleasure district, and they wanted to. They were trying to. They must have known he was dying, and anyways, he's just a kid, like Olia, and they were going to. She was babbling, and she couldn't seem to stop, and there was the sharp ache of tears behind her eyes. He's going to die anyways, she choked. No matter what I did, he was always going to die anyways. I know, Lev said quietly. I know, Jez, but at least he'll die somewhere warm, where no one's hurting him. At least you did that. She squeezed her eyes closed, but the tears were leaking out anyways. Damn it to hell. Damn everything to hell. She stood abruptly, and Lev caught her before she could stumble, like he always did. She turned and gave him a weary smile, because having him near was nice. And there was something in the warm comfort of his presence that made the horrors she'd seen that night a little more bearable. Thanks, she said. He smiled back. And even though there was that tinge of sadness to it, his smile made the world seem just a little less hopeless. Are you going to be all right? He asked quietly. She managed to grin. Well, considering nothing actually happened to me, figure I probably will be. She took a deep breath and straightened, and the grin faded from her face. Thank you. Go get some sleep, Jez, said Lev, with that faint, weary smile of his. I'll wake you up if we need you. I promise. She nodded and made her way to her room. And even though she'd been 100% sure that she wasn't going to sleep for probably the rest of her damn life, she couldn't even remember her head hitting the pillow. Chapter 20. There was a tap at the door to the conference room, and Lev looked up, startled out of his reverie. Come in, he said, and Tay pushed the door open. Lev glanced at his comm. It had only been a few minutes since Jez had left. "What's happening down there?" he asked.
Tay shook his head and dropped wearily into a chair.
"They've made him comfortable, anyways. He probably won't last more than another day, but he's sleeping now, and he's not in pain."
Lev nodded. His muscles were tight, and he made a conscious effort to relax them. He hadn't been able to make himself look at the child inside the bundle of rags Jez had been carrying. He probably should have, but he'd known, the moment he'd seen the look on Tanya's face, that the kid would die, and he wasn't sure he could handle it right now.
"How's Jez?"
asked Tay after a moment. Lev gave a small smile.
"She'll be fine, I think. Give her time. It's a lot."
"Yeah," said Tay quietly. He paused a moment, rubbing a hand over his face.
"What about you?"
Lev asked softly.
"You okay?"
Tay looked up and tried to smile, but there was a haunted look on his face that hadn't been there before.
Yeah, I'm fine."
He paused a moment, but Lev didn't say anything, just waited. And finally Tay looked down.
"That could have happened here. Something like that, anyways. And it was my fault. I almost didn't get through Zhenya's blocker in time. I didn't expect it, and I should have."
He gave a short, frustrated shake of his head.
"I should have known. That's the second time Ivan's almost been killed, and it's been my fault both times. I thought I'd prepared for everything.
Lev pulled his chair closer.
"Tay,"
he said.
"It wasn't you. None of us saw that coming. I should have assumed Grigory would have sent other people, and I should have foreseen that they might have asked for a server instead of the people we'd set up as entertainers." He sighed. "There was a lot we should have done, but I didn't think of it, and we managed to pull it off. Barely. Thanks to you and Jez and Radek."
"Ivan was armed," said Tay, his voice almost inaudible.
"That whole time, he was armed, I found out afterwards. He could have shot them dead at any time, but he knew that would mean Kaz and Petty and the others would die. So he didn't. He just stood there and let them...
He swallowed hard and trailed off. Lev squeezed his shoulder.
"I'm sorry,"
he said quietly, because he wasn't sure what else to say.
"I'm going to bed,"
said Tay shortly, getting to his feet.
"See you in the morning."
Lev watched him leave, unease pricking up his spine. Yes, they'd fooled Grigory once, possibly twice, if they were lucky and Zhenya hadn't suspected. But despite all their plans, Jez's quick thinking and sheer blind luck had been the only things that had saved them from disaster. And the grim sight of the small, filthy bundle in the hangar bay. Jez was right. There were some things that nothing could fix, and they couldn't afford anything else going wrong. It wasn't until Lev rolled over on his cot the next morning, groaning at the movement and blinking against a sun that was far too bright, that he saw the small, flashing notification. It took him a moment to blink the sleep from his eyes enough to scan the message. Then he froze.
"Nephew,"
it said.
"I've spoken to your friend, like you requested. I'm interested in speaking with you, too. It seems a shame for family to leave on the kind of terms you and I left on."
He slapped his hand over the comm, his mind racing. What the hell could Vitaly want with him? To kill him, of course. And maybe that was all this was. But Vitaly would know better than to try to bait him with something so obvious. After a moment, he rolled out of bed and stumbled to the wash basin in the corner, the chill still lingering in his chest. From the looks on the faces of the others as they gathered for breakfast, no one else had slept any better than he had. In fact, some of them looked like they hadn't slept at all. Galina's face had the drawn, grayish tinge of someone who hadn't seen a bed in at least 24 standard hours, and Tanya looked almost as exhausted. "How's—" Jez began when she saw them, then bit off the question quickly, as if she'd just realized she might not want to know the answer. Galina gave her a small, humorless smile. "He's not going to make it to the end of the day. I'm sorry, but we were able to make him comfortable at least. From the look of his leg, that was a bigger mercy than you think." Jez managed a small smile, but it hurt him to look at it. That's good. Thanks, Galia." She turned away, toying with her food, and Galina watched her with that tender, concerned look. Lev forced himself to breathe out, something aching in his chest that wasn't pain exactly, but hurt anyways. Someone who cared about Jez like that was what Jez deserved, honestly. And under the hurt, he was actually genuinely glad to see it. His calm gave a muted ting, and he glanced down. He sucked in a quick breath. "What is it?" asked Yezbel, leaning over. She wasn't sitting by the children like she usually was, and her face was grave. "I need to talk to you after this," he said in a low voice. "Alone, please." She raised an eyebrow, but nodded. "I will ask Tonya to take the children after breakfast again, then." Once everyone else had left the room, he met Yezbel's eye and pulled up the notification on his comm. "Nephew, we haven't spoken in a while, but I warn you, if you choose not to contact me, I will be very hurt. If you are interested in your friend and my continuing relationship, I would ask you to give me that basic courtesy." Yezbel frowned. "What does he want?" "I don't know." Lev sighed in frustration and shook his head. "Has he been in contact with you?" The frown, creased between Yezbel's eyebrows, deepened. "Yes," she said slowly. "I haven't talked with you about it, because you asked to be left out of it. But he's been getting more demanding. He wants me to promise to hand over Masha. I told him it depends on what happens in the next few days, but—" She gave a small shrug. "I believe he's getting impatient. The more he thinks about getting Masha, I believe, the more he wants this. And he'll do whatever it takes to get to her." Lev looked up, staring sightlessly at the wall. Every muscle in his body was stiff. He couldn't keep secrets from Jez. He'd promised himself that. He'd agreed with himself that that was one thing he wouldn't do. And Jez, well, she'd hate this. She'd agreed to it because she'd been just as worried about the street kids as the rest of them were. But she'd made it very clear that she didn't want anything to do with it. And besides, after the way she'd looked this morning, he wasn't sure how she'd handle another blow right now. But that was the thing. If anything, the last 3 days had convinced him they couldn't afford not to have a backup plan. Yezbel was silent, waiting. She wasn't going to try to push him one way or the other, and he should probably be grateful for that. But instead, he felt a small, shameful disappointment that he couldn't pin this decision on her. Finally, He sighed.
All right, Jezebel, he said quietly. I'll talk to him, find out what he wants.
And Jez?
Asked Jezebel quietly, still watching him. Her gaze was unflinching, but he was too tired to try to hide anything anyways. He managed a small smile.
I'll tell her. I'll talk to her and tell her.
Jezebel's eyebrows raised slightly, but she still didn't move. And finally he turned away, irritation giving an edge to his voice.
At least, let's go somewhere we won't be walked in on in the middle of the conversation. You've changed, you know, said Jezebel at last, a hint of something in her tone.
He turned, frowning, and it took him a moment to realize what it was. Respect. For a moment, he wasn't sure what to do with her words.
I haven't changed that much, he said, his voice a little rougher than he meant it to be. I'm still the selfish bastard I was when you met me.
No, she said quietly. You're not. You say that, but the man I met in Marsha's office, however many months ago, wouldn't have dreamed of giving up secrets, especially ones that might hurt him. I don't think there was anyone that man cared about enough to do that for. He couldn't meet her gaze. She, of all people, would know that. You know, Lev, she said, and the fondness in her tone made him look up despite himself. I think you might end up as a good man after all, much as I've wondered at times. Her words brought a comfortable warmth in his chest. He almost certainly didn't deserve it, but he found himself smiling at her anyways. He followed Jezebel back to her room. She whispered something briefly to Tanya, who nodded and told the children that if they went to the kitchens, she'd get them something to eat, and the three of them slipped out. Lev stared down at his comm for a moment, trying to steady his heartbeat. The last time he had talked to his uncle, it hadn't been a good experience. He tapped in a number and waited a moment while the comm buzzed. Lev. Vitaly's tone was a mix of pleasure and lazy satisfaction. The sound gave Lev an unpleasant jolt. Funny how hearing the voice of the person who you last spoke to, minutes before they tried to shoot you out of the sky, did that to you. Tell me, how's my favorite nephew?
Vitaly,
said Lev, in the steadiest voice he could manage.
You asked to speak with me. I'm here. What do you want?
Ah, nephew. No small talk with your uncle?
Unfortunately, I don't believe you and I have a great many subjects to talk over that don't involve one of our deaths,
said Lev. Vitaly, he'd realized the last time the man had been holding him hostage, was a man who was very easily amused, although not in the least easily deceived. Best to keep the conversation on topic. Lev, my boy, you know, I actually sent a message to your father after you and I parted ways. Lev's stomach clenched, and he was biting down on his teeth so hard, his jaw hurt. He forced himself to relax. Betraying any emotion to Vitaly would be a mistake.
I hope you conveyed my regards,
he said, keeping his tone pleasant.
And let him know the circumstances of your and my most recent falling out.
Ah, Lev. Vitaly's voice was slightly harder now. I would have, of course. But it turns out your family had moved, and he neglected to send me his forwarding address. Lev let out a quick breath of relief, and for just a moment, silently thanked Masha. Whatever her personal failings, and whatever the lengths she was willing to go and the people she was willing to sacrifice to achieve her ends, she'd at least done what she'd promised when he'd joined the crew. More than she'd promised, honestly. She'd gotten his family out of prison, and she'd hidden them somewhere that Vitaly wouldn't be able to find them.
"I'm sorry to hear that," said Lev politely. "I'm sure he'd be disappointed to know he missed you."
"Enough," snapped Vitaly.
"You've always been too smart for your own good, haven't you? I try to avoid killing family, but for you, I'd make an exception. But right now, I'd just like to talk, and I'd like you to listen."
He paused a moment, and when Lev didn't interject, he continued.
"Your friend offered to give me Masha if things went sideways, in exchange for my help in protecting certain people in Prosveshony. Her offer intrigued me. Well, the entire situation intrigued me. I was always an admirer of her father, even if the feeling was one-sided."
He paused again.
"The question she didn't ask, though, is why I was here in the first place. You know, of course, what your little plot did to my relationship with several of my customers. I'm a business person, first and foremost. And if one of my customers is willing to hire a team to rob me, well, cutting off business with them is a matter of simple common sense. But business aside, Grigory Korsakov and I have been personal friends for several years, since we were still young and trying to kill instead of be killed on the streets of Prosveshony. And the last time we spoke, a few weeks ago, he told me he'd met you."
Lev and Yesbel exchanged a quick glance. Yesbel's expression was grim. Grigory had mentioned that conversation to Lev, but that did nothing to assuage his unease. Vitaly chuckled.
"You will never cease to impress me, Lev, but I am no longer surprised by anything you do. And so, when I heard about the misfortunes Grigory had suffered, I knew who had to have been responsible. And when I thought about the potential fallout of your actions..."
Lev could hear the slight smile in his voice.
"You aren't the only one in the family who can make educated guesses, boy. Grigory would hunt you until he killed you. You had two options, and two options only. Run and hope you'd escape, or turn and try to take him down. And you, nephew, you were always going to try to take him down. What better place to do that than the one planet that holds most of his investments and brings in most of his income?"
"You were waiting for us, then," said Lev quietly. There was something cold in his chest. Another complication he hadn't anticipated.
"Of course. I was hoping I'd get a chance to pay you a visit in return for the delightful visit you paid me."
He paused again, and when he next spoke, his voice had dropped any pretense of amusement or good humor. It was the man Lev had always known existed under that cultured exterior. The man his father had so feared and loathed that he was willing to let his children go hungry rather than go to him for help.
"Since the day you left my compound, I swore I would hunt you down. I wanted to watch you suffer. I wanted you to watch your friends suffer. I thought there was nothing in the world I'd enjoy more. But then I spoke with Yesbel, and I realized there was one thing.
One thing in the system that would be more satisfying than what I had planned, and that was letting you betray Masha to me. His cold tone took on the mockery of concern. You wouldn't have thought up a plan like what you did to me on your own. You're smart enough to have, but you've always been a good boy. I knew that came from Masha, and when I talked to Grigory, he confirmed my suspicions. As I said, I don't like to kill family if I can help it. So I talked to your friend. All right, said Lev, his voice steady, even though his hands were trembling slightly. You spoke with her. Why do you need to talk to me? You're very smart, Lev. I think you've already figured it out. Lev closed his eyes for a moment. He had, by the time Vitaly made it through the first 2 sentences. He'd had his suspicions even before he'd called. Perhaps, he said levelly. But why don't you confirm it for me? Vitaly chuckled, a low, amused sound. If you insist. I called you to explain to you the stakes. You seem to think that you can tease me with an offer of Masha, and I'll sit waiting like a well-trained dog. But you see, I wasn't waiting for someone to find a way to hand me my prize. I was looking for a way to kill you. So I propose a deal. He paused a moment. You will turn over Masha, and when I come to get her, I will make sure she knows who turned her in. You do that, and I will stop hunting the rest of your friends. Or you don't accept my offer, and I will kill them, slowly, and I will make you watch. As much as I hate to kill family, I hate it even more when family disappoints me. Lev glanced up at Yesbel again. Her face was pale and as grim as he currently felt. I'm not looking for an answer right now, said Vitaly. His tone had regained its old good-humored amusement. I wouldn't believe anything you told me anyways. You give me Masha, and I'll leave. Or you don't, and... He let the unspoken threat hang in the air. Lev closed his eyes for a moment, glad that at least this time he didn't have to plaster a calm, amused look on his face. First Yevka, now this. Apparently everyone in his damn past was going to track him down and threaten to kill everyone he loved. Because why the hell not? So, said Vitaly at last, I'll leave you to think on it. Don't feel bad. Your friend wanting to talk to me was a stroke of luck for you, really. I'd begun hearing rumors of your whereabouts, and I was only thinking of the best way to get to you. At least her offer put my plans on hold. So you've been remarkably lucky. Vitaly chuckled again, and the sound sent ice through Lev's veins. It was a pleasure to speak with you again, Lev. Please, consider my offer. The comm clicked off. Lev let out a breath, and Yesbel did the same. Well, he said at last. Can he do it? Asked Yesbel brusquely. He gave a small shrug. It's possible he's lying, but I doubt it. He has the resources and the people to do almost anything he wants. He's on good terms with old Yessa. He could almost certainly buy her off, if he offered enough. We know she needs credits, and she depends on her relationship with him. So, it's Masha or the rest of us, as you said Yesbel.
Only not exactly in the way we'd supposed. You're taking this very calmly, said Lev. Isabel watched him for a moment, face deadly serious. Here is something I learned the hard way, she said at last. You trust someone if they earn your trust. You trust them with your life, like I did with Masha. But if they betray you, you can't afford to forget that. They've shown you what they're capable of. You'd give Masha up, even if she played this job straight. He wasn't sure why the thought disturbed him. He'd been the one to push for a backup plan after all, a way to protect themselves from her. Maybe it was the look on Jez's face, the stubborn trust when she talked about the woman who'd lied to them and betrayed them weeks previous, listened impassively to the plans they'd willingly shared with her, and then actively worked to subvert them. But at this point, he wasn't certain what the alternative would be. He sighed. I'll talk to Jez, explain the situation to her, and we'll see what we can do. Maybe she'll have an idea that I don't. And if you don't find a solution? Yesbel asked. If we don't find a solution. He paused a moment. They'd worked together as a crew for months at this point, although it felt like years. It felt like he'd known these people his entire life. He felt like he'd worked with Masha for as long as he could remember. The constant, unspoken battle of wits, the tension between suspicion and trust, affection and antagonism. But he'd let that lure him into complacency before, and it had almost led to their deaths. Yesbel was right. He couldn't afford to underestimate Masha again. If we don't find a solution, he said slowly, I suppose we give Vitaly what he wants. Chapter 21. Tay, are you in there? Tay jerked his head up, then pushed the heels of his hands against his eyes. There was a headache building behind his forehead from staring at the screen, but honestly, there wasn't much he could do about it at this point. I'm here, he called, and the door opened, revealing Lev standing in the hallway. Can I come in? Tay gestured with his hand to the empty room. Not much happening. Lev came in and sat down, and Tay looked him over surreptitiously. There was strain under his expression, and a tension in his posture that hadn't been there a few days ago. Still, Tay was one to talk. He wasn't sure he'd been able to relax for 1 second since their near disaster with Ivan. How's it coming? Asked Lev, pulling up a chair and peering at the holoscreen Tay had been poring over. I don't know, said Tay. There was an unease stirring in his stomach, and he couldn't seem to get rid of it. I've done everything I can, anyways. The account needs constant maintenance if I want it to mimic the security measures at the Svedrani Bank, and I can't stop until the funds come through. If it makes you feel any better, it looks like Grigory's found his credits. The bank is sending through the funds he's leveraged off his pleasure houses, from the look of it, so it should only be a day or so longer. Tay nodded, trying to smile. It was good news, but that still left a day or two of the constant tension headache, wondering if he'd make a mistake, since any mistake, no matter how small, would be enough to doom him or kill his friends. Wondering if he'd done enough. Knowing that no matter how much he did, it might not be enough. No word from Zhenya? Lev asked. Tay shook his head. I haven't heard anything. I don't know if that's good or bad. Lev raised his eyebrows wryly. At this point, if it's not actually about to kill us, I'm going to go with good. I could use some good news, honestly. He leaned back in his chair, and for a moment, The strain and exhaustion in his posture was clearly visible. "Jez?" asked Tay. Lev gave him a small smile. "You know Jez. She says she's fine, and she looks like she's about to go completely mad. Galina's been talking to her, and I think it's helping. She took that kid's death pretty hard." "I know," said Tay softly. He sighed. "Anyways, I'd best get back to... Tay!" He swore under his breath and hit his comm. "What is it?" "This is Arthur. We've sent a group of people through the gates on schedule, but I'm getting feedback from one of the comms. I think the blocker's not working." Tay swore again and sighed heavily. "Sorry, Lev. I've got to go." "This happen often?" asked Lev, eyebrows raised. "About 5 damn times a day if I'm lucky," Tay grumbled. He shoved back his chair and tapped the screen off on his comm. "There's something about going through the city force field that screws with the blockers, and if I had 1 damn hour to myself, I could fix it. But I don't. So instead I spend 2 hours every damn day trying to keep us from being spotted." "I'm sorry," said Lev, his tone sympathetic, and Tay gave him a rueful glance as he headed out the door. "Send me the coordinates," he muttered into his comm, as he took the stairs 2 at a time. "I'm on my way." "Tay?" He looked up quickly and barely avoided running straight into Ivan. "Where are you going?" Tay gestured helplessly to his comm. "More issues with the blockers on their comms. Hopefully it won't take long." Ivan smiled at him, and something in Tay's chest unknotted slightly at the smile. Yes, there was still a trace of that haunted look behind Ivan's expression. But his smile was genuine, and the familiar smile creases at the corners of his eyes transformed his face, like they always did. "Let me come. I just finished dish duty, and I wasn't going anywhere." Tay found, somehow, that his face had relaxed into a smile as well, despite everything. "Sure, if you want to." Ivan's smile deepened. "I did volunteer." It wasn't a long walk from their building to the force field entrance, which was the whole point of setting up where they had. Still, even walking quickly, it usually took at least 15 minutes, and Tay usually resented every lost second. With Ivan walking beside him, though, it seemed much shorter. The day was warm, as usual, and they pulled their scarves over their heads to shield them from the beating heat of the sun. "Lev said probably just a couple more days before the money comes through," said Tay quietly as they walked. Ivan smiled. "That's good to hear. I wouldn't mind seeing you actually get some sleep now and again. Some of us do it on a regular basis, you know." Tay chuckled, despite himself, and Ivan grinned. "I guess that's the price you pay for being a genius. If you were average like me, you'd get a good night's sleep much more often, I imagine." "You're not..." Tay broke off the sentence before he could finish it. He wasn't completely sure what he had been going to say, except to point out that someone who was willing to let himself be carved up with knives to keep a bunch of kids he'd never met safe was about the farthest thing from average Tay could imagine. And Ivan would just shake his head fondly and say something self-deprecating, like he'd done 1,000,000 times already. Ivan laughed softly. "I'm glad someone thinks so, anyways." He glanced up, then frowned suddenly. "What?" Tay began. Then Ivan grabbed him and shoved him bodily sideways into an alley. He stumbled, barely catching himself against the wall, and Ivan fell hard on the cobblestones next to him as the air at the entrance to the alley wavered from a searing burst of heat. Tay scrambled to his feet and grabbed Ivan's hand, hauling him up. "Come on, this way," he said through his teeth, and they took off running. Another heat blast followed them down the alley, scorching the wall beside them. Then they were out onto another street. Who was that? Tay asked through gritted teeth. Ivan shook his head. I don't know, but my money's on Grigory's people. Tay swore. I thought Jez's gangster friends were keeping the streets clean. 2 more damn days before they should be able to just walk out of this. But no, he was out in the damn street getting shot at. I thought so too, said Ivan grimly. Maybe the blood riots finally took the street. This way, Tay said, ducking into an alley, and Ivan followed close behind. They ducked down 2 more alleys, and then back onto the main street, and finally, he slowed. Did we lose them? Asked Ivan. He was breathing heavily. Tay looked around quickly, his stomach tight. Damn it. He didn't know. He had no damn idea. And he had to damn well figure it out, find a way to keep someone he cared about from being hurt. Again. Ivan stiffened. Ahead, he said, his voice low and urgent. Look down and keep walking. He reached over and pulled Tay's scarf further down over his face, then adjusted his own. Tay's heart, which was already pounding from their mad sprint, beat painfully fast. Ivan, he muttered, panic choking the words in his throat. I don't know. Just follow my lead, said Ivan quietly. I'll deal with it. Tay closed his eyes for a moment, almost dizzy with panic. Tay, Ivan's voice was warm with concern. Trust me, all right? He looked up, finally, into Ivan's dark eyes. And finally, because he didn't know what else to do, Tay sucked in a breath and nodded, and Ivan stepped in front of him. For a moment, panic welled in Tay's chest again, because he'd almost let Ivan die twice in the past couple weeks, and he wasn't sure he could handle a 3rd time. And then someone said gruffly, Who are you? What are you doing here? Getting out for some fresh air, said Ivan, his voice friendly and confident, and nothing like as shaky as Tay currently felt. Had a fight with my boyfriend. From the edge of his vision, which he'd fixed firmly on the street, Tay saw Ivan gesture casually towards him. Going for a walk. See if we can talk it out. His voice was slightly amused, and gave no hint whatsoever that he knew that the people in front of them would shoot him without thinking twice if they had any idea who he was. There was a coarse snort of laughter. Might be a long walk. He doesn't look very happy with you. Well, you know what they say. Blisters hurt less than broken hearts. The Boyeviki chuckled and stepped aside, and Ivan started forwards again, putting his arm casually around Tay's waist and pulling him close. And the motion was so natural that Tay found himself leaning into the warmth of Ivan's shoulder, and he had to stop himself with an effort. At last, they reached the force field entrance and slipped through, and Tay breathed a long sigh of relief. Ivan dropped his arm, and Tay looked up involuntarily. Ivan was watching him, that small smile on his face, and for a moment, Tay's heart stuttered. That was a little more exciting than I'd imagined it would be, said Ivan, his voice amused. Come on, let's get the comms fixed for those ex-cons of ours. He frowned and shook his head. And we'll have to let them know that the streets aren't as safe as we thought. I'll call Galina, get her to send someone to scout out a route our people can get in safely. I think we're going to have to nix putting on a show of customers for today. He smiled at Tay and turned, but there was something about the thoughtless courage of his ridiculous gesture that made Tay look after him for a long moment before he could clear his head enough to follow. Chapter 22. Lev glanced down at his comm for probably the 20th time in the last hour. then leaned back against the hallway wall. "Anything?" Jesper asked quietly, stepping out into the doorway. Lev shook his head. "Nothing yet." The credits should have come through already. They'd received the notification showing the funds leaving Grigory's account. But even accounting for the time delay for the actual transfer, the credits should have appeared in their account already. "Should we be worried?" asked Jesper, lowering her voice further and glancing back into the conference room, where Tay was scowling down at his holoscreen. "I don't know." The truth was, Lev was already worried. If Grigory suspected something, Tay's friends were probably already dead. He glanced through the open door at Tay as well, then looked away quickly to avoid catching his eye. "Grigory's people ambushed Tay and Ivan yesterday," he said quietly. "You heard?" Jesper nodded, and Lev bit his lip. Why now? Why when things were so close? What was Grigory playing at? And why hadn't the Rims warned them? The rest of the crew had wandered into the conference room one by one over the last hour, waiting for news. He'd be the one to give it, assuming it came. Ivan and Radek had volunteered to keep things running downstairs, and Galina had stumbled to bed less than an hour ago. She was running this thing practically single-handedly, handling the logistics of everything from the people to the kitchen schedules. "Masha!" Lev frowned. The voice came from the lobby. There shouldn't be anyone in the lobby except for Oliesa's guards. "Masha?" Masha came to the door, glancing around. She tapped her comm to the guards line. "I'm here. Did you need something?" "Someone to see you downstairs," the guard replied, still calling up the stairs. Lev frowned at the tone in his voice. It was off somehow, but he couldn't put his finger on why. "I'll be there in a moment," said Masha after a pause. Lev glanced down at his holoscreen again. Still nothing. He bit the inside of his cheek and refrained from looking back at Tay. Masha closed the door to the conference room carefully behind her and walked briskly to the stairs. Watching her, he could see the faint tension in her posture. But honestly, he hadn't spent enough time around her in the past weeks to know whether this was new or if it had been there for a while. Stupid. He should have been watching her more closely. But somehow, since his conversation with Vitaly, he hadn't been able to bring himself to, even in the few brief meetings he'd had with her since then. In the back of his mind, he heard her footsteps echoing off the high ceilings of the lobby as he turned back to his comm. He sucked in a quick breath, feeling suddenly dizzy with relief. "What?" Jesper began. "Something's happening," he said in a low voice. "The fun's coming through, I think." Jesper let out a short breath. "It's about time for something to go right," she grunted, the strain of the last few days clear in her voice. Lev closed his eyes for a moment, letting his own shoulders slump in relief. He hadn't realized how tense he'd been. "Lev." He opened his eyes, frowning. It was Masha's voice coming through his comm. He turned towards where she'd disappeared down the stairs. "I'm afraid I'm going to need you down here, Lev. The others too, please. Quickly." There was a strained urgency to her tone. Lev and Jesper looked at each other, and Jesper's face was pinched with sudden worry. Lev gritted his teeth and shut down his holoscreen. "Masha wants all of us downstairs," he said over his shoulder into the conference room. "Why?" asked Tay quickly. Lev shook his head. "I don't know, but she said to hurry." They stood,
casting worried glances at each other, and started down the stairwell. It wasn't until he was halfway down that Lev noticed Olyesa's guards were not where they normally were, standing in front of the entrance. Instead, the 6 guards were gathered around a small group in one corner of the lobby. He couldn't make out the figures who were seated on the chairs, but he recognized the back of Masha's unmistakable pilot's coat. He frowned, something niggling at the back of his mind. Something about the guards. And then Tanya hissed in a breath, and he glanced up and realized what had been bothering him. They were dressed the same as Olyesa's guards had been, but these weren't Olyesa's guards. And 3 more of them were on the landing, not too far from where he'd been standing, half concealed behind the curve of the hallway. Their laser guns were in their hands, held loose, but they looked like they were ready to use them. And Olyesa's guards, the 6 who'd been on duty this morning? When he first caught sight of them, draped over the balcony ahead of him, he wondered for a brief, disconnected moment if perhaps they were drunk, or playing some sort of prank. And then his mind made sense of the limp droop of their bodies, the faint scent of burnt flesh, the slow, monotonous drip, drip of blood, spattering and pooling on the polished stone floor 2 stories below. The sound so regular and so quiet that his brain had filtered it out. He'd seen death, more times than he cared to think about, but still, he had to look away quickly, bile rising in his throat. The guards behind them had come closer, following them at a safe distance as they walked down the stairs. Masha. She'd finally done it. She'd finally betrayed them all that one final time. But it didn't make sense. Not when they hadn't got what they were looking for yet. What could she possibly gain by selling them out now? He'd heard the strain in her voice when she called them. It could have been guilt. But more likely, this was as much of a surprise to her as it was to him. They'd reached the bottom of the stairway by now, huddled together instinctively. Jez's pistol was in her hand, and Jezebel had something half hidden in her palm that was almost certainly capable of transforming this entire place and everything inside it to rubble. But Olya was beside her, walking so close that Jezebel almost tripped over her at every step. And Misko was clinging to her trouser leg, and both their faces were pale and terrified, their eyes fixed on the bodies hanging over the balcony. Jezebel wouldn't use her explosive, and Jez wouldn't start anything, not unless there was no other option. They crossed the floor to where Masha was sitting. As they got closer, he could see her wrists were cuffed behind her back. But she turned and gave them a wan, strained smile over her shoulder. Lev, I apologize for not explaining what had happened more fully. However, I was informed that if anyone tried to put up a fight, there would be shooting. And I was confident that was an outcome that none of us wanted, considering... Her eyes flicked briefly to the children. Lev gave her a tight nod. I understand, he said. Then he looked up across the circle of chairs that had been set up. Somehow, he already knew what he'd see. Lev, said Grigory. There was a vicious, triumphant smile on his face. The same smile that Lev had seen once before, right before Grigory gave instructions for his boyeviki to torture a man to death in front of them. Hello, Grigory, Lev said quietly, pulling up a chair. His legs were trembling slightly, and he was glad for the chance to sit down, before it became apparent. There was a cold knot in his chest, and a dread weakening his joints. I'm glad you came without an argument, Gregory said, still smiling. What do you want? Asked Jezebel, her voice emotionless. Why are you here? Have a seat, all of you, said Gregory, gesturing expansively with one arm. We can talk better if we're all relaxed. I'm sure you're smart enough to have guessed, said Jezebel, making no move to comply. I'm holding the control down on the explosive in my hand right now. But the moment my finger loosens on the control, everyone dies. You included. Give me one reason why I don't take my finger off it right now. I'll give you two, said Gregory. He gestured to the children, clinging to Jezebel's legs. You're going to kill them anyways. Jezebel's voice was flat and dangerous. Gregory chuckled. No, that isn't my plan currently. Why don't you sit, and you can keep your hand on your explosive, and we can talk this over. Jezebel and Tanya exchanged glances, and then, slowly, they sat. The rest of the crew followed suit. Gregory leaned back in his chair, watching them. I'm impressed with what you did in such a short time, he said. You almost had me fooled with your little con. I'd put in money because I'd think I could call in all the debts, ruin you, turn Oliesa against you, because you couldn't pull off what you promised you would. But you forget. I've been following your careers ever since you came out of nowhere and destroyed my alliance with the government. Perhaps I underestimated you on the casino ship, but not a second time. What do you want? Asked Lev quietly. Gregory smiled again. I want, Lev, to convince you that there is no point in resisting. I want to explain to you how thoroughly you've lost. Not sure why you think we care, you bastard, drawled Jez. She was leaning back in her chair, posture mirroring Gregory's, but every muscle in her wiry body was tense, and she was holding the heat pistol loosely on her lap. Figure, if we're all going to die, doesn't really matter. And I'll be honest, I'm getting pretty bored right now. Gregory raised an eyebrow, but Lev saw the brief flash of annoyance that crossed his features. That assumes I'm going to kill you. Jez snorted. What, found religion? Decided that the lady doesn't like it when you murder a bunch of people? Was that before or after you killed those 6 guards up there? Gregory's eyes narrowed slightly. I'm not stupid, Jez, he snapped. I knew there was no way Jezebel wouldn't have a way to kill us all if I took you. You need to kill us, said Lev softly. You explained that to me. You're right, said Gregory, the harshness grating in his voice. But Jezebel would always pose a problem, and he gave a slight, brutal smile. I'm not quite ready to take on Oliesa at the moment, and so I think I found a solution. He leaned back. I've taken you at your own con. I've ruined you. Lev, look at your com if you would. Cautiously, Lev pulled up the holoscreen. The bank account details were displayed on it, in full view of everyone, and he sucked in a quick breath and closed his eyes for a moment. And it was empty. Every last credit
gone.
"Your tech boy did an excellent job of setting that up,"
said Grigory.
"If I hadn't been suspicious, I'd never have told the difference between that and the real thing. You wanted me to put in my money, leverage my properties. That's why you put the limit on the account so high. And once you had my money, you'd simply close down the false account and disappear, and I'd be a broken man. But this isn't the first time someone's tried to pull a con on me."
His cruel smile had returned.
"Would you like to know what happened to the account, Lev? I've already explained it to Masha. The transfer was bugged. As soon as my credits went into the account, it triggered a sequence that emptied every last credit out of your fake account and into a real account of my own. Everything you put into that account, along with everything Olyesa put in. I was watching the numbers just before you came down. I'm afraid she's not going to be very happy about how this turned out."
He paused a moment, enjoying the looks on their faces.
"Especially with her money gone and her guards dead, and the 8 of you disappeared."
Something like ice was forming in Lev's chest. "You think she doesn't have tracking on us?" asked Masha calmly. "She'll be able to tell the instant we die." Grigory smiled.
"Oh, you're not going to die. Not yet. You'll head off planet. I'll order one of my pilots to take you somewhere in the Outer Rim, and you can do whatever you'd like after that. Until Olyesa catches up with you, I assume. Jez here can get a job as a pilot, if she'd like. Maybe one day she'll earn enough to buy her own ship again. Lev could be a university professor. There are plenty of Outer Rim planets with small universities who would love someone of his caliber. The rest of you can live out your lives however you'd like. Maybe you'll even stay alive for a while. And what do you have to lose? You really think you could have changed anything in the long run?"
He leaned forward.
"So yes, I'm letting you go. But believe me, I haven't forgiven you. What I did will come out eventually, of course. But after a few months, it won't be worth the risk for Olyesa to try to get revenge on me, instead of you. And that's worth enough for me to let you live. But you try to get involved again, in anything at all, it will be worth my while to hunt you down. Besides,"
He smiled.
"I think Tay here has some friends he'd hate to see hurt. I won't touch a hair on their heads, as long as you don't give me cause."
Lev just watched him. He wasn't afraid. He didn't even feel the despair he probably should be feeling. He just felt numb. Grigory put his hands on his knees and pushed himself to his feet.
"I'd stay, but I'm a busy man. You've given me a very large gift, with all of Olyesa's savings, and I don't want to waste it."
He turned, and 5 bodyguards detached themselves from the wall and followed him out the door. The other guards, the ones dressed to look like Olyesa's, stood back a little, postures relaxed, guns leveled. Finally, Lev allowed himself to look at Masha. Her face was drawn with strain, her jaw clenched. With an effort, she raised her head and met his eyes.
"It wasn't you this time,
Was it? He said quietly. She gave him a quick, tight smile. I was hoping I wouldn't have to try to convince you of that. Grigory told me that I could convince you to come, or he'd take his chances with a shootout. And despite my faith in your respective abilities, I didn't have confidence that you would emerge wholly unscathed. Lev nodded. His brain was still trying to figure out logically how to deal with the situation without any input whatsoever from his emotions. Still, perhaps at this juncture, that was for the best. Because if for one moment he let himself think about what this meant, let himself feel anything at all, the despair might crush him. Yisbel looked around at the others. Jez's eyes were closed, her posture slumped, expression haunted. There were other things to worry about, too many to count, but for some reason, the sight of the blank hopelessness on the pilot's face hurt her. Olia was clinging to her leg, and she put an arm around the girl's shoulders and pulled her close. Olia was very pale, and her lip trembled slightly, her small body shivering under Yisbel's arm. Yisbel managed to give her a small smile, even though she knew Olia was far too intelligent to be fooled by something like that. Well, she said at last, turning to Tanya, I suppose it could have been a lot worse. We're all alive. Tanya's shoulders were tensed, and Yisbel could see the strain in her face. Alive? Perhaps, but... She gestured helplessly around them. The rest of them here, they're marked now. Olyesa will kill them. One of the guards stepped closer, gesturing with his gun. Go on. Grigory's ship is just outside the city force field. You have 20 standard minutes. If you want to bring anything with you, best start packing. Masha got to her feet at last, her face bearing the same bland expression she'd worn almost since Yisbel had met her. Well, she said quietly, I suppose we'd best get going. 20 standard minutes isn't long. The guards moved forward, guns still at the ready. We'll escort you back to the rooms, said one of them, one at a time. He gestured at Masha with a jerk of his head. She hesitated, glancing back at them, then nodded and walked briskly to the staircase. 2 guards following. The other guards stayed where they were, guns trained on their little group. Jez stood suddenly, quickly enough that she almost overturned her chair. The guards stepped closer at the movement, but Jez wasn't holding her heat gun. There were tears in her eyes, and something desperate and hopeless in her voice. Damn it to hell. We can't just leave. We can't just... There are people on this damn planet who are getting hurt, and we were... She stopped, choking on the words, and dropped her head to her chest, squeezing her eyes tightly shut. Yisbel watched her, something tightening her chest. Jez. Lev's voice was gentle. He hesitated, then stood and rested a hand on her arm. She spun on him. I know. Shut up, Jez, right? We can't bloody change anything anyways, so why the hell even try? We're just trying to keep our damn selves alive. Yeah, so we did it. Good for us. But you know what? I don't care about that right now. No, Jez, said Lev quietly. That's not what I was going to say. I was only going to say, I'm sorry. I'm sorry this is how things ended up. I'm sorry I didn't see this coming. She swallowed hard and brushed her arm across her face. Her whole posture was slumped in defeat. Yisbel turned away, unable for the moment to look at her. It was like she'd told Tanya. This wasn't so bad. They were alive, after all. She wasn't sure why she felt sick instead of relieved.
Auntie Jess?
Yesbel frowned and glanced down. Olia's face was fixed in determination, her eyes hard.
Auntie Jess, it's going to be all right,
she said fiercely. Jez turned and tried to smile.
Yeah, Olia?
Yes, said Olia firmly.
Because my mama told me we were going to stop this stuff from happening. She promised. So...
She shrugged. For a moment, there was silence. Something clutched at Yesbel's chest.
Olia,
she said gently, although the words caught in her throat.
I'm sorry. Sometimes your mama has to decide between keeping you safe or helping other people. And you're very special to me, Olyeshka. You and Misko.
Olia looked up at her, face stubborn, and there was a glint of tears in her eyes.
Mama, but remember how you said you trust me? Remember how you said I was smart and brave? You don't have to worry about me, Mama. I want you to stop the bad things happening here.
Olia,
she began.
You will, right, Mama? You promised.
She looked up helplessly, unable to meet her daughter's gaze. Tanya was watching her. For a few moments, they just looked at each other.
I love you, Yissi,
said Tanya at last, quietly.
And you believe we should do this?
Said Yesbel. Her voice was choked somehow.
Even though, right now, if we don't do anything, we get out alive.
I do,
said Tanya, even more softly. Yesbel closed her eyes and breathed in deeply. Then she turned back to Olia, who was still watching her.
My love,
she said, trying to smile.
My Olyeshka, I can't promise I can fix this, but I will try. All right?
The glow on Olia's face was sudden and brilliant, like the sun coming out from behind clouds. Chapter 23. Jez was almost vibrating with tension as the guards gestured them to their feet, slapped mag cuffs around their wrists, and herded them out the back way towards Grigory's ship. They'd relieved her of her heat pistol when they'd cuffed her, at least the one she'd had in her hand. They hadn't found the one she'd shoved into the small holster in her boot, or the gutting knife slipped in the sheath on the inside of her thigh. Galia had shown her that trick. Most guards wouldn't pat you down too thoroughly there, which gave you another chance to stab them in the gut. Yet another reason she liked Galina.
Go on,
the guard growled, and she realized she'd slowed, and that there was a small grin starting on her face. She was still swallowing back tears, honestly, but something was spreading through her body. Something like the feeling she'd had in the alley, back in the slums, when she'd picked a fight with about 4 people and all their damn bodyguards. Maybe she couldn't fix all this crap, but she'd be damned if she gave up without a fight. The ship was waiting for them outside the force field. The guards hustled them up the loading ramp and into the ship, and then closed the ramp behind them. 3 more guards waited on board, and they shoved the Ungovernable crew into their seats. Jez ended up between Tay and Tanya. Tay glared at her as she shifted in her seat and managed to jab him in the ribs with her elbow. But honestly, he couldn't exactly blame her. Not like she'd asked to be cuffed and stuck between him and Tanya.
Would you stop?
he muttered as she shifted again, trying to get comfortable. She rolled her eyes at him. Are you ready? It was basically impossible to tell who was tapping out the message in her earpiece, but she turned and shot Masha a quick grin. Remember, someone, probably Lev, tapped. No one makes a move until we're out of atmosphere. Tay, you can reactivate the blockers on the comms, even with your hands cuffed, right? Tay looked up briefly and gave a quick nod, but his face was tight with worry. Don't worry, techhead, she tapped, because honestly, it was easier than trying to lean over to whisper to him. Figure we'll be fast enough that your buddy Zhenya won't even know we're coming. Zhenya is not my damn friend. She could almost hear the annoyance through his quick taps, and she grinned despite herself. The guards watched them coldly, guns loose in their hands. She could feel when the ship started up, the faint humming in her bones, the slight jerk as they lifted off. She shook her head. Bit of a crap pilot, if you could feel liftoff. It was supposed to be so smooth that the only reason you knew you were in the air was the sudden drop of your stomach. She glanced across the small deck at Yesbel. The woman nodded, and Jez's grin widened. Tay, are you ready? Tay nodded. All right, on my count. From the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of the concentration on Lev's face. Honestly, he'd come a long way from the soft scholar boy who hated being shot at. 3, he tapped out. 2, 1. Jez exploded out of her seat. The guards jerked to attention, swinging their guns towards her. But Yesbel was already up and kicked the legs out from the guard closest to Jez. The guard went down, and Jez took 3 running steps forward, bowling into another guard and sending the heat gun blast into the ceiling, and the 2 of them to the floor in a swearing, struggling heap. Jez ducked, managing to turn aside enough that the blow the guard aimed at her jaw struck her cheekbone. But it wasn't a huge improvement, to be honest. She rolled out of the way of another blow, but the guard grabbed her cuffed arms and jerked her back around. Jez looked around quickly. Yesbel had subdued the guard she'd knocked the legs from under by the simple expedient of a sharp kick to the temple. But the other guard was still standing and was bringing her weapon to bear on Jez. Jez twisted, trying to pull herself free of the guard's grasp. He tightened his grip, swearing, and his knee slammed into her back. She grunted as the pain knifed down her spine, her legs going weak and tears blurring her vision. Damn it to hell! The guard in front of her smiled, and through tears of pain, Jez could make out the dark, menacing shape of a heat pistol muzzle pointed at her face. And then the woman's expression changed to one of faint surprise, and she collapsed gently to the ground. Masha stood behind her, half-turned, a shock stick in her cuffed hands. Jez stared for a moment. Hell of a shock stick to take someone down like that. Still, if Yesbel could mod heat guns? Okay, she really needed to ask Yesbel to make her one of those. Another jolt of pain shot through her side, and she yelped involuntarily. Probably should focus on the fact that she was about to be killed by the maniac guard who'd gotten a hold of her arms, actually. She braced her feet on the deck and kicked off, knocking him backwards. There was a satisfying crack as his head hit the deck, and then she slammed her own head backwards into the bridge of his nose. He gave a gargled shout of pain. Then Tanya's boot connected with the side of his head, and he went limp. Jez rolled painfully over, panting heavily. Every part of her hurt. And yes, hitting him in the face with the back of her head had been effective, but she was going to have a hell of a headache to show for it.
You all right, Jez?
Lev asked in a strained voice. Define all right, she grumbled, wincing as she rolled painfully onto her side. Tanya had shoved the man over with her foot and had her boot on the back of his neck. When he stirred, she pressed down a little harder, and he subsided. The other two guards were in similar postures. "Hey," said Tanya, "if you have the blocker set, would you trade me off, please? I'm going to go look for something to tie them up with."
If I didn't have the blockers set, we'd damn well be in the process of getting shot out of the sky,
Tay grumbled, but he came over and did as Tanya asked. By the time Jez had managed to get to her feet, gritting her teeth against the sharp jolts of pain shooting down her spine at every movement, Tanya had retrieved the knife from her boot and cut strips off one of the guards' coats. It was honestly pretty impressive, considering her hands were still cuffed.
Did any of them get word off to the pilot?
Asked Lev, glancing over at Tay.
I don't think so,
said Tay.
The blocker should have stopped internal lines as well as external, but I can check. Let me see your comm, since I can't get to mine.
Jez snickered as Lev and Tay maneuvered themselves into a position where Tay could pull up the holoscreen on Lev's comm. Tay looked up long enough to glare at her. "Careful there," she said. "Ivan might get jealous."
"Jez,"
he said through gritted teeth. Despite the tension, Yesbel was clearly trying to hide an amused smirk.
"No,"
said Tay after a moment.
"Looks like they didn't get a call out."
Lev breathed a sigh of relief.
"Good. Then I guess our next step is to hijack the ship."
"Don't suppose you thought about how to get us out of these?" asked Jez, lifting her cuffed hands. Lev's expression was grim.
"I was counting on us using the maintenance tools, but unfortunately, it appears they're stowed in the cockpit."
Jez grinned. "Not like this is the first time I've escaped with my hands cuffed behind my back."
"Jez, what are you?"
Lev started, but she'd already turned towards the cockpit. "Masha, you coming?" she said over her shoulder. Masha was watching her with a bemused expression, but gave a small smile, tightened her grip on the shock stick, and came after her. Jez had to turn and crouch painfully to hit the door switch, and when the doors opened with a hiss, the pilot and co-pilot had already half-turned towards them. Looks of blank surprise crossed their faces. "You know," said Jez chattily to the pilot, "you spend a little more time learning your controls, wouldn't have nearly as much of a problem with liftoff." There was a brief moment of dawning realization in the woman's eyes. Then Jez bent and kicked out as hard as she could. The heel of her boot hit the back of the pilot's shoulder, and she slammed forward into the controls. The co-pilot halfway rose from his seat, then slumped as Masha's shock stick connected with his thigh. The pilot struggled upright, blood streaming down her face, as Masha turned, shock stick between her clasped hands. Lev appeared in the cockpit door, just in time to see the pilot slump, unconscious, beside her companion. He drew in a long breath, blew it out again, and shook his head. Then, at last, a slight, rueful smile formed on his face.
"Well,"
he said at last,
"remind me not to pick a fight with either of you. I'll look for the maintenance tools."
5 minutes later, Jez's cuffs were off, and 5 minutes after that, she'd broken the rest of them free. "Tay, I presume your blocker has prevented word of what we've done getting out?" said Masha, strain still apparent under her tone. "However, I imagine Grigory will learn what's happened soon enough. We have until then to stop him. At the moment, Tay's friends are safe. But as soon as Grigory finds out..." She didn't finish the thought. But then, she didn't have to. Jez cast a quick glance in Tay's direction. His jaw was clenched, and he was breathing too quickly. She remembered, for just a moment, the kid from the pleasure district, that small, far too light bundle in her arms. She gritted her teeth. They were damn well going to make this work. "Well, genius," she said, turning to Lev, "guess you better start making a plan, because it looks like we're going to go pay Grigory a visit." Chapter 24.
"Ivan, come in,"
said Lev quietly over his comm.
"Come in, Ivan." "Lev?"
Ivan's voice was frantic.
"Where are you? What happened? We found the dead guards, and the rest of you gone, and we thought—" "We're fine," said Lev tersely. "Grigory found us, but we managed to get away. We're on our way back now."
He paused.
"Is Galina with you?"
"Yes."
"All right, listen. Tell everyone in the house to be ready to get out at a moment's notice. They'll need to be able to find a place to hide. Then bring Radek and Galina and meet us at the force field entrance." Is Tay all right?"
Ivan's voice was strained. Lev glanced over to where Tay sat on the edge of a seat, glaring at his holoscreen, face drawn and tense.
"He's fine. Look, I'll tell you everything when we get there. We should be there in..."
He paused, glancing at the coordinates on his comm.
15 minutes, give or take."
"We'll be there." There was sharp tension in Ivan's voice. Lev tapped off his comm. He closed his eyes for a moment, drew in a long breath, and ran a hand through his hair. The number of lives riding on this ridiculous venture was growing too numerous to count. Tay's street kid friends, Ivan, Galina, Radek, the ex-prisoners who'd come to join them in the mock pleasure house, and their own, of course. And that wasn't even mentioning the fact that, thanks to Masha, the Ungovernable was likely to be destroyed. Even if Jez survived their current absurd attempt, she might not survive that. It seemed much shorter than 15 minutes by the time the ship lowered gently onto the waving grass in a dip between two hills that put them just out of sight of the city. "All right, kids, we're here," came Jez's voice over the ship's comm. They gathered around the airlock, Yesbel holding Misko, Olya clutching her parents' hands tightly. Tay's face was grim. Lev took a deep breath and hit the airlock, and light from outside flooded the deck. "What, we all just going to stand here for a while, then?" said Jez, coming up behind him. She was limping heavily and winced every time she had to move her right leg. But she wore that dangerous grin that usually meant whatever was coming, somebody was probably going to get kicked in the crotch. Lev turned and found himself grinning ruefully in return.
"Let's go then,"
he said. 3 figures waited for them just outside the gate. For a brief moment, Lev felt a jolt of sharp, irrational panic because their hoods covered their faces, and for all he knew, these were Grigory's people, waiting to kill them. Then, one of the figures turned at the sound of their approach, and he recognized Ivan's slender form and let out a quick breath of relief.
"Tay!"
Ivan strode quickly forward, grabbing Tay by the shoulders and inspecting him for injuries.
"Are you all right?"
I'm fine," Tay managed. Lev wasn't sure what it said about how much his life had changed, that he recognized the shaky relief in Tay's voice. the way his whole body relaxed, almost imperceptibly, at Ivan's touch. And the sudden memory of the relief flooding through his body at Jez's touch, the concern in her dark eyes, was so unexpected and so sharp, he almost gasped. "Lev?" she said from beside him. He had to close his eyes for a moment to regain his composure. "I'm fine," he said. "It would get better. It just took time." At any rate, if he didn't pull himself together, none of them would likely live long enough for him to find out if that was true. Galina had come up beside Jez. Jez turned to her, smiling, and said something in a low voice, then brushed Galina's hair back from her face and kissed her gently. Lev turned quickly away.
"What's the plan?"
Radek asked quietly. Ivan looked up as well, although he left his hand on Tay's arm.
"We're going to have to get to Grigory before he figures out what's happened," said Lev grimly. "The hope is that we can hold him hostage in exchange for Tay's friends and the rest of our people at the pleasure house."
There was a long pause. Finally, Radek said in a flat voice,
"We're going to try to kidnap Grigory."
"What? Too easy for you?" Jez said over her shoulder. "I mean, we could try it with our hands cuffed behind our backs if you want. Although, to be honest, figure I've done that enough times now."
"That wasn't what I was—"
Radek stopped, shaking his head. Ivan turned to Lev, his face grim.
"I assume you have a plan for this?" "As much of a plan as we ever have for these damn things,"
Tay muttered. Lev sighed.
"We didn't have a lot of time to plan things out, to be honest," he said. "We're leaving the kids with the others at the pleasure house. We'll dress as servers and try to sneak into the Stronny house. That's where Grigory usually stays when he's in town. And then
we figure it out when we get there," said Jez cheerily. "Figure that's what we usually end up doing anyways." Lev sighed.
"Yes, that is exactly what we usually end up doing anyways. In fact, I'm not certain why we bother with me making these plans."
Don't sell yourself short, genius," said Jez, grinning. "Think of all the places we wouldn't have ended up without your plans."
"That's my point,"
he muttered. Jez grabbed Galina's hand and grinned. "Well," she said, "we going to do this, or what?" Chapter 25. Jez pulled her scarf over her head to form a loose hood as they made their way back to the pleasure house. Wouldn't do much to hide her face, but that was the best they had at the moment. She turned to Radek and winked. "Hey, Skinny, you figure we'll pull this off?" He shrugged, grinning.
"Can't be harder than breaking out an entire damn prison."
The street outside the house wasn't any busier than it usually was at this time in the evening. But with the bustle in the streets, it would be hard to tell if someone was waiting in ambush. She glanced over her shoulder at Lev. "I'm going in. If I don't get shot, the rest of you come too." "No," said Galina, stepping forward. Her face was grim. "I'm going, Jez. Don't bother arguing. You can hardly walk, for the lady's sake, and I almost lost you once already today. Stay here until I call." She let go of Jez's hand and strode purposefully forward, heat gun hidden in a fold of her jacket. Jez stared after her, a wide, stupid grin on her face. "I'm in," said Galina a moment later over the comm. "I didn't see anything. Come on." Jez blinked out of her slightly salacious daydreams, and they crossed the street to the entrance casually. Or as casually as they could, when Jez couldn't put any damn weight on her right leg.
Galina was waiting at the door, and she closed it behind them once they were inside.
I don't want to stay here, Mama, Olya whispered. I want to come with you.
Jesper stooped to one knee and put her hands on her daughter's shoulders.
My Olya, she whispered, I need you to do this for me. I need you to watch your brother and keep him safe, all right? I'm doing what you asked, but I need you to do this for me.
Olya nodded, her face pale. The rest of the ex-convicts had gathered, and Tanya was talking quietly with the girl named Anya. Anya nodded, and then Jesper pushed the children gently towards her. Olya grabbed her brother's hand tightly, and with one last look over her shoulder at Jesper, went. Lev must have been explaining the situation to the others, because there were nods and the muffled sound of whispered conversation.
Jez, you're hurt. Can you do this?
She turned quickly. Galina had come up beside her, a bundle of server uniforms in her arms.
Yep,
Jez said with a grin.
If I let crap like this stop me, figure I'd never get anything done.
Galina gave her a fond, concerned look.
Hey, you two. You can make out after we kidnap the mafia boss,
Radek whispered in an amused voice.
Come on, get dressed.
Jez turned to glare at him, and he shoved a server's uniform at her.
Here's one that looks just about tall enough and scrawny enough to fit you.
By the time she'd managed to strip out of her street clothes and into a server's uniform, swearing steadily and leaning up against the wall for support, the others were already dressed. Tay was averting his face, his expression a blend of annoyance and embarrassment.
Jez,
he hissed through his teeth. She grinned at him. Thought after Dmitri you'd gotten over being such an innocent. Guess Ivan's got some things to teach you.
Jez! Come on, you idiots. We don't have time to waste.
Jesper's voice was amused.
Let's go.
And where exactly do you think you're going?
Jez spun, winced, and grabbed for the wall, swearing under her breath. The lights in the lobby flickered on, and she blinked against the sudden gilt glare. Then she swore again, louder. Olyesa's off-duty guards had returned from wherever the hell they went when they were off-duty, and they'd clearly noticed the bodies draped from the balcony, because they were holding their weapons in a businesslike way. Lev glanced at Masha, then sighed and stepped forward.
Grigory came in with his people. He did this, but we intend to take him down.
The guards looked at him, then at each other.
How do we know you're telling the truth?
One of them asked at last.
Do you think if we'd killed the guards, we would have come back?
Asked Masha calmly.
They've been dead for over an hour now. You can send someone to check. If we'd been trying to double-cross Olyesa, we certainly wouldn't have stayed here.
The guards looked at each other again, then spoke in low voices for a moment. One of them stepped away from the group and walked towards the stairs. She came down a few minutes later, and the guards conferred in low tones again. At last, one of them looked up.
We won't kill you, but we're coming with you. Perhaps you're telling the truth, perhaps not. But there are 6 dead guards here, and Olyesa never really trusted you.
He paused.
And if you're going after Grigory, I assume you'd be happy to have more guns on your side.
Jez narrowed her eyes, but Radek nudged her.
Kid, shut up, unless you want to get us all killed.
Lev and Masha exchanged glances. At last, slowly, Lev nodded.
All right, you can come along, but you'll have to follow my instructions. If you can't do that, you may as well shoot us here.
Again the guards conferred.
Very well,
the same guard said at last.
As long as what you're doing doesn't hurt Olyesa, we'll follow your lead.
Lev and Masha exchanged glances again.
I don't like this,
said Tay in a low voice, his tone strained.
Nor do I,
said Lev wryly.
But it looks like we don't have many options. I don't think we're shooting our way out of this, not without getting our people killed. And I'm not sure we want to get on Olyesa's bad side right now.
I agree with Lev, said Masha. I don't see that we have a better option. Reluctantly, Tay nodded. Lev took a deep breath and turned back to the guards.
Thank you.
Now, he gestured to the pile of server uniforms.
I suggest you get dressed quickly. We'll have to move fast.
They left their sky bikes at the outskirts of the pleasure district. Jez's gut clenched in a familiar, sick feeling as she stepped onto the filthy, darkened streets. But honestly, she didn't really have time to think about that right now. Get Grigory, save Tay's friends. Then they could worry about the rest of this crap. The walk to the Strawny house was only a few minutes, but the bruises along her back were stiffening, and she had to bite back a gasp of pain at every damn step. The guards followed, and maybe their guns were in their pockets, but Jez was pretty damn sure they were pointing at her crew. Still, as long as they weren't shooting, she couldn't complain too much. The streets were as busy as always, and the doors to the low, elegant shapes of the pleasure houses, with their garish, flashing lights, swung open and closed as groups of people wandered in and out. Jez fought back a shudder. Galena was in the lead, and she beckoned them down a side street and into a back alley. "The server's entrance is through here," she whispered. "Stay behind me." Jez could see the tension in her body, and she bit her lip. Galia hadn't had to do this. She wasn't on Grigory's hit list, never had been. And Jez knew what it was like to stand in front of something or someone that had haunted your nightmares. The past you could never really get rid of. She stepped forward, ignoring the icy shock of pain at the movement, and took Galena's hand. Galena turned and gave her a wan smile, and something in Jez's chest twisted, but she managed to smile back. And then they were there, outside a small, dirty door. "Tay," Galena whispered. Tay gave a tight nod and stepped forward. He touched his comm to the lock, pulling up a quick scan, then shook his wrist to reset the holoscreen and began typing rapidly. "You okay?" Jez asked, slipping her arm around Galena's waist. Galena sagged against her for just a moment, and Jez could feel her trembling. She pulled Galena closer. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "It's going to be okay." "I know," said Galena, her voice barely audible. It's all right. I'm fine." Jez turned to her, face serious. "Look, Galia, you don't have to be fine. We're going to get in there and get Grigory, or at least try. But there's nothing about this damn place that's fine. You don't have to be all right about it." "Just do it anyways, right?" Galena whispered. Jez nodded, and Galena leaned in for a quick kiss. "Got it," said Tay, his voice tense. Galena and Jez drew apart, looking at each other, and then Jez looked back over the rest of them. She took a deep breath. "All right then, we ready?"
"Do we know what we're doing?"
asked Ivan.
"Make it up as we go, I guess,"
said Lev, his voice grim. She grinned at him, ignoring the dread tightening in her stomach. "That, genius, sounds like my kind of plan." She took a deep breath as she stepped into the building, fighting down the nausea in her stomach. The entrance was dark, and she blinked, trying to adjust her eyes to the dimness. In front of them,
A narrow, cramped hallway led off to each side, and a filthy staircase in front of them led down to what must be a basement, where the servers and entertainment are kept when they're not working, Galena whispered. Her voice was haunted, and Jez grabbed her hand and squeezed it. Galia, let me go first. You don't know where you're going, she said, swallowing hard. Jez shrugged and tried to make her voice cocky. Well, kick me if I take a wrong turn. Galena's face was tight, as if she thought she should protest, but didn't actually want to. Jez gave her a quick wink, stepped past her, and started off down the hallway, trying to hide her damn limp and probably failing badly. The smell of the place turned her stomach. Unwashed bodies and decay, and that faint, rotting meat scent she'd smelled in the alley. But she clenched her teeth and kept moving. The hallway turned, and beyond there was light and the sound of voices. Where will Grigory be? She whispered over her shoulder. I'll send the specs through to your comm, Lev whispered back. Most of the guest rooms are on the second floor, but there's a large suite on the floor above. I suspect that's where he'll be. She smiled grimly. Going up then, she said. Techhead, guess you better make sure he's in there. He scowled at her. What are you going to do? She grinned. Me? Figure I'll give you a clear stairway to go up. What are you? Began Lev. Radek, you coming? She said. Radek heaved a long sigh, but he couldn't hide his grin. Guess I don't have much of an option, do I? She smirked. You always have an option. I just happen to know that this is the option you're always going to pick. Don't know why I put up with you, he grumbled. Well, I am pretty hot, she drawled. Galena's face was grim. There are going to be guards before you get to the main lobby. They'll be armed, and they'll be ready to shoot anyone who's making a disturbance. The people that attend here are the richest of the rich, and they don't come to get shot at. Jez gave her a wink. Sounds like my kind of job. Radek pulled out his heat pistol, and she turned for the stairs. Jez, wait. She paused at Lev's voice, glancing backwards. Just be careful, okay? His face was tight with concern. Always am, she said. He took a deep breath and managed a weak smile. Galia, she began, then stopped. There wasn't really anything she could say to make it better. Anyways, Galena's expression had hardened, and she looked ready to kill someone. Good luck, said Jez finally. Then she took a deep breath, pushed the door open, and stepped through. It took a moment for anyone to notice them. They were dressed as servers, after all. And it wasn't like anyone was actually expecting two lunatics to come barging through the kitchen, burst into the lobby, lob a smoke bomb into the first-floor balcony, and shout, Everyone out! Damn place is on fire! Once they'd done that, though, people noticed them pretty quickly. The guards started across the floor towards them, and Jez pulled out her modded heat pistol. Her first shot hit one of the artificial lights, and it melted, glowing metal dripping down onto the polished stone floor. Someone screamed. Jez grinned and shot again. This time, one of the hanging wall tapestries caught fire. More people screamed. Guards were coming down the stairs 2 at a time, weapons raised, grim looks on their faces. Everyone out! Radek shouted, his voice panicked. People shoved past each other to get to the doors, faces terrified, fine clothes disheveled. Doors on the second floor, or at least the ones visible from the lobby, were flung open, and the patrons, some of them still half-clothed, piled out almost on top of each other.
Jez tried not to think about the fact that no one in the whole damn house seemed to be worried about the servers or the entertainment. The picture of the kid in the alley flashed in her mind, and she swore softly. This was a damn pleasure planet. What the hell did she expect? The guards had almost reached them. She turned and let off another shot, melting a chair. The man who'd just risen from it screamed, beating at the sparks that caught on his trousers and jacket. From the corner of her eye, Jez could see a ragtag group of people in servers' uniforms, scarves pulled low over their faces, slipping up the stairwell, past the flood of humanity trying to push its way down. A tall man shoved one of them, probably Tay, out of the way, and paused a moment to scream profanities at him, spittle flying from his mouth, his face a mix of outrage and panic. One of the guards turned, glancing in their direction, then, after a moment, started pushing her way through to the stairs. Damn. Radek was still shouting at the top of his lungs, although his voice was almost drowned out by the screams of the patrons and the shouts of the guards. "Going to have to make a little more noise in here," she whispered to him, a tight grin on her face. He nodded, and his grim expression told her he knew exactly what that meant. But hell, they'd come here to do a job, and if it meant getting shot at by guards, well, it wasn't the first time. She aimed her heat pistol and melted a section of the floor directly in front of the guard who'd turned towards Tay. The woman stumbled and cursed, spinning around to find her attacker. Radek shoved Jez out of the way, and she hit the ground hard as a heat blast warped the air over her head.
"Careful, kid," he muttered. "Don't want you to get barbecued just yet."
The guard was coming towards them, heat pistol still raised, but at least she wasn't looking at Tay and the others anymore. Jez gritted her teeth against the pain and staggered to her feet. Someone bowled into her, knocking her back, and she swore loudly, grabbing for something to steady herself. Radek caught her arm and set her on her feet again, and she managed a quick grin. 3 more guards were heading their direction as well. Jez snapped off one more shot, just to get their attention, and then she shoved Radek forward into the roiling mass of humanity fighting for the exit. Radek gave her a grim smile over his shoulder.
"We have a plan?"
She shrugged. "Out the door, I guess."
"You think we'll make it?"
She grinned. "Nah, but it's worth a try." He glanced back once at the stairs.
"Looks like the others got through anyways. I don't see them anymore."
"Well, see? Guess we win after all." One of the guards had shoved his way through the press of bodies, and he caught Jez by the arm. She slammed the butt of her heat pistol against his wrist, and he grunted in pain, but his grip didn't loosen.
"What the hell are you playing at?" he ground out. "If you think you can come into this house and—"
Clearly, a quick chat wasn't going to help this situation. She spun her pistol, aiming for his head, but someone grabbed her gun arm, jerking it back painfully, and the gun dropped from her nerveless fingers. Damn. Radek had been pushed away from her by the crowd, but he yanked out his own gun, trying to bring it to bear. The guards holding her were too close, though, and if he fired, he'd be just as likely to kill her as them. "Radek!" she shouted. "Get the hell out of here!"
"Jez!"
he called through gritted teeth.
"You've got to—"
And then someone grabbed him from behind as well, yanking his arms back. He struggled, but it was no use. Damn it to hell. They were both going to die here. She'd guessed that going in, but it was different when you were actually staring into the muzzle of the damn heat gun that would kill you. And then the alarms on the guards' comms began to wail, the ear-splitting noise blaring through the packed lobby. There was a moment of hesitation. Then the guards exchanged glances, faces grim.
The guard holding Jez shoved her, and she fell, hitting the ground hard. Around her was a dizzying mass of hurrying feet, and she curled into a ball on instinct to keep from being trampled. Someone stepped on her hand, and she bit back a curse, and a foot kicked hard against her bruised back. She gasped in pain, vision going momentarily woozy, and then a hand grabbed her by the shoulders and hauled her to her feet.
You okay, kid?
A familiar, worried voice asked in her ear. She staggered, caught her balance, and looked over at Radek. What happened? They find the others? Her voice was tight. Radek shook his head.
Doesn't look like it.
He gestured to a corner where the guards were huddled together, looking both irritated and confused.
I don't know for sure, but I think Tay happened.
She felt her shoulders slump in relief.
So, I guess we head up?
He said. She glanced around quickly. The lobby was now almost impenetrable, and fights were breaking out as people tried to shove through to the doors. The tapestry she'd set on fire was still smoldering and had set its neighbor alight as well, and one of the lights hung crazily from the ceiling. She raised an eyebrow. Well, figure we've distracted them. Might as well see what's happening upstairs. Chapter 26. When Tay pushed his way out into the lobby behind Galena, he came to a sudden, involuntary halt. The Strani house had been turned into a scene of mass chaos. People screaming and shoving, guards cursing, and what looked like a tapestry on fire. He shook his head for a moment in stunned disbelief.
If you let that girl do what she's good at, she's very good at it,
said Yesbel, her voice amused.
Let's go,
said Lev. His voice was grim.
We can't afford to waste this.
They stepped out into the mass panic that was the lobby. A shoving flood of people streamed down the stairway, fighting for the exit. Smoke was rising from one of the tapestries, and he could hear Radek's panicked voice shouting,
Get out! Everyone, out!
Tay gritted his teeth. Let me, said Yesbel grimly. She stepped to the front of the group, and there was something about the look on her face that made people part around her. They reached the stairwell, and Tay kept his head down, swearing softly as they pounded up the stairs. They had to make it. They had to. He couldn't stop and think about what would happen if they didn't make it. Someone shoved him, and he staggered as a man screamed out insults. Ivan caught him before he could fall, face grim. But from the corner of his eye, Tay saw a guard looking in their direction. Damn it.
Yesbel, they've seen us,
he hissed. She glanced at him over her shoulder.
There's not much we can do about it at this point,
she muttered.
If we get in a shootout, we get in a shootout.
It was just possible, with Yesbel's modded weapons and the chaos below, that they'd survive a shootout. But Kaz and Petty and the others wouldn't, because they'd be dead the moment one of the guards recognized them. His heart was pounding so hard, it felt like it was choking off his breath. And then the guard swore and spun around, yanking her heat pistol up and firing off a shot at something across the room. Jez. It had to be Jez. Lev looked up sharply, face pale. Come on, said Galena from behind him, her voice strained. We can't help her by getting caught. Let's get this done. The crowd thinned out as they reached the second story, and by the time they reached the third floor, they were pelting up the stairs at full speed. What now? Ivan gasped as they reached the third-floor landing.
Tay,
said Lev.
You're going to need to hack in. Check how many of Grigory's people are in there.
His face was bloodless.
Wait.
Tay gritted. He leaned against the wall, panting, and pulled up his comm. He'd already hacked into Grigory's system. This should only take him a moment. He typed the last command and hit enter. And then a shrill alarm sounded from the lobby, and he sighed in relief. The guards were running for a spot in the corner that had absolutely nothing remarkable about it, except that he'd just pulled in urgent instructions to his comm that every damn guard in the lobby was needed, immediately, in that exact spot. Wouldn't last for more than a couple minutes while they tried to figure out what had happened, but it should give Jez a chance. There was a sudden relief in Lev's posture, and he shot Tay a look of wordless gratitude. Tay pushed himself upright, face set. "All right, let's go." Lev led them quickly to a hallway, barely visible from the main stairway. "Tay," he said quietly, "can you do a scan? I need you to confirm he's in here, and how many guards he has with him. And I'll need you to set up a block so that they can't call out for help." He glanced around at Olyesa's guards, who'd followed them up the stairs, and were now standing grimly behind them, weapons drawn and ready. "If we can get in quickly and overpower them when they're not expecting it, it's just possible we can pull this off. But there will be shooting. Grigory won't be unprotected." The guards nodded grimly. Tay closed his eyes for a moment and drew in a long breath. "I've got tracking on Grigory's people, but that's all. If he's holed up with one of the street gangs or something, my scan won't pull that." Lev nodded, forehead creased in a frown. "It will have to be enough." Tay nodded and pulled up his holoscreen. He was halfway through setting a block when footsteps pounded up the hallway behind them. He spun around, but Galina and Lev's matching gasps of relief were enough to tell him who it was. "Hey, techhead," Jez whispered. She was sporting a black eye and limping badly, but she was grinning as usual. "We missed the fun yet?" Braddock leaned up against the wall, panting and muttering something about getting too damn old for this. Galina closed her eyes for a moment in relief and put her arm around Jez, pulling her close. "How's it coming?" Ivan whispered, crouching down beside Tay. "Give me a couple minutes," said Tay, his voice tight. Ivan nodded. "Let me know if there's anything I can do to help." There wasn't, but the fact of his presence was somehow soothing, and Tay found himself relaxing slightly, his fingers finding the commands he needed a little more easily than before. "There," he said finally. Lev glanced over quickly. "You have it?" "I have the blocker, and I've set it into everyone's comms." "And the scan?" Tay shook his wrist quickly to reset his screen. "Just doing it now." Lev crouched down to watch as the scanner worked. At last, a diagram of the room at the end of the hallway popped up, populating with green dots, one red dot in one corner of the room. Tay felt his shoulders slump in relief. "Grigory?" asked Lev, pointing at the red dot. Tay nodded. "And the others are his people. Guards or his boyeviki. I'm not sure. My scan isn't sophisticated enough to tell them apart." Lev nodded, frowning. "Well," he said at last, "there's 8 of them. That's not ideal, but we'll have the element of surprise, so it's something." He turned to Yesbel. "All right. We'll need—" "You'll need to put your weapons down right now," said a man's voice. Tay looked up quickly, something cold gripping the pit of his stomach. Olyesa's guards had spread out to surround them, heat guns leveled at the heads of every member of the crew. Slowly, Lev got to his feet, hands spread to show he wasn't holding a weapon. "What is this?" he asked, voice a measured calm. "We're going after Grigory, not Olyesa. This isn't anything we didn't tell you about, and we'll need your weapons to pull it off."
One of the guards grabbed him and spun him around roughly, shoving the heat gun into his back. "Drop your weapons," she snapped. Tay glanced quickly around at the others. Their grim faces told him everything he needed to know. Slowly, he did as he was told, and heard, from behind him, the sound of the others doing the same. "Get up," said the guard holding Lev. "Hands where we can see them." They obeyed. Tay's chest was tight with a sort of panic, and every breath was an effort. One of the guards tapped her calm and muttered something in a low voice, and a moment later, the door to the room clicked and swung gently open. The guards gestured them inside. Grigory sat in one corner, leaning back casually, his bodyguards forming a loose half-circle around him. He smiled as they stepped inside, a lazy sort of smile. But the guards holding them weren't looking at him. They were looking to the other side of the room. Tay knew, somehow, what he'd see, even before he turned. A plump, grandmotherly woman with a lined face and cold eyes watched them from a chair in the other corner, a satisfied smile on her face. Olyesa.
"Masha,"
she said in a rustic rural drawl.
"it's so good to see you all. Gregory and I were watching with interest to see what you do, and you didn't disappoint."
She gestured to her guards.
"Bring them all the way in."
She spared a glance for Tay.
"Gregory's already killed the street kids. He did it the moment my guards told me you'd come back, unfortunately. So, we'll need something else for leverage, I suppose."
Tay stared at her for a moment, trying to make sense of her words. He felt somehow distant and numb and very, very cold. She was still talking, but he couldn't really hear her anymore, and he couldn't really feel the floor holding him up, or the guard's grip on his arm. He felt like he was falling, and there was nothing to catch him, and he'd be falling forever. Chapter 27. Yesbel's breath was coming too quickly, but she managed a quick glance at Tay. He looked like he was going into shock. Face sick, eyes glassy, jaw clenched unnaturally tight. But there was nothing she could do for him at the moment. Tanya's expression was stricken, but she caught Yesbel's eye and managed a small smile. Yesbel drew in a deep breath. The children were safe, at least. They had that. And if she was going to die, she'd at least die with Tanya. Really, it was more than she'd expected. It was one thing to con a weapons dealer, even one as dangerous as Vitali, but trying to pull a sting on the mafia? It had always been a crazy idea. Impressive, really, how close they'd come to succeeding. "Well, this is certainly unexpected," said Masha. Her voice managed to convey bland surprise, but her posture gave her away. "I had thought you two weren't on speaking terms." Grigory turned to her, and his smile did nothing to disguise the hatred on his face.
"Masha," he said, "we have you to thank for that. You must think I'm very stupid. You honestly thought you could take me down, didn't you?"
"It appears to me that we very nearly did," murmured Masha, "considering that if it weren't for Zhenya, I'd have every credit from your pleasure houses in my account right now." Grigory's eyes narrowed further.
"You've always had a high opinion of yourself, haven't you, Masha? But there was one good thing that came from your scheme. Olyesa and I have made up."
He smiled at the woman sitting across the room.
Getting rid of you was something that would benefit both of us. It drove us to negotiate, and it turns out we can do business together quite well. Under the table, of course. There are still advantages to being seen as rivals.
He turned back to Masha.
Which is why I was willing to let you go and take the fall for the scheme falling through. If things played out like I'd hoped, both your disappearance and Olyasa's subsequent discovery of the truth would have made a decent smokescreen for our dealings. And you would have stayed alive, at least for a little while. But you could never live well enough alone. Still, it's probably better this way. I'll sleep better when you're dead.
I see, said Masha, her voice crisp and cutting. You'll work together until you can't take anything else without dividing it between you. And then you'll kill each other over who gets the bigger portion. And Olyesa didn't mind that you killed her guards, I take it? Grigory's smile broadened.
Oh, that may come in the future, but we'll let the future take care of itself. And as you well know, those 6 were guards you'd managed to compromise, Masha. As always, I have nothing but respect for how quickly you work.
Olyesa, did you always plan to double-cross us? Asked Lev, voice strained. Olyesa smiled at him.
Not at first, no. When I thought you could pull it off, then I had every intention of honoring my bargain. But then Grigory sent me a message telling me he'd figured out the scheme and offering to talk. And I decided it would be smarter to go with the winning proposition. I didn't get where I am now by backing losing bets.
She shifted in her seat to face Masha.
Masha, you did me a good turn after all. I see substantial benefits to both Grigory and myself with this alliance. So, I am grateful. But really, it's better this way. You're much too dangerous to keep alive.
Masha took a small step forward, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Her posture was tense, but for the first time, Yesbel realized it wasn't tense from fear. She frowned. I'm very afraid, Olyesa, that you will be disappointed with the bargain you made, Masha said, and there was a note of something unfamiliar in her voice.
I'm very happy at the moment,
said Olyesa easily, but now there was the faintest hint of concern behind her expression. Masha ignored her and turned to Grigory. Grigory Korsakov, she said. This time, Yesbel did turn to stare at her. Masha's calm, bland tone was gone. Her voice was sheer ice, words cutting like knives. Grigory, you killed my family, and I watched you do it. I watched every scream, every sob, every plea for mercy. I saw all of it. I was 7 years old at the time. I doubt you remember it, to be honest. It was just one of several in that week, wasn't it? I learned later that it was the week you expected payouts, and of course, my parents wouldn't pay. They were religious, you know, my parents. Prayed to the lady 3 times a day, said grace over every meal, never picked up a weapon, never harmed another person. They couldn't have paid the mafia. It would have gone against every single thing they believed in. The mafia knew them, but they always turned a blind eye. Never hurts to have someone praying to the lady, does it?
But then Zorya murdered her way to the top, and she wanted to set a precedent. She didn't want people like my parents to inspire others to defy her. So she sent you. When my parents refused to pay, like she knew they would, you killed them. Yesbel stared at Masha, the faint taste of bile in the back of her throat. She'd never heard this story. No wonder Masha was willing to do anything to bring Grigory down, even betray her team. Yesbel couldn't honestly say she wouldn't have done the same in Masha's place. At least, once she might have. She glanced around at the others, their faces the grim set of people who know they're going to die. This crew had become her family, as certainly as her children and her wife were. She understood Masha. She could even almost sympathize. But Masha had taken herself out of the group of people Yesbel would die to protect when she betrayed them on Grigory's ship. And she was dangerous. She was perhaps the most dangerous person in the room at the moment, and that was a high standard to meet. Perhaps it was too late to save Tay's friends, but they still had one option left to save the crew. She glanced towards Lev. He met her eye and gave a short nod, although his face was paler than usual. She'd set the message to Vitali into her comm days ago. The only thing left was to send it. She tapped her comm against her thigh, swallowing down the faint sickness in her throat. It wasn't like they had other options at this point. Masha turned, and for just a moment her eyes met Yesbel's. Yesbel kept her gaze steady. But even here, even now, she couldn't read Masha's expression. Grigory's head was cocked slightly to one side, watching Masha with faint interest. At last, he chuckled.
You're right. I didn't remember that. When I figured out who you were, before I sent my people to go pick you up from Prasveshome, I had to go back and look it up. Wasn't memorable enough to note down on my comm chip at the time. I knew it might sour you on my offer, but I gambled that you'd be interested enough in keeping away from the government that you'd agree anyways. Because, as I'm sure you know, the reason we killed so many people that week was that the government gave us the go-ahead. They pulled the police out and only sent them in afterwards to do cleanup.
He leaned forward.
Of course, every gamble brings its risks, and even the best gambler can lose. Once.
He smiled, and the menace in the smile made Yesbel shiver slightly.
So, yes, I know who you are, and I know what happened to your parents. Do you feel better now that you've said it? Now that you've faced me? Or were you hoping your story would make me pity you?
Neither, said Masha, and again Yesbel was struck at the cold disdain in her voice. I told you, so you would understand why this was worth it.
Grigory frowned slightly.
What was worth it?
Masha smiled, a slow, icy smile that chilled the blood in Yesbel's veins. Look at your credit account, Grigory, she said quietly. You as well, Olyesa, since you decided to cast your tokens in with his.
What are you talking about?
Now the worry was clear in Grigory's voice. Go ahead, said Masha. Take a look. It's not like you don't have us at gunpoint. His frown deepening, Grigory pulled up the holoscreen on his comm and typed something into it. There was a long moment of silence, the tension in the room thick enough to breathe And then Grigory's face went slack with a mixture of shock and horror. He swiped desperately through screen after screen, and then, at last, he stopped, sagging. He looked, suddenly, like a very old man.
What is it?
Olyesa snapped.
Look for yourself,
said Grigory in a hollow voice. Olyesa pulled up her own holoscreen. Movements sharp and quick, and nothing at all like the calm, grandmotherly persona she normally affected. She stared at the screen for a moment, then slumped back in her chair, hand clutching the arm of her seat as if it was the only thing that kept her from falling over.
What did you do?
Asked Grigory, in that same hollow voice.
What did you do, Masha?
Masha smiled then. Her eyes were narrowed slightly, and there was a hint of cold, merciless triumph in her face. And for the first time, Jezebel understood why people were afraid of Masha. I had Tay create the false account. You knew that, she said, and her voice would have been pleasant if it hadn't held that hiss of hatred. But you didn't see what he placed in it with his security protocols. The moment you put your money into the account, his bug was triggered. Every credit in that account was corrupted beyond repair. And more than that, if you look through your financial records, you'll find that it traced back to the source of the funds and corrupted them as well. Considering Olyesa's funds were in that account, it did the same to hers. And although she didn't leverage every asset she had in order to get the necessary funds, like you did, I made very certain that the amount of funds I asked her for would have been enough to break her. And I made certain that she had enough funds tied up in my enterprise that she'd have to leverage at least some of her assets in order to keep her business, if that's what you'd prefer to call it, running. She turned to face Grigory. You, Grigory, are finished. You have nothing. A dock worker walking the street is richer than you are right now. You're a broken man. Your organization is broken. This house isn't yours anymore, and nor are any of the other pleasure houses you owned. And if my records are correct, the few houses Olyesa owned were the assets she chose to leverage in order to keep her enterprise running. She turned, so she was looking at both of them. I have a feeling that the person who owns those loans now is going to call them. Because that's the other thing that happened when you pulled your credits from that account. It set up a signal to the Svidrani banking system. It set up an alert that your credits were bad. And everyone with access to the accounts will see that. You're finished, Grigory. As is Olyesa. There's nothing left for you. Grigory swore, his voice a choked snarl.
I'll kill you, Masha. I'll kill you right here.
He was already going for his heat pistol. Stop. Masha's voice rang out sharply, and she turned to the bodyguards. He's not going to be able to pay you. Any wages you were owed, they're gone now. And perhaps you're loyal to him as a friend. If so, more power to you. But I swear to you, he'll never recover from this. Are you really willing to take his orders now? The guards behind Grigory stirred uneasily, and from the corner of her eye, Jezebel saw that the guards flanking Olyesa were doing the same. There are crumbs left in this empire of his, Masha said, voice thick with disdain. You can hold on with that old man, drooling and slavering through the rubble, trying to find something worth saving. Or you can turn over a new leaf. Hope that whoever steps in where he left off decides to grant you mercy that you don't deserve. But if you help Grigory kill the person who took him down, I don't think whoever that is will be grateful. Grigory grabbed his weapon, pointing it at Masha with shaking hands. Yesbel swore. Perhaps Masha had taken Grigory down, but this place was about to turn into a bloodbath. If Vitali's people didn't show up soon, there wouldn't be anyone left to save. One of the bodyguards snatched the weapon from Grigory's hand. Grigory spun, his face twisted and ugly with rage.
"How dare you?"
he began, in that same choked snarl, and grabbed for the bodyguard who'd taken his gun. The bodyguard swung the butt of her gun down towards Grigory's temple, but another guard caught her arm in one hand and with his other fist knocked her backwards. Grigory was on his feet, reaching down into his boot for another weapon. 2 clicks through Yesbel's calm. She glanced quickly around the room. The others were back against the wall mostly. That was good. And Masha? She took a deep breath. Masha would be exposed to the door the moment Yesbel stepped back. The door burst open in a ball of flame, the hinges twisting and warping, the door itself sagging half-melted on its hinges, and a group of navy-clad figures, faces obscured, burst into the room. Masha turned, and for half a second, her eyes caught Yesbel's. And then Yesbel stepped back, leaving Masha in full view. "What is the meaning of this?" Masha snapped, her voice sharp. The figures had already spread out around the outside of the room. There were at least 15 of them, although in the chaos, it was hard to tell exact numbers. One of them spoke. Their face was obscured by the mask, but there was a hint of dry humor in their voice.
"Masha, Vitaly Dobrev sends his regards. Lev called us in, told us where you'd be, sold you out for favors. He and his friend Yesbel, of course."
There was a moment of complete silence. Yesbel found she couldn't meet Masha's gaze, and she didn't want to meet Jez's. This had been the only option. After everything, this had been the only feasible option to keep the crew alive. Keep them from dying in the inevitable firefight with Grigory's guards. But there was a knot in her stomach, tight and hard, and she realized she must not be as certain of that as she might have been. "What do you want?" Masha seemed to have recovered herself, because her posture was erect, her voice almost steady.
"You, Masha."
There was still that dry humor in the voice.
"Vitaly wants you."
The figure looked around at Grigory and Olyesa, the bodyguards who'd paused mid-struggle, still not certain whose side they were on.
"Go on,"
said the navy-clad figure, gesturing to the door.
"We don't want you. Mr. Vitaly has no reason to start fights with the mafia. We only want her."
There was a long pause. Then at last, Grigory pushed himself to his feet. His face was still contorted with rage, his expression deadly.
"I have no objection," he hissed. "Only I would ask that for old friendship's sake, Vitaly makes her death long and painful."
He jerked his head at his bodyguards, and reluctantly, they followed him. Olyesa stood as well. The woman's face bore no trace now of the kindly, grandmotherly woman she'd appeared a few minutes earlier. The cold hate that shone from her eyes made her look almost demonic.
"You planned on double-crossing me from the beginning, Masha,"
she said in a low, icy voice. "Yes. However, it is good to know that my assumption that you would turn on us the moment it appeared beneficial was borne out," said Masha. Despite everything, she was still Masha, unruffled and unruffleable. Her voice calm, her bearing competent and self-effacing. But Jesbel had seen the woman behind that mask for the first time. And for the first time, that calm voice sent shivers through her. Grigory had just reached the door when the first of Vitaly's people stepped towards Masha, heat gun drawn. What happened next happened so fast that Jesbel's eyes hardly had time to follow. The figure grabbed for Masha. Masha twisted away, ducking under the figure's outstretched hand, and when she straightened, she was holding a gun. The movement was fast enough that Jesbel couldn't tell if she'd grabbed it from the guard, or if she'd had it hidden somewhere on her person. For a split second, she wondered if the room would be turned into a firefight after all. And then Masha turned. Her face was grim, but still calm, and there was a deadly, pitiless look in her eyes. "Lev," she said quietly. He turned. She fired. Everything seemed to have slowed to half speed. Lev, crumpling to the ground. Jez yanking her arm from the person holding her and springing towards him as Masha fired a second time. The gasp of pain from Jez as the shot aimed at Lev hit her. The horrified look on her face as she fell. The momentary shock in Masha's expression, instantly hidden. And then, time seemed to start again. The figures in blue leapt forward, guns drawn. Masha turned, and they fired. How many of them, Jesbel couldn't tell. Tay grunted in pain, collapsing against Ivan, and Jesbel tried to shove Tanya behind her as heat blasts whined through the air. And just as the figures reached Masha, the woman caught Jesbel's eye one final time. She raised her heat gun. There was no time to move, no time to run, no time to duck out of the way. Jesbel only managed to push Tanya a little farther behind her, and then Masha pulled the trigger. Chapter 28. Jez lay on the ground, eyes closed. The room was awash of noise, and she was having a hard time distinguishing one sound from another. There was something warm underneath her. Lev. She'd seen him fall. She'd seen Masha look at him and raise her gun and pull the trigger, and she wasn't sure if she'd ever forget that sight for as long as she lived. However long that ended up being. At this stage, she wasn't sure it would be all that long. People were shouting and screaming and swearing, and she could hear Grigory's raised voice.
"What just happened?" he was shouting. "What the hell? Get out of here, both of you, unless you want to be caught in the damn crossfire."
Someone else snapped. There was the unmistakable hiss and sputter of heat gun blasts, and a grunt of pain, and she couldn't tell who it was from.
"Get out!"
the voice snapped again.
"Get out! I'll take care of the Masha woman. We're not taking her alive."
Another heat blast, a strangled shout of pain. Pain washed through Jez's own body, hot and cold at the same time, and she found she didn't really want to move. She didn't really want to think. She just wanted everything to stop for just a minute. And then finally, the room grew still. She kept her eyes shut, because she was pretty sure she didn't want to open them right now. And then, at last, a voice. Calm and collected, and ever so slightly amused. Masha's voice. "They're gone." Jez stirred and blinked her eyes open.
"Jez?"
She turned slightly and found she was looking into Lev's face. He wore a wry expression,
Jez, I don't mean to be rude, but your elbow is in the middle of my stomach.
She managed a snarky grin.
Sorry, genius.
She tried to roll off, winced, and bit back a curse, and his expression turned immediately to one of sharp concern.
Jez, are you all right?
I'm fine,
she muttered, managing to push herself into a sitting position.
I just got the hell beat out of me on the damn ship, and then again downstairs, and I don't heal as quickly as all that.
The pain radiating through her back, where Grigory's stooges had kicked her, was almost enough to make her lightheaded. Damn, she was going to be sore tomorrow. With a moderate amount of effort and a substantial amount of swearing, she made it to her feet. And then she had to reach out and catch herself on the wall before she fell over again. Galina appeared at her side, steadying her, and Jez sighed in relief and relaxed against her. Galina was a hell of a lot more comfortable than the wall.
Well,
said Yespel at last,
I think that was effective.
I hope so, said Masha. Jez took a deep breath and glanced around the room. The figures in navy blue were gone, except for one, and that one had pulled their face covering down and was running fingers through their hair. Jez stared.
I'm very confident we fooled them, at any rate,
said Zhenya. Tay, who was slumped in one corner, leaning against Ivan as if he didn't quite have the strength to stand, jerked his head up.
What the hell?
He began through his teeth, his voice shaking. Zhenya smiled.
Don't worry, Tay. Your friends are alive.
They shrugged.
I was the one Grigory put in charge of killing them, and he trusts me, implicitly. I can assure you, they're perfectly safe.
What? Tay's face had gone bloodless, and he seemed unable to form a complete sentence. Zhenya chuckled.
Tay, I've always liked you, and as I told you, I have no interest in killing street kids unless it's absolutely necessary. After the arrangement Masha and I worked out,
they glanced at Masha and shrugged.
There was no need.
Tay sagged in relief, and Jez sucked in a long breath, feeling suddenly lighter than she had in a very long time, even with her whole damn body aching like she'd basically climbed into a meat pulverizer and turned it on. Lav was shaking his head.
Masha, I have to hand it to you. The look on Grigory's face.
Wait, interrupted Ivan, looking back and forth between Lev and Masha.
Wait, you mean what you said about the credits?
Yes, said Masha with a slight smile. Everything I said about the credits was true. He played perfectly into our hands. She glanced around the room.
That means...
Ivan trailed off, his face slack with disbelief. Yes. Masha's voice held a hint of that same coldness it had held when she was talking to Grigory, and Jez gave a small shiver. As I promised, Grigory is completely destroyed. Oliesa as well. By this time tomorrow, both of their organizations will be nothing more than rats fighting over bones. With no assets to use to borrow funds, no way to pay the Boyeviki or grease the wheels of the government. She smiled, and her smile was utterly merciless. We've done exactly what I promised we'd do. We've taken Grigory down. Jez watched her. Honestly, Masha was right. They'd pulled a damn good con. But she shivered slightly, and Galia looked up at her in concern.
Jez, are you all right?
I'm fine, she said, trying for a grin.
But there was something about the look on Masha's face. Something about the look on her face when she'd turned to Lev, aimed, and pulled the trigger. And yes, it was a rigged gun. And yes, they'd planned it that way. And yes, Lev was fine. They were all fine. But there had been one moment. That moment just before Masha pulled the trigger. That moment where Jez had realized irrevocably that Masha would have done it, even if the gun were real. Even if things had changed, and their plans had fallen through, and the gun in her hand was real, Masha would have pulled that trigger. She'd always doubted it before, but now, well, there was nothing to doubt anymore. They were all alive. Everything had turned out exactly the way they wanted it to. But there was something icy in the pit of Jez's stomach. And she wasn't sure that even Galena, holding on to her, could make her feel warm again. Chapter 29. Masha glanced around the room. She'd expected to feel triumphant, or at least pleasantly satisfied. Instead, her muscles were shaky with a sick, desperate relief. They'd all survived this, somehow. But when she'd turned and grabbed the heat gun, she'd been almost certain the weapon she'd grabbed was the rigged one, but not completely certain. And she'd pointed it at Lev and pulled the trigger anyways. She hadn't even hesitated. She'd seen the look on Jez's face when she'd done it. Jez had known it. In that moment, Jez had realized. She wasn't sure how much of the sickness in her stomach came from relief that it had worked out anyways, and how much came from the way Jez had looked at her as she lunged towards Lev. She drew in a long breath. Not that it mattered now. The boulder she'd shoved over the cliff with the heist on Vitaly was tearing down the mountainside now, and there was no way to stop it. Her only option now was to keep ahead of it long enough to do what she had to do. "I'm sorry, but can someone explain to me exactly what just happened?" She turned to where Ivan was standing, his arm protectively around Tay. Tay's face was still sick with shock, and something twisted in her stomach at the sight. She managed to smile anyways. "Ivan, I believe you know Zhenya," she said. "Yes, we've met." Ivan's voice was cold. "When Lev informed me Vitaly was willing to let the rest of you go and protect Tay's friends if you'd hand me over, I agreed that, with the risks we were taking, we needed a backup plan. I was understandably reluctant to be killed, but I assumed Vitaly's offer could be used to our advantage. So I contacted Zhenya, and after some negotiation, they agreed to facilitate the plan." "So," began Ivan, "those people in blue weren't Vitaly's people after all?" "Oh, they certainly were," said Masha lightly. "They were Vitaly's hired guns, and they came in here to kill me. And they watched me kill Lev and shoot Yesbel. And they watched the rest of you fall in the crossfire from guns that Zhenya had provided them. They were set with a brilliant modification Tay designed that cut the power to the heat sink, so the blasts wouldn't have the heat power to kill. They took some time to install, but they're simple to disable, and I've already done that from my comm. By the time they reach Vitaly to bring the news, the guns will function as normal. They saw you die, as did Grigory, as did Olyesa, and I'm certain Vitaly has been told. Once again, we are presumed dead. And while I'm certain they'll realize their error eventually, it gives us time to prepare our next move." Ivan's eyebrows had raised, listening to her recital, and now he shook his head slowly, relief and anger fighting in his face. So, you almost gave me a heart attack watching Tay get shot, and you almost gave Tay a heart attack thinking his friends had died. You didn't think to tell us this? Judging from the protective way his arm tightened around Tay, his anger was less about his own fright, and more about the way Tay had slumped against him in despair before Zhenya had spoken. I'm sorry, Ivan, Masha said, removing her gaze from Tay deliberately. The plan was still in the initial stages. I didn't foresee Olyesa joining forces with Grigory, and I believed once the plan was set, I'd have time to inform the rest of you. I did not believe it would be necessary for Zhenya to join Vitaly's people to pull this off, and I certainly had no way to foresee that Zhenya would be instructed to kill Tay's friends, nor that they would choose not to do so. She glanced at Zhenya. I assume you'll hear if Grigory believed what happened? Of course, said Zhenya. Although, I suspect, within 24 standard hours, he'll no longer be in a position to hurt you. Nor will Olyesa. But I've come to understand how, in a profession like yours, you'd want to keep off the censors. Masha nodded. Thank you. Wait, said Tay. How do we know that Zhenya won't go straight back to Grigory? Zhenya turned and smiled at him. Tay, you know me better than that, I hope. Grigory is finished. You finished him. He'll never come back from this. They shrugged. Why would I go back on my bargain for a man who will almost certainly be dead in a few standard weeks' time? They turned to Masha. Masha, you and I have some catching up to do, I think. I have some loose ends to tidy up, but I'll call you on your comm later. She nodded, somehow managing to keep her expression pleasant, and Zhenya slipped out the door. So, said Jez at last, once Zhenya was gone. She was clearly trying to sound jaunty and failing badly. If those bastards lost everything, what happens to the pleasure houses now? Masha turned and gave her a slight smile, even though looking at her sent a small stab of pain through her chest. I believe that's up to the new owners. Jez looked at her for a moment, then dropped her eyes, a small, humorless smile on her face. Well, so much for taking down the damn pleasure planet. Galina's eyes narrowed. Masha, she said, and there was a controlled anger in her voice. I agreed to help you take down the pleasure houses, but you've just sold them to the highest bidder. These new owners, are they as bad as Grigory? Olyesa? Do you think they might think twice about leaving children to die in alleyways? Or will it just be a matter of profit to them? There was a bitter harshness to her words. Masha raised an eyebrow, biting back a small smile. As for whether they're better than Grigory, opinions may differ, she said, although I personally believe they are. The owner is a shell company, the shares of which are held by another shell company, which in turn is held by a partnership made up of 2 other shell companies. I won't bore you with details, but the ultimate owner of these pleasure houses, Galina, is you. Galina stared at her. If you'd like, Masha amended. It is myself, currently, but I believe you would be the person best suited to oversee taking them down, if that is what you want. Galina was still staring, her face gone suddenly bloodless, and it appeared that Jez was supporting her now, rather than the other way around. Are you telling the truth? asked Galena finally. Her voice was hoarse. "Please, don't lie to me about this." "I'm not lying, Galena," Masha said, with a slight smile. "I can sign the documents over to you tonight. Ownership will not come through until the banks on Prosvishoni open for business tomorrow, which," she glanced at her calm, "I believe will be early afternoon tomorrow here." Galena swallowed hard, and for a moment, Masha wondered if she'd actually faint. Jez was staring at Masha too. They all were, in fact.
Masha,
said Lev carefully.
how did...
You don't imagine I took all the funds that Olyesa provided and put them into that account, do you? She asked. It was always slightly gratifying to see Lev surprised. When she transferred the money, I repurposed the bug Tay created that Jez used to steal information from Olyesa's man on the casino ship. It drained Olyesa's account, and I used the excess funds to purchase the shares in the leveraged pleasure houses. She paused a moment. Galena, I assume you thought about how you'd go about dismantling this place? There was a long, long moment of silence. Finally, Galena said, I've been thinking about that since the day I left this hellhole. Her voice was so quiet that it was barely audible, but there was a hard edge to it. Masha nodded in satisfaction. If Galena didn't have the entire pleasure district closed down by this time tomorrow, she'd underestimated the woman. Well, she said at last, I believe it wouldn't be a bad idea for us to get some sleep while we can. If we want to take advantage of our brief respite, it would be best to get off planet as soon as possible. I have a few things to take care of here before we go, but the rest of you may as well get some sleep. I have a feeling we won't be getting much sleep very shortly. Wait, said Jez, her expression changing to one of horror. Wait, my ship. Olyesa she can just... Masha glanced at her quickly. She still couldn't quite meet the pilot's eyes. Jez, she said, as I promised, you will not lose your ship. The system she installed on your ship was nothing but a forgery. I swapped the chips out while we were still on Olyesa's base. You? Jez turned to glare at her. Okay then, why the hell did you let her put it on? And let me think... Because I needed your reaction to be genuine, so that Olyesa would believe it, said Masha quietly. And I needed Olyesa to have some connection with the ship. Since she installed the chip, the Ungovernable has been broadcasting the location of her base to a number of people I once worked with very closely. People who have a vested interest in rooting out Olyesa's encroachment in the government. They've been biding their time, but I believe that the moment they hear that she's been weakened, they'll pounce. I very much doubt Olyesa will find much peace on her base at present. Lev was watching her with that calculating expression of his.
Masha,
he said after a long moment.
This job has been, against all odds, a success. But I'm afraid that our contract with you has ended. We came, before, because we trusted you. That's no longer the case. This job was to ensure that, despite the fact you set us up, Grigory would not be able to track us down and kill us. And it appears we've done that. And so,
he spread his hands.
I'm afraid this is where we part ways.
She looked at him for a long moment. That moment when she'd pointed the heat gun at his head and fired. She hadn't been certain she'd grabbed the modded gun. And she'd pulled the trigger anyways. Lev, she said, forcing the tremor from her voice. As always, you're welcome to go your own way. But, she shrugged slightly, We've created the largest power vacuum the system has seen for a very long time. There will be war. There will be people dying in the streets of Prosvishoni and in the outer settlements. Tay's friends from university. Certainly they won't stand by, not based on what I saw of them. Yesbel's students. I'm sure even in the apartments where we left them, a street war like that will suck in Kazan Petty and the rest. Possibly your family, even as distant as they are from the capital currently. She turned so she was facing all of them. And, of course, that's not the only thing. There is still the matter of the gas. You've breathed it in. Misko and Olia breathed it in. Yes, we've bought ourselves a short respite, but it's only that. We were not able to completely destroy the institutional knowledge. And with a person as intelligent as Lev's former professor, it's only a matter of time.
So we've condemned our friends.
Tay's voice was tight with hurt and anguish and anger.
And what now? You think that will make us come with you?
We've only condemned them if we don't step in and stop it before it begins, said Masha quietly.
And you have a plan to do that?
Lev's voice was flat and hard. She nodded and gave him a small smile. I do. However, without your assistance, it will be impossible. As I've said from the beginning, I chose you all very specifically. There were a few long moments where no one spoke. Finally, Lev turned in disgust, and she could see the anger in his movements.
We'll discuss it,
he said shortly.
We'll talk it over and let you know in the morning.
She said nothing, just kept her pleasant smile. He gestured to the others with a sharp jerk of his head.
Come on. She's probably right, that it would be a good idea to get some sleep anyways.
The rest of the crew filed slowly out of the room. Jez cast a glance over her shoulder as she left, and the look on her face cut Masha. When the others were gone, Lev turned back to her.
Masha,
he said quietly,
as always, you played this well. But we are not your pawns. Not anymore. If we come, it will be on our own terms.
She met his eyes. There was a hard challenge in them. She'd chosen him because he was, as he put it, very, very smart. And he was no longer on her side. But she didn't drop her gaze, and finally, he turned away, stepping through the ruins of the door. She waited until his footsteps moved off down the hallway. Then she sank down into Grigory's chair. Every muscle in her body ached with exhaustion, and the rush of adrenaline from earlier that day had faded, leaving her muscles weak and shaky. She looked around at the luxurious room and repressed a shudder. She'd prefer to spend as little time in this place as possible, but she had business to take care of, and here she was unlikely to be interrupted by any of the crew. At last, grimacing, she tapped her comm. Zhenya answered immediately. Masha, I was waiting for you. They're gone, she said, and was distantly surprised at how weary her voice sounded. I'm just coming back from checking in with Grigory, they said. I'll be there in 5 standard minutes. By the time Zhenya opened the door and stepped into the room, Masha had managed to straighten, holding herself as if she were exactly what she appeared, a simple, competent, mid-level government employee. Masha, said Zhenya with a slight smile, pulling up the chair Olyesa had been sitting in. So, shall we discuss the terms?
The terms, Zhenya, are exactly what I described to you, she said, her voice sharp.
I saved you from the shootout, and you paid me an obscene amount of credits, Zhenya said, still with that slight smile. That was the bargain. You convinced me it was a good one when you made it clear that you'd already ruined Grigory. But then you called a second time, a few hours back, to bargain for one last favor.
Yes, she said shortly.
The lives of a group of street kids, said Zhenya.
Their smile widened slightly.
You know, I was glad you did. I'd prefer not to kill street kids if I can help it. I would have, because it would have made things much easier, to be honest. I had to work very hard to convince Grigory to trust me without showing him proof the children were dead. But as I said, I was happy to have an excuse not to. Besides, I must admit, I find Tay quite fascinating. It would have destroyed him, and that would have been a shame.
They paused a moment.
But you, Masha, I thought you were all transactional. You had me convinced, you know. And then this. Save Tay's street kid friends. And rather than hold it over him, let him think I'd had a change of heart.
I still need them, said Masha. I still need leverage to use against Tay.
Zhenya raised an eyebrow. Oh, I can think of several other things you could use as leverage against Tay. In fact, any single member of your crew would be enough. You know that as well as I do. Tay is extremely loyal. All you had to do is convince one of them to come with you, and Tay wouldn't have been able to bring himself to leave.
They shook their head.
But then again, I'm telling you things you already know, aren't I? You saved those street kids because you didn't want to see Tay hurt.
She gave them her coldest stare, but she knew well enough that her non-answer was answer enough.
Zhenya sat back in their chair, smiling slightly. So, those are the terms I'd like to discuss. You promised me a place in your scheme. I take you up on that offer.
And what exactly do you want? Asked Masha. There was a tightness in her stomach that made her feel slightly sick. She'd worked across from Zhenya before. They were a survivor, and they were clever. Far too clever for her to be able to trust them.
I'll watch your next move, Masha,
they said at last, still with that faint smile on their lips.
I'll watch, and I'll tell you when I decide I'd like in.
They pushed themselves out of their chair, their movements graceful.
And remember, I know where those children live. I'll be able to keep tabs on them, no matter where you hide them. I know a lot of people, Masha. Perhaps not as many as you do, but enough. They're alive as long as you keep your side of our bargain.
They watched her for a moment, then turned and slipped from the room. Masha watched them go, an icy chill lingering in her chest. She'd given them far too much. Zhenya had a pull over her now that she couldn't afford to give to anyone, and she'd known that from the moment she tapped their number into her comm and told them she had another proposal. But she'd seen the look of hurt betrayal on Tay's face, back in the casino ship, and she hadn't been able to bear the thought of seeing it again. She shivered.
This was exactly what she'd been afraid of. That in the end, she wouldn't be able to put the fate of the system ahead of the fate of these people who she'd brought together to use as tools, but who had somehow become her crew. She could have pulled that trigger, but she couldn't have borne the look in the faces of the others afterwards. She closed her eyes for a moment, trying to push back the cold terror. She'd find a way to make this work. Somehow. She'd put too many years of planning and preparation into this to let it fail, and she'd find a way. But this had complicated her plans in ways she'd never counted on. Zhenya was very, very clever, and she had no idea what they were after. Chapter 30. Jez glanced down at Galena as they stepped into the almost abandoned lobby of their mock pleasure house. Galena's face was set and bloodless, her whole body practically vibrating with tension. They'd stolen some sky bikes from the pleasure district, and Tay had hot-wired them, and honestly, she was pretty damn sure that even Tay hadn't felt bad about that, considering the kind of absolute bastards who frequented the pleasure district. Masha wasn't back yet, but she was pretty sure that Masha would be able to get herself back here just as easily as the rest of them had. The thought of Masha was a hard, painful knot in the back of her brain, and she didn't want to touch it. She didn't want to think for 1 second about Masha, about what she'd done, about what she could have done. She shook her head. The thing was, everything had worked out exactly how they'd wanted it to in the end. Even if it wasn't exactly how they'd planned it, it had all worked out. And maybe she'd been wrong. Masha was good at faking it. Hell, that was basically Masha's entire personality. But she shivered slightly. But she was pretty damn sure she wasn't wrong. And the thought was enough to make her sick. She shoved the memory away. She'd deal with it later. When she had time to. When she had time to think about the fact that the woman she trusted, who she actually liked, who honestly she trusted as much as she'd ever trusted anyone in her whole damn life, would have been willing to kill the man who'd become maybe the best friend she'd ever had. She took a deep breath. "Hey, Galia," she whispered. "You okay?" Galena looked up at her and tried to smile. I'm just a little stunned, I think," she said quietly, but her voice was shaking. Jez put an arm around her and pulled her up against her shoulder, and for a moment, Galena's body relaxed into hers. Jez closed her eyes and breathed in Galena's smell and held her, and something inside her hurt, just a little. Yes, she'd told Galia she didn't do relationships, and hell, she didn't. She'd never done relationships, because before all this crap, when she'd been a smuggler flying solo runs, the thought of having someone who you were stuck with, who you couldn't get away from, who trapped you, basically, was maybe the worst thing she could imagine. But the thought of coming back every evening to something like this, to someone whose shape and feel was as familiar to her as the controls of her ship, who she didn't have to fake anything around because they actually liked her, the real her, as stupid and impulsive and crazy as she was, who smiled when they saw her and leaned into her when she held them. She cut off the thought and found, for some reason, she was blinking back tears. Galena drew in a deep breath and looked up at Jez. There was a small, weary smile on her face, and Jez leaned in and kissed her. And yes, Galia was sexy as hell, but there was something comfortable and comforting in her kiss, something that made the world seem a little more bearable.
"We should probably let everyone else know what's happened,"
said Lev from behind them.
"Probably not a bad idea,"
said Radek. Even he sounded tired.
"Considering they probably think we're all dead and they're next."
He tapped his comm.
"All right, all you idiots. Cut your slacking and get into the lobby."
There was a moment of startled silence, and then various shocked profanities began to filter through the general comm line. Jez looked over at Radek. He winked at her, grinning. "Come on," he said into the comm.
"We're not answering any questions until you get your lazy butts up here."
It took the rest of their ragtag group of ex-convicts a surprisingly short amount of time to assemble, and less time for Olya and Misko to ensconce themselves in Yezbel's and Tanya's arms. When they had, Radek turned to Galina.
"You want to explain?" he asked softly. "Or do you want me to?"
"I'll do it." Galina's face was set, that expression that made Jez want to hold her until the tension drained from her body, want to make everything okay somehow. But the thing was, Galina could do that all by herself. Always had been able to. Galina stepped forward, glancing around the ragged group of them. Their eyes were fixed on her, and Jez felt a small spark of pride as she watched her. "There's a lot that's changed in the past few hours," said Galina, her voice just loud enough to carry. Jez leaned back against the wall and watched her explain, and tried not to think about the ache growing in her chest, because, of course, Galina was staying here. Jez had known that from the moment she'd realized what Masha was saying back in Grigory's private room in the Strani house. It would take some time for the properties to get transferred over, but Galina would stay, and she'd shut them down, and she'd figure out what to do for the people who'd been used here in the houses. The entertainment, yes, but also the cooks and the servers and the cleaners, the people who'd been dragged away from everything they knew and forced into something designed to rip their humanity from them. But the thing was, people weren't like that. You couldn't take away someone's humanity, no matter how much you tried. People were still people, no matter what you did to them. And the only people who lost their humanity were the ones who gave it away freely, trying to take someone else's. And Galina would do something about it. Hell, she was born for it. And Jez would fly away, with Masha and the others, because that's what she was born for. The crew hadn't had a chance to talk it over yet, but that's what they'd do. They all knew it. She'd seen it when she looked at them. Maybe with more time to prepare, Lev could have come up with an alternate plan. But Masha had been right. Starting tonight, or maybe tomorrow, if they were lucky, the system was going to devolve into civil war, and the center of it would be fought right down the streets of Prosvishony. And the truth was, none of them could leave the people they cared about there to get hurt. "Anyone who'd like to stay and help, I'd be honored to have you. But it will be long and difficult, and I don't expect it from any of you unless you want to. Take the evening. Think about it. You can tell me in the morning." Galina paused a moment as the others turned to each other and the quiet buzz of conversation began, then stepped back to stand beside Jez. Jez gave her a quick smile, and Galina took her hand and squeezed it.
"I don't know about the rest of you,
said Ivan, looking around at them. "But I feel like I could sleep standing up." Tay smiled at him wearily, then turned to the others. "Come on, we can talk in the morning." Jez smiled slightly. He knew as well as she did what they'd decide. As the others dispersed, the crew filed up the stairs, huddled together in a group as if they didn't really want to get too far away from each other. When they reached the hallway upstairs, Jez didn't turn off at her room, and Galina didn't seem to mind. At Galina's room, Jez hesitated at the door. Her heart was beating a little faster than it should have been, and there was something sick in the back of her throat. "Galia," she said quietly, "can I come in for a minute?" Galina nodded and pushed the door open. She sat on the bed, still holding Jez's hand, and after a moment, Jez sat beside her. "I guess this is goodbye then," said Galina finally. She was looking down at their twined fingers, and her voice was subdued. "Yeah," said Jez, and for a moment they were silent. Her heart was beating so quickly, she thought it might make her sick. "Galia," she said at last. Galina looked up. "Galia, She swallowed hard, trying to make the words come out. "Look, I know I said I didn't do relationships, but here's the thing. You..." She took a deep breath. "I thought maybe when all this is done, look, I thought we got along pretty well, and maybe after I get back..." Galina looked up at her, and there was something so sad in her face that Jez knew, the moment she saw it, what Galina's answer was going to be. "Jez," she said, cupping Jez's hand in both of her own. "I haven't met someone like you, ever. You're something special, and I wish I could. I wish..." She closed her eyes for a moment, and Jez's chest twisted painfully. "I really like you, Jez. I like you more than I've liked anyone in a very long time." Her voice was quiet, and Jez could hear the hurt in it, and somehow that made it even worse. Galina glanced up and tried to smile. "But look at us. Here, doing this. This is what I'm good at. This is what I've always dreamed of. And I've seen you. You'd go mad if you had to stay on the ground. You belong in the sky, Jez. I've seen you there. I've seen the look on your face. It's what you were born for. I could, I don't know, I could fly runs and then come back here and spend some time," said Jez. Her voice was choking just a little. "We could make it work." Galina looked up at her again. She was blinking back tears, and suddenly Jez was too. "No, Jez," she whispered. "You wouldn't be happy. I wouldn't be happy. I need someone who can be here with me, and I know you'd try. But I couldn't watch you tear yourself to pieces. And you deserve someone who loves what you love, who can see the same things you do when you sit in the cockpit and stare out to space, like you can see all the way into heaven." She squeezed Jez's hand in both of her own, and Jez closed her eyes for a minute, because, damn it to hell, she hadn't planned on crying, and it was actually kind of pathetic, honestly, but she couldn't seem to help herself. "Yeah," she said finally, when she could speak again. "Yeah, guess you're right. Anyways, I've always been kind of crap at relationships, so..." She shrugged and tried to smile. Galina shook her head fiercely.
Stop it, Jez. That isn't what this is about. You say those things about yourself all the time, and they're not true. You're kind, and you're caring, and you're brave, and when anyone else in the world would run away, you stick around. Whoever you find, whenever you find them, is going to be very, very lucky. And I wish it was me, Jez. I honestly wish it could be me. But if we were together, one of us would be miserable, and that wouldn't be fair to either of us. Damn it to hell. It had actually been easier before Galena had started saying nice things about her. Yeah, she said finally. Thanks. And thanks for the past few weeks. It was really good. She couldn't look at Galena, because she was pretty sure if she did, she'd just break down and start crying. And she didn't want to do that right now. She pushed herself off the bed, and Galena stood too, quickly. Jez, she whispered, and finally, reluctantly, Jez turned to look at her. Galena leaned in and kissed her gently. You mean a lot to me, Jez, she said finally. I wish. And then Galena turned away, blinking back her own tears. Jez stepped out the door and wandered down the deserted hallway. Finally, she slipped into the conference room, closing the door behind her, because she wasn't quite sure she was ready to go back to her room alone right now. She looked around for a moment, then collapsed onto the couch, staring out at nothing. She didn't feel like crying anymore. Not really. She felt empty, like someone had taken a spoon and scooped out all of her insides, leaving nothing but a shell. The thing was, Galena was right. They'd both known that. And honestly, this was exactly the kind of thing she always looked for. Someone hot, who'd spend every moment possible with her for as long as they were together, but no strings attached. She could leave when she wanted to, and it wouldn't even matter. But something had changed somehow in the past few months. Since she'd started flying with the crew, maybe she still didn't completely understand all that crap, but somehow, the thought of being alone again wasn't nearly as attractive as it had been once. And somehow, she found herself actually wanting people who would stick around. Wanting a person who would stick around. Someone who could be what Jezebel was to Tanya. A person who meant home, no matter where you both were. She swore quietly to herself. That was the worst part of it, in the end. She finally wanted what everyone else in the system wanted, apparently. But she was still her, and so she'd never actually be able to have it. First, there was that fiasco with Lev, where she'd almost lost him for good. And now, Galena. Galena hadn't said any of those things, of course. She'd said all sorts of nice things, and, honestly, Jez would have assumed that she'd like that more than someone who basically pulled out a heat gun and threatened to shoot her, which was what some of her ex-lovers had done. But the thing was, insults and threats she could brush off. Galena's words, she couldn't. They were kind and nice, and they crept down inside her, and they told her that, yes, maybe she was all those things Galena said, but it still wasn't enough. It would never be enough. She would never be enough. That kid she'd brought back and tried to save, and who had died anyways? Masha, who she'd managed to convince the others to trust, and who could have killed Lev. Galena.
She tipped her head back against the back of the couch, too tired and empty to cry. Tay. Ivan's hand on his arm was comforting, and even in the dim light of the hallway leading to the rooms, Tay found he'd turned towards him without thinking. Ivan's eyes were warm and dark, and there was a familiar concern on his mild face. And, like always, Tay's muscles relaxed just a little, the tension in them bleeding away, and he was smiling, even though he was so tired he could hardly think. "You're going with Masha, aren't you?" Ivan asked softly. Tay closed his eyes, and for a brief moment he felt the sick panic of earlier in the day, when they'd walked into Grigory's room, and he was sure he'd killed Kaz and Petty and Mila and Luca and every damn one of the street kids, whose only crime had been that they knew him and they needed him. Ivan swore softly, his hand tightening on Tay's arm. "Tay, I'm sorry. I wasn't thinking. You haven't even had time to call your friends yet, for the lady's sake. Sit down and give them a call, because the look on your face right now is enough to give me nightmares. We can talk later. I'll wait." Tay gave him a grateful look and sank down against the wall. His hands were shaking as he hit the button on his comm. Ivan had slid down beside him, and the warmth of Ivan's hand on his shoulder was honestly the only thing keeping him from passing out. The comm buzzed for an endless few moments, and then Kaz's face, sleepy and worried, appeared on the holoscreen, and Tay sagged back against the wall, lightheaded with relief. They were alive, and it hadn't been him who saved them after all. Every damn person in this crew had risked dying to keep them safe. And for some reason, the thought made something catch in his throat. "Tay?" Kaz asked, his voice thick with sleep. "What is it? What's the matter?" "Nothing," said Tay when he could speak again. I wanted to make sure everything was all right." Kaz frowned at him. "Yeah, everything's fine. What happened?" Tay took a long breath. "It's a long story. I'll tell you soon. I didn't mean to wake you." "It's fine," said Kaz. He glanced over at Ivan. "Who's that?" Tay found he was smiling again, without quite realizing it. "A friend. I met him a few months ago, and he's been helping us out. Ivan, Kaz." "Nice to meet you, Ivan." "And you. Tay talks a lot about you," said Ivan. There was a smile in his voice, like he was genuinely happy to be introduced to a bunch of ragtag street kids. Kids who he'd never met, who he'd been willing to let himself be killed for. Kaz studied Ivan for a moment, and when he turned back to Tay, he had a slight, amused smile on his face, and Tay wasn't entirely sure why. "You look tired, Tay." "Yeah." Tay rubbed a hand over his face and blinked back his exhaustion. "Look, we're probably going to be coming back there soon. I'll see you all then." "Sounds good. Good night, then," Kaz said through a yawn, and again, Tay felt almost lightheaded with relief. Kaz and the rest of them were alive. Somehow. He still wasn't certain how. They'd survived this. And it wasn't even just that. Kaz looked well-fed, for once, and the tiredness on his face was that of someone woken out of a sound sleep. Not someone who hadn't been able to sleep soundly for months, because he couldn't afford to let down his guard for even one moment. "Night," said Tay,
and tapped off his calm. He turned to see Ivan smiling at him.
"Will you be able to sleep now?"
Ivan asked, that warm amusement in his voice. Tay took a long breath and nodded.
Yeah, I think I will now." "Good."
Ivan paused.
"I'm glad I got to meet these friends of yours, even if it was over a holoscreen."
Tay realized he was watching Ivan, and he probably had been for a lot longer than was really polite. His face heated, and he looked away quickly.
"Yeah," he muttered. "I'm glad you could meet them too."
Ivan pushed himself to his feet and offered Tay his hand.
"You've already decided, haven't you?"
he asked quietly as he pulled Tay to his feet.
"You're going with Masha."
Tay looked up at him, and Ivan's eyes caught his and held them. He swallowed hard.
"Yeah," he said. I don't know what else I'd do. My friends are there, and I can't very well. I can't."
Ivan's smile was warm, and Tay found he still couldn't look away.
"I know. You can't leave someone you care about to get hurt." "Look, I just do what anyone would do," he muttered.
But there was something about the way Ivan's eyes held his that tightened something in his throat, and he found it was hard to speak.
"So, I just wanted to let you know,"
said Ivan.
"I'm coming too, back to Prosvashoni, with the rest of you."
Tay blinked.
Ivan, you don't have to." "Tay."
Ivan stepped closer and put both his hands on Tay's arms, turning Tay to face him. For no reason he could fathom, Tay's breath was coming far too quickly, his heart pounding an unsteady rhythm against his chest. Ivan was standing very close to him, and there was something about the pressure of his hands that formed a tight, warm knot in the pit of Tay's stomach, and his brain didn't seem to be working the way it should be. Ivan's dark eyes were studying his face.
"Listen to me, Tay,"
he said finally.
"You said you wouldn't leave a friend to get hurt. And I'm not going to either, all right? If you don't want me to come, just tell me. But if you think there's even a possibility that I could help you, I'm coming."
Tay's mouth was dry. He swallowed hard.
"I do want you to come. If you want to. You don't have to."
He wasn't sure what had happened to his voice and why his words seemed to be coming out tangled.
"Tay."
Ivan smiled that smile again, his eyes never leaving Tay's.
"I told you, if there's any possibility at all I can help, I'm coming, okay?"
He paused, and his eyes still held Tay's, and there was an intensity in them as he watched Tay. And for half a second, Tay's thoughts went back to that moment on Grigory's ship. His back pressed into the arm of the couch, Ivan's mouth on his. He closed his eyes and wrenched his thoughts away with an effort. He was being ridiculous, honestly.
I should probably get to bed,"
he said, looking away quickly before his eyes could get caught again. Although his throat was so dry, he wasn't sure how he managed to form the words. Ivan gave a small, rueful smile and released Tay with what felt almost like reluctance. Although, to tell the truth, Tay was pretty certain he couldn't trust anything his senses were telling him right now, considering how the whole world seemed to have gone slightly fuzzy.
"You're right. You look like you need your sleep. And we'll probably be busy tomorrow."
He paused a moment, then rested his hand lightly on Tay's shoulder again for the briefest of moments.
"See you in the morning."
Then he turned and walked off down the hall. And Tay stared after him, and he wasn't sure why his knees felt shaky enough that he had to put a hand on the wall to steady himself. And he wasn't sure why he was smiling. And he wasn't sure why that ache in his heart that had been there ever since he left Dmitri standing at the gates of the university seemed to have shrunk just a little. He only knew that, for the first time in a very long time, he felt utterly and inexplicably and absurdly happy.
Mama.
Jezebel looked down at Olya, who was clinging tightly to her hand. Yes, my love, she said, smiling despite herself.
You won, didn't you? You stopped Grigory like you said you would.
Jezebel exchanged glances with Tanya over Olya's head and smiled. Well, I wouldn't necessarily say that, but your mamuchka and I helped, anyways. Olya breathed in a deep sigh of contentment.
I knew you would,
she said, and there was a certainty in her voice that filled Jezebel with a sort of deep happiness that was almost painful. Well, you and your brother need to get to bed. Come on, said Jezebel, opening the door to the children's adjoining room. In you go, and change into your pajamas, please. I'll come in a minute to tuck you in. Tanya lifted a drowsing Misko down from her hip and pushed him gently forward after Olya.
Go on, then,
she said.
I want Mama to put me to bed,
Misko proclaimed sleepily. I will come put you to bed, I promise, said Jezebel. But you need to get changed. He nodded, and Tanya gently closed the door. When she looked up, she was watching Jezebel, and there was a soft look on her face.
They love you, you know,
she said quietly.
They've always loved you. I told them about you every single day we were in prison. But now,
her smile widened, and her eyes were slightly misty.
Now they are getting to know you. Not like some hero they tell stories about. Like a mother.
Jezebel's eyes were misty as well, and she leaned over to kiss her wife. I suppose that's why they act like little monsters when I try to get them to behave, she grumbled. Tanya chuckled.
Honestly, Yessie, it is. They're not trying to impress you anymore, because they know they don't have to. They know you'll love them no matter what they do.
Jezebel swallowed down a lump in her throat and blinked back tears. I do, you know.
I know that, and they know it too now.
Jezebel sighed and put her arm around Tanya, holding her tight and leaning her head against her wife's. She closed her eyes for a moment, letting herself relax against Tanya's shoulder, feeling Tanya lean into her.
Mama! Mama, we're ready! Mama, Misko pushed me. I was ready first, but he pushed me and he grabbed my nightshirt away. I did not. Mama, Olya's lying.
Jezebel sighed and grimaced, but she was smiling despite herself. I'm coming, she called. And Misko, if you pushed your sister, you're going to have to tell her you're sorry. She cast a rueful glance at Tanya. I'm sorry. I'll be back when they're in bed. Tanya smiled up at her, and even though they were both older now, and even though so much had happened, and so much time had passed, her smile was the same smile that Jezebel had fallen in love with so many years before.
I'll be waiting for you, she said softly.
And Jezebel turned away quickly to hide the sudden tears in her eyes. Because perhaps that was what love was all about, really, if you came down to it. They could have their fights and their disagreements, and Jezebel could try and fail, and try again, to be the kind of wife that Tanya needed. And Tanya could get angry and frustrated and stressed, and the children could fight and cry. But at the end, when the dust had settled, they'd be there, waiting for each other, loving each other, no matter what happened. She cleared her throat and pulled the door to the children's room open.
All right, you two. What's going on?
But she couldn't make her voice harsh, even if she'd wanted to. Lev paused a moment, running his fingers through his hair. He grimaced at the wall at the end of the corridor. When had he become the kind of person who paced? He was going to turn into Jez sooner or later, the way things were going. At any rate, he couldn't seem to sit still, not with the thoughts chasing each other through his head. They'd won. At least, they'd done what they'd set out to do. But he turned and paced back down the corridor. There was that kid Jez had brought back. There were people in the pleasure houses tonight who wouldn't live to see the morning. Yes, they'd won. But there was a bitter aftertaste to the victory. And Masha. He shook his head in frustration. He should have thought of this. He should have seen the path she was leading them down. But he'd been fully occupied in trying to keep them alive, which was, of course, exactly what Masha had counted on. They were with her again, for another mission, the end goal of which he had no real idea. But they'd do it anyways, because what choice did they have? He paused in front of the door to the conference room. Really, he should be trying to get some sleep. But he wasn't going to sleep tonight. He could already tell. He might as well do some research, get them prepared for whatever Masha was dragging them into next. He'd pushed the door open and stepped inside before he noticed Jez. She was laying back on the couch, her head tipped back, eyes closed, and for a moment he almost tiptoed back out of the room, leaving her to sleep. Then he noticed her hands, clenching and unclenching restlessly, the way they did when things were too much for her to handle. The stiffness in her posture, the way her face twitched slightly, as if she was in pain and trying to hide it. He paused a moment, then stepped quietly out the door. He made his way down the stairway to the darkened lobby and over to the doors that led into Jez's makeshift gambling hall. He tapped the light on his comm, and by its dim glow, he sorted through the bottles behind the bar until he found the one he was looking for. Then he turned and stepped back out into the lobby and almost bumped into Masha. "Hello, Lev," she said quietly.
Masha.
He kept his voice cold. There was a moment of silence. At last, she gestured down at the bottle in his hand, a question on her face.
Jez,
he said shortly. She nodded, and for a moment they stood there, neither meeting the other's eye. He took a deep breath and turned to go, but her voice stopped him. "Lev," she paused, and there was something in her tone that made him turn back. "Lev, is she all right?" He frowned. Masha's face was shrouded in shadow in the darkened room, but there had been a note of something in her voice, almost desperation.
I think she's all right. I don't know. I'm going up to check on her now,"
he said at last. He hadn't meant to say it. He'd meant to say something sharp and cutting, but somehow he hadn't been able to bring himself to. "Thank you," said Masha softly. He looked at her for a long time. Then, at last, he turned back to the stairwell. He tapped at the door of the conference room this time, and when he pushed it open,
Jez had raised her head. "Hey, genius," she said dully.
"Hey, Jez,"
he said. He came over and sat beside her and handed her the bottle wordlessly. She looked at it, then back at him.
"You looked like you might need it,"
he said, smiling despite himself at the look on her face.
"I brought it in case you wanted to get drunk. Or—"
He looked at the ceiling, as if trying to remember something.
"Or, what did you say last time? We could both get drunk and have sex. That might help."
She stared at him for a moment, then finally broke into a weak chuckle. He grinned back at her. "Thanks," she said at last. She pulled the top off the bottle with her teeth, and Lev coughed, blinking back tears at the sharp fumes of alcohol wafting from inside. She glanced over at him and rolled her eyes, then put the bottle to her lips and tipped her head back. He leaned back against the couch, but a few moments later, she lowered the bottle and, after a brief hesitation, replaced the cap, placing it on the ground beside her. He gave her a questioning look. She managed a small smile. "Guess I don't feel like getting drunk as much as I thought I would." He gave a small shrug.
"That's fair."
For a few moments, they sat in silence.
"Do you want me to leave you alone?"
he asked at last, quietly.
"I can go somewhere else, if you want."
"No." She turned to him, something desperate in her face. "No, please, She closed her eyes for a moment, her whole posture slumping. I mean, sure. You probably have plenty of stuff to do anyways." Her voice trembled slightly, and it made something inside him hurt.
"Jez,"
he said, turning a little so he was facing her.
"Look, I have no idea how to be a good friend. I know that. But I'm here for as long as you want me. Okay?"
She looked up at him, blinking hard. You don't have to," she started. He shook his head and put up a hand to stop her.
"I want to,"
he said quietly.
"Please. Like I said, I don't know a whole lot about this, but I'm pretty sure that's what friends do."
She studied him for a long moment. Something tightened around his chest again, like it always did when he was looking into her eyes. But when at last her face relaxed, and she dropped back against the couch, close enough that their shoulders touched, her eyes closed in a sort of weary vulnerability. The tightness in his chest loosened just a little. It hurt. It might never stop hurting, really. But Jezebel had been right about one thing, at least. It was worth it. It was worth whatever it cost, just for this. For him to be able to sit here next to her when she was hurting, and maybe make it a little better. For her to be able to lean against him when she was too weary to pretend anything, and trust that he'd just be there. Nothing else. Just be there, for as long as she needed him. "Genius?" she said after a few moments. He turned towards her.
"Yes, Jez?"
She'd opened her eyes and was staring straight ahead. "You think any of this is worth it, in the end?" she asked in a low voice. "I mean, we do all this crap, but what difference does it make?" She stopped, swallowing hard. "Guess I'm just not sure what the point is anymore. I used to think it was pretty simple. We do crap to make things better. But turns out that's all crap. We work so hard to do this, and what do we even change?" She turned to him finally. I guess I don't know what the right thing is anymore.
Guess I've always been kind of stupid. He reached out, and after a moment's hesitation, rested his hand on her shoulder.
Jez,
He said,
you were the one who trusted Masha, when none of the rest of us did. You talked me into telling her about Vitaly, and it kept us all alive.
That's what I mean, though, she said, her voice dull. I trusted her. I don't know. Maybe I still trust her. But I saw her face in that room, Lev. She would have killed you. She would have shot you if it came to that. And she wouldn't even have thought about it twice. Jez's words brought a spark of unease in the back of his brain. Because she was right. He knew it deep down. Masha would have shot him. She wouldn't have hesitated. And yet...
She didn't, though,
he said.
She didn't, and we all survived. And Jez.
He turned to her, face serious.
Somehow, I doubt that Zhenya had a change of heart about Kaz and Petty and the others.
She frowned at him. You mean you think Masha...
I don't know, he said. But I think so.
He paused.
I don't think we should tell Tay. I don't know if he could handle it right now.
Jez leaned back again with a faint chuckle. Yeah, this has been kind of a lot, I think.
It has,
he said.
It's been kind of a lot for all of us, I think.
He leaned back as well, so their shoulders were touching again, and there was something comforting in the warmth of her.
You said you don't know what the right thing is anymore,
he said finally.
I guess I never really did know. But I've been thinking about it a lot since everything that happened on Grigory's ship. I'd almost convinced myself that anything I did would be worth it, if I got what I wanted in the end.
He shifted, so he was looking at her.
But the thing is, I saw you, and you don't believe that. There are things you won't do no matter what, because they're wrong. And I realized I'd never had that. A line I wouldn't cross. I thought I had, but when things went wrong back in the university, I would have stepped over it and not thought twice. And since then, I've been thinking about it, trying to figure out what's the right thing and what's the wrong thing, even in a place like this. That's maybe the closest thing to hell I can think of.
She sat up a little, turning towards him as well. Yeah, genius? And what did you figure out? He smiled slightly.
I haven't figured anything out. Not really. But I think the difference is, when you have a choice between doing something kind and just walking away because it's too much, and nothing you do will make a difference anyway, you do the kind thing. When there's something wrong and someone's getting hurt and you can't fix it, you do something anyways. Maybe that's how people like Grigory win. Because everyone knows no one can fix everything that's wrong with the system. So you might as well just embrace it. But maybe that's how things change, too. Enough people who won't stop doing all those little, stupid, pointless things. Maybe that's what changes everything in the end.
She was watching him, a frown creasing her forehead. Finally, she turned away. Yeah, she said quietly. Yeah, I guess maybe you're right.
It's worth it, Jez,
he said, still watching her.
I think, in the end, it's worth it. Because maybe you're right. Maybe we don't change much, but we change something. And maybe sometimes the people we trust aren't trustworthy. But the thing is,
Maybe that's better than just never trusting anyone. Better than just walking away because it seems hopeless. Better than just looking out for yourself and screw everyone else.
Better than just being alone, she said softly.
He gave her a small smile and leaned back next to her, and for a little while they sat in silence. Finally, she turned her head to look at him.
For what it's worth, genius, she said softly, I think you're actually pretty damn good at this friend thing.
Masha walked slowly up to her room and closed the door behind her. Lev wasn't in his room yet. She'd watched him turn down the hallway in the other direction. He was probably in talking to Jez. She closed her eyes for a moment. The look on Jez's face when she'd seen Masha point her gun at Lev and pull the trigger. She took a deep breath. Just as well, really. The same reason it was just as well she hadn't told Tay about her bargain with Zhenya. She could have. It would have cemented his loyalty, or if not that, at least his guilt. But it was better this way. Better that he didn't trust her. That he believed she'd sell him out in a heartbeat if it advanced her agenda. She wouldn't let herself think the next thought. That maybe, if they didn't trust her, they'd be able to see through her plans and keep themselves alive. Things were moving too quickly to stop now. Everything was falling into place. And this crew would get hurt. Possibly killed. There was no way around that, no matter how much she wished there was. Maybe if she'd known what she knew now, she'd have planned it differently. She'd have found a different way. But in those long, long years, while she smiled pleasantly and kept her head down and worked for the government that had killed her parents and made her plans, planting the beginnings of the schemes that were just now beginning to bear fruit, she'd thought of the people she'd need for this as tools. No more, no less. Important, yes, but not more important than anyone else in the system. Just another life. In a system where lives were worth less than space junk. She sighed reluctantly. Best get this over with before Lev came back. She tapped her comm. It buzzed for a few moments, and then a voice came through her earpiece. Masha, is that you? Yes. I'm calling to let you know that I've done what I promised. Grigory is finished, and Olyesa as well. It's time for you to start your part in all this. Her voice was steady and calm. She'd had years of practice keeping it that way, no matter what was happening around her. I'm impressed. Some of us thought you wouldn't be able to pull it off. There was a slight pause. Everything went well, I assume? No additional complications we need to know about? For a moment, a picture of Zhenya flashed in her mind, the faint smile on their face as they watched her. I'll watch your next move, Masha. I'll watch. And I'll tell you when I decide I'd like in. If anyone else knew about her bargain, they'd take precautions, and Tay's street kid friends would die. No, she said at last, in that same calm voice. No complications to speak of. We can proceed as we planned. Good. Then I will expect to see you soon. The comm clicked off. For a few moments, Masha stood there, looking down at her comm. Then, at last, she sank down onto her bed, jaw clenched tight, staring sightlessly ahead into the darkness of her room. This has been Trojan Horse, the Ungovernable series, Book 6. Written by R.M. Olson. Narrated by Zura Johnson. Thank you for listening. You can find the rest of the Ungovernable series available on Amazon and coming soon to audio. To share the story and show your support, please leave a review. Copyright 2020 by R.M. Olson. Production copyright by R.M. Olson.